House will be in order. Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 28, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Sean Casten to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and the minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
This man gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the service of one of my staffers on the VA committee. Miss Samantha Gonzalez has dedicated over 10 years of her career to our nation's veterans, their families, and their survivors. She started on the committee as an intern and has worked her way up to being the communications director and senior health policy advisor. Samantha helped craft messages and advance a number of bills supporting veterans and their families. Notably, the Choice and VA Missions Act, the Commander John Scott Hannon's Veterans Mental Health Care Improvement Act, the PACT Act, and so many more landmark pieces of legislation. There is no doubt that the entire veteran community is better off because of her tireless work on their behalf. Samantha, thank you for your commitment to Americans' veterans, and best of luck in your next adventure. You will be missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remind everyone that while National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month is concluding, we cannot afford to lower our guard. It dismays me that still so many veterans take their lives every day. In 2020, approximately 16 veterans died by suicide daily. Another year with more than 6,000 veteran suicide deaths. We must stay vigilant. It took an incredible amount of work to get Staff Sergeant Fox's suicide prevention grant program passed in legislation through Congress. And I am pleased that the first grants were awarded just last week. Now 80 community-based organizations in 73 states, DC and the American Samoa, will receive funding to provide or coordinate suicide prevention services for veterans and their families, where and when they need it. So many veterans either cannot or will not access the VA. But their community knows how to find them, how to get them out of isolation and out of trouble, and get them the care that can save their lives and offer them a future of hope. And I'm excited to see just what these grants can do. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Richard Martin, a good friend, a great man, who passed suddenly this week. You know, you get to know people very, very closely in stressful conditions. Well, many of you know that I was a professional firefighter, and Richard always had my back. Richard and I both served in Murfreesboro Fire Department. Richard served with the department for 32 years, from 1984 until 2016. During that time, he was a member of the Firefighters Pension Board and serves as a treasurer and president of the Murfreesboro Firefighters Local 3042. Never fully retiring, he went on to become the Southern District's legislative representative for the Associated Firefighters of Illinois. Richard was dedicated to his family, his friends, his career of service, and our hometown, Murfreesboro, and the community. Our prayers are with his family, including daughter Olivia and sons Eli and Zeke, during this difficult time. He was a close friend. He'll be missed tremendously. His ability to teach others the art of fighting fire and doing it safely, and the amount of lives that he saved and the property he saved will not be forgotten for his service. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S. 4673, an act to reauthorize the National Computer Forensics Institute of the United States Secret Service and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise, a proud descendant of the enslaved people who made Cotton King and America great, the enslaved people who had a hand in the construction of this Capitol, who had a hand in the construction of the White House, the enslaved people who constructed roads and bridges across the length and breadth of this country, who worked for more than 200 years without a payday. They made the difference for what we call the United States of America on the global scene at the time. I'm honored to be a descendant, and I'm honored to say also that this House, on July 27th, took the historic step of according them Slavery Remembrance Day, a day to remember their lives and to commemorate their accomplishments. It's important that we do this because for too long we have reviled the slaves and revered the enslavers. For too long we have placed them in such a position as to cause the people who are the very descendants to be ashamed of who they were associated with reference to their heritage. So I'm proud that this House has taken this important historic step with the Slavery Remembrance Day. But I'm also proud to say that on 2 o'clock tomorrow at room 145A at the Washington Convention Center, we will continue to talk about this piece of legislation that we passed, H-Res 517, the original Slavery Remembrance Day resolution. We'll talk about this. We'll give a legislative update. The Reverend Al Sharpton will be there, and he will give insightful information on this very topic. I'm just proud that we no longer fear having those persons who made this country great recognized by this Congress, and that has been the case in the past. So I thank all of the members of the Congress, 218 of whom voted for this legislation. I thank the President who recognized Slavery Remembrance Day. I thank all of the leadership for allowing this resolution to come to the floor. I thank Ms. Warren, Elizabeth Warren, the senator who supported it. And I thank Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer was a man of his word, a person of his word. He said this resolution would come to the floor for a vote. He supported it, and it came to the floor for a vote. I thank you for the courage that you showed, Mr. Hoyer, and the judicious insight that you utilized to make sure that we had this opportunity. Tomorrow, we continue what I cannot finish today at the Convention Center, 2 o'clock, room 145A. I thank you for the time, and I yield back.
Sorry, who's up? The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the people of Iran protesting Ayatollah regime after 23-year-old young woman, Masha Amini, who died after being detained by Iran's morality police for allegedly incorrectly wearing a hijab. Iranians are standing up to the Ayatollah's regime's oppression of women by cutting their hair, burning their hijabs, and demanding freedom. The Iranian government began a violent crackdown on the protests that have resulted in dozens of protesters being killed, including women and teenagers. I want Iranian women to know that the United States stands with you in your fight against Ayatollah's oppression, and the Iranian people have our support in your fight for freedom. And I urge my colleagues to join me in amplifying our voices for the people of Iran and holding the regime accountable. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss an issue that's very troubling. It is an issue that needs to be addressed. Because you see, I rise today because of the outrage and shock that Brett Favre stole money that was supposed to be used to buy formula for babies in Mississippi, to build a volleyball stadium at the school his daughter played at. Today I join the calls of millions of Americans demanding that he and the corrupt Mississippi Republican governor be held accountable for this action. Brett Favre is a millionaire. In a 20-year football career, he made over $100 million. It would take an average Mississippian 20 years to make just $1 million. Instead of coming out of his own pocket, he used his power, influence, and relationships with the corrupt Republican lawmakers to steal the money from those in Mississippi who need it the most. His actions were criminal, shameful, reckless, and irresponsible. Brett Favre is from Mississippi. One might think he should have cared that his home state is one of the poorest in the nation and suffers from one of the highest rates of child poverty in this country. He should have cared that 1 in every 5 Mississippians lives in extreme poverty. One might think that he should have cared that Jackson, Mississippi, the capital, almost 25% of the households depend on minimum wage. And these families, most earn less than $15,000 a year. One might think he should have cared that hundreds of thousands of Mississippians often have to boil their water due to the corruption and the neglect by the leadership in Mississippi, the Republican leadership. Neglect that Brett Favre was a key and influential factor of, neglect that he and the corrupt governor benefited from, but Brett didn't care. In July 2019, Brett texts Governor Bryant telling him how much he loved Nancy New and John Davis for what they did for him and Southern Miss. He called the theft of funds amazing, Governor Bryant knew that the money could have been used to provide thousands of low-income families with a year's worth of rent. He knew that it could have covered the cost of their electricity and their child care bills. And he knew that it could have provided thousands of Mississippian families with as many as 9 meals a day. But they didn't care. They didn't care that year after year, many Mississippians, the most vulnerable people, can't shower, cook, or bathe for weeks on end due to systemic neglect in their water system. In a report released earlier this month by Vox, Benji Jones explained the water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi perfectly. He wrote, and then I quote, "Infrastructure is often poorly maintained or intentionally overlooked in particular places, leading to a lack of access, affordability, and safety for many communities of color." Brett and Governor Bryant intentionally overlooked the needs of Mississippi's poor people for a volleyball stadium. Perhaps this New York Times headline says it best. Brett Favre's
Gentleman's time
most
has
memorable
expired.
stat may now be the $8 million he helped steal from the poor.
Gentleman's time has expired.
This is a travesty in this country, to take from the poorest of the poor,
Gentleman's
to
time has
neglect
expired.
what they have done. Brett
Gentleman is
Favre
no longer
and
recognized.
that government should atone and pay.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the American people are at their wits' end. They fear that our great country has fallen into a state of disrepair, the likes of which have never been seen before. They've watched as our time-tested institutions have become engulfed by a smog of bureaucratic rot. They have gathered at their kitchen tables for nights on end, wondering how much further they can stretch their budgets to support their families. All the while, Washington has trudged onward with more spending schemes and irresponsible policies that are poisoning America. Mr. Speaker, I cannot overstate the severity of the catastrophes that this administration has created. From the southern border being overrun to inflation that has robbed hardworking Americans and their families, no matter where you turn, the carnage is palpable. Republicans are taking a stand to end this madness and move America in the right direction. That starts with our commitment to America. The American people deserve an economy that is strong, a nation that is safe, a future built on freedom, and a government that is accountable. These are the tenets of the commitment to America. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. The American people can no longer afford one-party Democrat rule in Washington. Under one-party rule, Americans are bearing the brunt of 40-year high inflation. Crime has exploded in major cities across the entire country. Millions of illegal aliens have poured across the southern border. Gas and grocery prices are growing by leaps and bounds. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker. There's no denying that. Americans are not witnessing progress under one-party rule. They're watching our republic crumble by the second. It's time for a serious change in leadership in Washington. No more reckless spending. No more policies that are antithetical to the will of the American people. No more bureaucratic assaults on the freedoms and values that this country was built upon. Mr. Speaker, the American people deserve much better than the hand that Washington Democrats have dealt them. In a few short weeks, Americans across the country will make their voices heard, and I can guarantee you that they will not speak softly. The disarray, incompetence, and negligence in Washington must be put to an end. It's time that Washington truly delivers on the priorities of hardworking taxpayers and families across our country. There's not a second to lose. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week, or actually a couple days ago, Medicare beneficiaries all across America received very welcome news. For 2023, Medicare announced that the Part B premiums, which again are deducted from seniors' Social Security checks, will actually be reduced by $6 a month. That's the first time in 11 years that the Medicare program has actually cut the premiums that, again, erode month by month Social Security checks. There's a reason for this, which is that last year there was a spike in terms of the Part B premiums. It was driven by the fact that a new drug, Aduhelm, was approved just about the same time the actuaries were calculating the Part B premiums. Aduhelm cost, when it was initially approved by FDA, was $58,000 per patient. That one medication resulted in half of the increase last year in terms of Medicare Part B premiums. There was a hue and cry about the cost of that drug after, again, the new premium had kicked in. They cut the price from $58,000 per patient to $26,000, and Medicare also limited the use of that drug in terms of experimental controlled settings because, again, it was so brand new. Unfortunately, the premium had already had kicked in, and a number of us were working with the Department of Health and Human Services saying that the premium should be adjusted because, again, it was based on data which had, again, been overtaken by events. At that point, it was too late for Medicare to readjust the premium in the last calendar year, 2022. But next year, again, they will make the adjustment, and those premiums will go down. In about a week or so, the government is going to be announcing the COLA for Social Security for 2023 for seniors, again, which is obviously a very intensely watched event. Right now, the projection, based on, again, on the market basket system that they use to calculate COLAs, looks like it's going to be an 8% increase for Social Security for 2023. Again, I think it's important to note that in past years, some of those COLA increases have been eroded, as I mentioned earlier, by increases in the Part B premium. But in 2023, the opposite is going to happen. There will actually be not only a COLA increase, but a reduction in the premium, and that means more money in the pockets of seniors and people on disability. Again, this is very welcome news. Obviously, inflation has been really tough for a lot of families, and particularly seniors on fixed incomes. But again, in 2023, there is going to be, again, more relief coming their way. It also coincides with the new Inflation Reduction Act, which will be capping the cost of insulin starting in January at $35 a month. For seniors who are on Medicare today who need insulin, which is, again, a life or death drug, insulin roughly costs about $160 per month. So again, there will be savings not only in terms of a new COLA and a reduced Part B premium, but also the cost of insulin will be capped at $35 a month. And in 2024 and in 2025, under the Inflation Reduction Act, because of the savings resulting from price negotiation, which the bill finally enabled and empowered, we are going to see an overall cap of out-of-pocket costs for prescription drugs at $2,000 for seniors through the Part D program. You talk to anybody who has an MS condition or an MS patient in someone's family, the mere infusion of a monthly MS treatment basically forces most seniors onto Medicaid because it's thousands of dollars per treatment. Starting with this new program, their overall cap for a year will be $2,000 for a year. And that's why the Multiple Sclerosis Society endorsed this bill, as did many other patient advocacy groups, because as valuable as Medicare was for prescription drugs, the existing system still is way too expensive. With the Inflation Reduction Act, we're going to cap insulin, we're going to cap the overall cost of medications. Unbelievably, just a few days ago, the minority came out with their commitment to America, or for America, where they actually want to repeal the law that barely the ink is dry, that is going to, again, provide a ray of hope for seniors to pay for the cost of life-saving drugs. We can't let that happen. And again, starting in January, we're going to see the real benefits of that law, as well as, again, welcome news in terms of a higher COLA and a smaller Part B premium. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today, fourth-year medical students submitted their applications to residency programs across our country, preparing to enter the workforce as surgeons, specialists, and family doctors. As these students begin the process of choosing the hospitals where they will work, I urge them to consider working in rural communities, working in facilities that are struggling right now to recruit new physicians. And these new medical students, these new highly trained individuals, will be able to serve communities that desperately need them. For too long, a lack of doctors has been a significant barrier to care for families in rural Pennsylvania. To address this critical shortage, I'm proud to have created the Homegrown Healthcare Initiative, which pairs third and fourth-year medical students with hospitals across Pennsylvania's 13th congressional district. So far, we've been able to place nearly 30 students in hospitals in Blair, Cambria, Fulton, and Franklin counties. It's time to ensure the students who were raised in rural communities return to these communities to live, to work, and to practice medicine. To all of the medical students applying for residency today, good luck, and thank you for all of the work that you will do on behalf of your patients. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we recognize the problems that we are facing with a country that has spiraling out of control inflation. We have an opportunity with the commitment to the American people, the commitment that the Republican Party has put forward to make a nation that is safe, to make a nation that is accountable. And as Republicans, we have brought forth a four-part statement that will have the necessary oversight to control and have the citizens have the ability to have their voices heard. The commitment to America is the path forward throughout this spiraling inflation that is affecting each and every American today. I urge all Americans to look at this valuable commitment that we as Republicans will bring forward. Thank you, and I yield.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Kahele, for 5 minutes.
Aloha, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mahalo, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to continue to honor September as Hawaiian History Month in my home state of Hawaii. Today in Olelo, Hawaii, the Hawaiian language, I will honor Joseph Ho'oluhi Navahi. Ua hanau ia o Iosepa ko Ho'oluhi Navahi o Kalani o Pu'u, makala umi kumakolu o Yanuali makahiki, umi kumavalu, kanaha kumalua, makaimu, puna, moku o Keawe. O Keawe o lalo kona luau I makuahine, o Navahi o Kalani o Pu'u kona luau I makua kane. O Iosepa Pa'akaula kona makua hanai. He kumo o Iosepa Pa'akaula ma ke kula ayakala. E ha kula a Navahi I komo ai. O ke kula ayakala ke kula hanai o hilo. Ke kula nui o lahaina luna a me kula ali'i o kahe huna. Mr. Speaker, these words that I just shared are a simple recitation of biographical facts regarding Joseph Koho'oluhi Navahi o Kalani o Pu'u, who was a native Hawaiian nationalist, a leader, a legislator, a lawyer, a newspaper publisher, and a painter. This speech has been memorized by hundreds of elementary school students, my own, Keiki included, who attend the Hawaiian language immersion school Ke Kula o Navahi o Kalani o Pu'u. These keiki not only honor these Native Hawaiian heroes, but ensure that their names are heard and their work lives on through them for generations to come. E ola ko inoa e Navahi. Mahalo nui loa, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman will provide a translation of his remarks. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pointing to a map here showing the several fires we've had in Northern California. This is only a small snippet. There's much more besides that I could show you. This is mostly in my district, the 1st District of Northern California here, over several years. The Dixie Fire being the big one here last year, about 1 million acres. And the Camp Fire, there a lot of people have heard about, that consumed the town of Paradise back in 2018, but many others. So what am I talking about here today? The idea that rural America isn't worth saving, isn't worth having. So as we contemplate fire after fire and the recovery from there, there's those that are questioning, should we have rural towns anymore? Should we have people living in them? Should we help them recover? Well, I go back to the root of the problem. First, I think the answer is yes, because we need rural towns. We need people out there that are the productive people that used to do pretty amazing things before regulations and environmental groups shut them down. But that we would not have the products that come from these areas. So not only rebuild them, but let's do the things that help them to thrive. Because it isn't just about some jobs in a rural town, it's also about everybody in this country prospering from the products that come from them. What am I talking about? In this area, timber, lumber products, paper products. Heaven knows we use a lot of paper around here. Do we want that to come to the United States from our workers, from our productive lands, or do we want to continue as the United States, for some reason, is the #2 importer of wood products in the world? And yet we're burning millions of acres across the West every year. Why is that? I could also say mining used to occur more heavily here and in other parts of anywhere from Minnesota all through the western states as well. And farming, which is under attack. You know, the water's being taken away from many of the farmers in my district and in California in general because it's going for environmental purposes. So yes, rural America feels under attack. So a recent Los Angeles Times article comes out saying, should billions continue to be spent rebuilding burned towns? This is the case for calling it quits. Well, I appreciate the LA Times is covering the fires that affected, and most recently the Dixie Fire in the town of Greenville, which is 75% wiped out from that fire. The town of Paradise 4 years before, 90% wiped out. But I wish they would tell the whole story. They didn't tell my part of the story, saying, yes, it is difficult to keep asking for money back in DC to come help, whether it's one of my disasters. I'm sure my colleagues in the South, like right now, dealing in Florida, do they enjoy having to come back to help get rebuild money for Florida after the hurricanes they're dealing with, or flood, or what have you? No, they don't enjoy that, and I don't think we want to have to ask taxpayers for it. But fire is something we can manage. We can't manage the weather. We can't stop hurricanes. We can't stop other things like that. But so we have the ability to manage our forests in such a way as that towns would not be subject so much to immediate wildfire. Harvesting buffers around them, putting fire breaks up, things that, you know, and then when you do rebuild the town, they're building them with newer, better materials for the housing and things like that. They're undergrounding power lines. They're doing more. So it's not going to be the same town that went up 100 years ago that started out as a timber town, as a mining town, or even an ag town. So it does improve. It does get better. It is worth the value. Because the bottom line is, even though they want to blame climate change and say that's the big problem, we got to kick people out of rural areas, we got to kick them out of these communities because of climate change. Well, If the climate is changing, then what are we going to do about it? Are we going to not have timber products? Are we going to not ensure the safety of those areas? Because we still need these people out there producing these products. If you want to have electric cars, someone's got to do some mining somewhere, right? And the mandate keeps coming down the pike in my own state and more around the country. And we're not going to have those products. We're not going to have wood and timber products, paper products coming from somewhere besides being imported. And you know what happens when we get too dependent on import. Ask anybody getting natural gas in Europe what that looks like. And our food. Everybody's seeing food prices skyrocketing at the shelves. And sometimes that very shelf is empty. And with all the acres that got left out because the water got taken away this year in California, food shelves are going to be even more empty and prices even higher. Someone in rural America has to be producing something. So for people to say that, well, climate change, times are changing, we have to shift in a new direction, and we don't need these people there, and we don't need these towns there. We do need these towns. We need them there and help them to thrive by letting them manage the timber to begin with.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez Colon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, we were thinking about 5 years, about 5 years since Hurricane Maria, and 5 years felt like nothing. Maria was one of our greatest natural disasters, causing collapse of all the essential infrastructure in Puerto Rico. And we still see the effects linger. My colleagues in Congress came with me to the island and responded with funding for recovery. Staff from FEMA and other agencies have been working hard, but the effects have been slow to be seen. Major obligations for permanent infrastructure rebuilding began only in the late 2020. And meanwhile, challenges continue. Earthquake, COVID, supply chain crisis, a power grid that remains unreliable, uncertainty about the continuity of Medicaid and nutritional assistance funds. The people were exhausted and stressed. And then came Hurricane Fiona. And Fiona did not bring Category 4 or Category 5 winds, but instead rainfall like never before, up to 30 inches in some locations. It was raining 2 days before the hurricane and 2 days after the hurricane. Fiona caused a lot of flooding. It was historic, and in many places in the south of the island and the west and the central mountains beyond what it was experienced for Maria. Thousands of families needed to be moved from floodwaters in places like Salinas, leaving behind everything. In rural areas like Arecibo, San Lorenzo, Orocovis, Utuado, and Barranquita, bridges that have been repaired or replaced after Maria and roads that have been cleared and repaved are again washed out, damaged and blocked by landslides. Housing and transportation work done after the last disaster, some even barely finished, now needs to be addressed again. And the power system again fell into a blackout. Although a majority is back up, it's still shaky. More than 70% of the island now got power. Plants in Aguirre and Costa Sur are running available units at the edge of capacity. Distribution networks at Aguadillas and Sebastián and Bayamón needed to be attended by local governments. And this slow down recovery of the water system is a problem for citizens needing life support, devices, and keep business closed. Although there are sufficient fuel and supplies in the depots communities, they have difficulties receiving enough because of transportation problems at a time of increased demand. The agricultural sector that was expecting finally the first normal productive year after the devastation of Maria, lost everything again. We lost 90% of our agriculture in plantains, bananas, and many others. And back to square one. I mean, across the land, Lares, Patillas, Ay Bonito, Guanica, mostly small or family farms, now at risk of simply never coming back. A lot from damage and others from heartbreak. Our low-income families face faster depletion of the funds for Medicaid and for nutritional assistance programs. It's not just a matter of more eligibility, but continuity of the funding. A real answer to this will be true permanent equal treatment for Puerto Rico in these federal programs. Instead of a special provision over and over every year. I have engaged the President and many federal agencies on these and other issues, and to seek the needed support for the island at this moment. Some members of Congress of this House are traveling to Puerto Rico after Fiona, and I am again inviting all my colleagues who want to come and join me to see the need directly and hear from those who can tell you what is really happening. Today we watch Florida also face a major disaster, and knowing firsthand what that means, I keep the people of Florida in my heart. Take care and God bless and keep you in this time. I'm sure that both Florida and Puerto Rico, we will come back from this disaster. And as Americans, we must all stand together in our partisan way to make sure the rebuilding happens visibly and promptly. With that, thank you, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Hartzler, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the extraordinary heroism of Chad Robichaud and Staff Sergeant Dennis Price during the Afghanistan evacuation last year. Their selfless actions evacuating tens of thousands of Afghan interpreters and their families, vulnerable women and children, persecuted Christians, and American citizens represents the highest levels of patriotism. I met Chad through his work supporting our nation's veterans as the founder of the Mighty Oaks Foundation, a leading nonprofit serving the military, veteran, and first responder communities around the world. Through faith-based combat trauma and resiliency programs, Chad has been instrumental in ensuring our brave warriors are supported when they return home from the battlefield. Chad's work doesn't stop there. He's also the co-founder of Save Our Allies, a nonprofit focused on the evacuation and recovery of Americans, our allies, and the most vulnerable people trapped in Afghanistan. Save Our Allies began as a personal quest for Chad as he set out to rescue his long-time friend and Afghan interpreter. However, the mission quickly evolved because of Chad's compassion for all people and his servant's heart. While the U.S. military held the Kabul airport in Afghanistan, the Save Our Allies Task Force successfully extracted approximately 17,000 evacuees in a period of 10 days. Despite these courageous efforts, a report from the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff estimated over 142,000 vulnerable Afghans remained in the country following the exit from Kabul. With the complete takeover of Afghanistan by the Taliban, the report projected 20 million women will be vulnerable to sexual abuse and slavery. Christians would be persecuted and executed. Afghan interpreters and their families would be hunted down and killed. Children would be abused through religious manipulation. And the 1,000 plus Americans left behind would be killed or held hostage for ransom. Understanding the ruthlessness of the Taliban as a former Force Recon Marine, Chad Robichaud knew the rescue mission had to continue. In response, Save Our Allies launched several operations to explore new ways for extractions. Robichaud and his team first identified possible ground evacuations that could be feasible by cross-border movements into Tajikistan and quickly planned a reconnaissance operation. Robichaud hand-selected Staff Sergeant Dennis Price, a Force Recon Marine and Scout Sniper, to take part in the mission. I want to share 2 stories from that mission to highlight their incredible acts of sacrifice, service, and bravery. Early in the mission, Staff Sergeant Price sought a higher vantage point to evaluate a potential river crossing area. Upon his ascent up the mountain, he came under sniper fire 2 separate times, pushing him back to return to the safe house to reconvene with Robichaud and discuss moving forward with the operation. These 2 brave men humbly discussed their families, loved ones, and all that would be left behind should they not make it out of this mission. Still, both men agreed to continue their mission of building safe passage for American and Afghan evacuees. During day 3 of the mission and upon confirmation of a possible river crossing, Staff Sergeant Price found himself 10 feet away from an armed Chinese militant hiding in the bushes, utilizing the vegetation as concealment. Robichaud, using his uncanny observation and combat skills, noticed the looming threat and physically ushered Staff Sergeant Price into a nearby vehicle before he could be captured or killed, ultimately saving his life. Because of this heroic act, the two men were able to continue providing real-time information to American intelligence agencies. During their 10-day operation, Robichaud and Price were able to cover 90 miles of border between Afghanistan and Tajikistan, remaining undetected by countless Tajik, Russian, and Chinese military patrols, all while avoiding Taliban-infested areas and checkpoints. These examples, and countless others that cannot be shared due to their sensitive nature, underscore their exemplary efforts undertaken by both Americans behind enemy lines to collect the critical information needed to bring so many to safety. Mr. Speaker, I am humbled to stand before the House to honor their courageous bravery and willingness to sacrifice their lives for their fellow man. The mission that these men completed has saved and will continue to save hundreds and possibly thousands of lives. On behalf of a grateful nation, I would like to express my sincere gratitude. God bless Chad Robichaud and Staff Sergeant Price for their service to our country. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize National Clean Energy Week and the benefits of alternative energy sources. National Clean Energy Week is a time to recognize and celebrate innovative policies that allow the United States to limit greenhouse gas emissions. Iowa leads the nation in clean energy production, and Iowans are constantly seeking ways to make clean energy more affordable, accessible, and abundant. Just last year, the American Clean Power Association reported that over 50% of Iowa's electricity is generated by renewable sources, ranking it the highest in the United States. Clean energy sources, including renewable fuels, organic materials, wind, and solar, create affordable electricity and power our transportation sector. Additionally, alternative energy sources bring jobs and revenue while allowing the United States to remain a global leader in energy production. Since taking office, I have advocated for conservative, climate-friendly legislation that promotes alternative forms of energy. Consumers should be provided with choices as it promotes competition for businesses and lowers the cost of goods and services, which is crucial now with record-high inflation. I have also introduced bipartisan legislation, such as the Biochar Research Network Act of 2022, to expand clean energy in the United States. This bill would create a national biochar research network where the benefits of biochar can be further tested and explored. Research would include how well biochar works to sequester carbon, how biochar increases crop production, improves marginal soil health, improves water quality, and reduces the amount of fertilizers and pesticides regularly used. I was proud that Senator Grassley introduced the same bill in the U.S. Senate last week. Additionally, I have supported numerous bills, such as lower food and fuel cost, which expands year-round E15, and the Homefront Energy Independence Bill, which would prohibit the imports of petroleum from Russia while expanding production and availability of biofuels. Increasing domestic energy production and the use of biofuels would also help our allies around the world wean off Russia's dirty oil and cut off funding for the Russia war machine. Iowa's vast farmland is why alternative forms of energy like biofuels and wind and solar are successful. However, when determining our nation's energy strategy, we must analyze geographic composure and natural resources in the area. Different geographical features allow for clean energy to succeed, such as solar in the Southwest, natural gas in Texas, hydropower in the Pacific Northwest, or nuclear energy in the South. As we continue pursuing clean energy production, I hope my colleagues will look to Iowa as an example of an any and all of the above approach. In order to leave a healthier planet for our children and grandchildren, we must enact policies that benefit a wide variety of energy sources where they work best and flexibility within the states to do so. I'd also like to wish a happy birthday to Kendall Willocks, who's an amazing health policy portfolio manager in our office. Happy birthday, Kendall. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight a looming catastrophe for New York farmers, farm workers, and consumers across New York State and the country. On September 6, the New York State Farm Laborers Wage Board voted to advance a proposal to lower the state's overtime wage threshold for farm laborers from 60 to 40 hours per week, despite overwhelming opposition to the recommendation. During the public comment period, farmers, farm workers, and consumers all turned out in droves to oppose the recommendation. Farmers who are struggling with inflation already are now very worried about keeping up with yet another price hike. Farm workers are gravely concerned about the possible lost hours on the job, cutting their wages. And consumers should fear even higher increase to food costs, which have already increased 11.4% over the last year, the biggest increase since 1979, with prices continuing to go up. Their fears are real. Cornell University's College of Agriculture and Life Sciences projected that the overtime rules implementation could force 2/3 of dairy farmers to make significant changes to their operations, including, and dramatically bad, leaving the industry or investing in other states. New York State already leads the nation in the highest outmigration of people and jobs. This would be a disaster for our agricultural community. It also found, Cornell University Ag Science, found that half of New York's fruit and vegetable farmers likely would have to reduce operations or leave the industry altogether. The second largest apple-producing county in the entire nation is Wayne County, located in upstate New York. Despite all this, the board still voted to advance the recommendation anyway. We are incredibly disappointed that the board ignored such compelling input from important stakeholders, worsening the already difficult headwinds for New York's agricultural industry. The board ultimately decided to undermine the very industry and the workers they are supposed to be serving. This week, I joined upstate farmers for a roundtable discussion hosted by Dale Heminger and his son Clay at Hemdale Farms in Seneca Castle, New York. The feedback from the farmers was unanimous. Lowering the overtime threshold will devastate New York's agricultural industry and have a critically difficult impact on the future of family farms in New York, and could leave New York as one of the few states in the country with such an onerous and unreasonable restriction on family farms. Family farms, large and small, are the lifeblood of New York's economy. Everyone thinks it's New York City. It's actually agriculture. Now, the recommendation is with the State Labor Commissioner, Roberta Reardon. I have and continue to urge her to reject this change and maintain the current 60-hour threshold. New York family farms and consumers simply cannot bear any further price increases. I've also joined my colleagues, other New York colleagues, Representative Elise Stefanik and Representative Chris Jacobs, in introducing a legislation in Congress known as the Protect Local Farms Act to stop this misguided policy from taking effect. If there are no farms, there will be no nutritious food to feed our state, our nation, and yes, the world, as we face a potential food shortage worldwide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Chair will now recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because Americans are divided. Our public discourse is broken. Instead of fostering open and honest political debate, our flawed information environment creates echo chambers and partisan silos. At times, it feels like the very fabric of our nation is being torn at the seams. And this toxic polarization has infected the Capitol, too, where it's become increasingly difficult to get things done in a bipartisan manner. The nonstop outrage and anger must end. To begin solving some of these issues, I propose an idea which I developed in partnership with my former science and technology policy advisor, Eric Sohn, a phenomenal cognitive science and artificial intelligence researcher. Together, we call for redesigning what is popularly described as the marketplace of ideas. As economists point out, markets are information systems. The invisible hand of supply and demand discovers the value of goods and services, and the equal access to information in a market yields collective efficiency. Now, imagine a market where suppliers, or in this case speakers, of ideas hawk their wares in a public square while consumers or listeners sample and choose the news, stories, and opinions they prefer. The best ideas would win by virtue of the audience's discernment and collective wisdom, right? Well, but what if the market's information architecture, the modes and pathways of information exchange and processing, is fundamentally broken? Well, just like a market wouldn't function properly if the vendors' loudspeakers and telephones were damaged, the algorithms, the programmatic methods, and platforms designs that govern our marketplace of ideas are clearly not working. And when a market is broken, it is the responsibility of government to act. So, how do we fix it? Well, we start by leveling the playing field by modifying the shape, not the content, though, of our ideas marketplace, to facilitate healthy exposure and competition among all ideas within our political discourse. Now, as it currently stands, our marketplace has been distorted to resemble a dome-like shape in which discourse is driven to the extremes of each side. Instead, we propose bending the dome shape of our marketplace into a bowl shape, encouraging people to seek common ground and creating space for productive conversation among ideological foes and compatriots alike. By leveling the playing field through tweaks to both the supply and demand side, we can create a marketplace of ideas where fairness and civility are rewarded and extremism is discouraged. On the demand side, we can we can invest in civics education and initiatives that teach children critical reading, listening, and thinking skills, like how to spot disinformation on social media. Adults, too, can lose awareness of how their buttons are being pushed by sophisticated propagandists. So, as our founders recognized, our democracy requires an educated citizenry. However, the demands of our modern media environment require our education system to grow and adapt accordingly. So we could borrow from the playbook of other countries like Finland and the Baltic states, who have developed a robust civil defense against insidious disinformation campaigns emanating from neighboring Russia. So we can even motivate public awareness and engagement through playful, competitive, and financial incentives to reward people for knowing basic civics and following factual, unbiased news and information sources. And we should encourage participation in non-political areas of life, such as sports, hobbies, recreation, civics projects, and family activities to reinforce the common bonds between us. Solutions arise on the supply side as well. In a traditional public square, each speaker's identity is known and thereby can be held accountable for their speech. But on social media, phony accounts and troll farms can spread lies, disinformation, and distorted narratives without consequence. So a solution may be found in modern technologies for digital identity tools, which can ensure that every social media account is held by a unique, real human being. Congressman Bill Foster's Improving Digital Identity Act of 2020-21, of which I'm a proud co-sponsor, advances associations' frameworks and standards and promotes adoption of privacy-preserving digital identity technologies. This is a complicated issue, but I think it's worth giving great thought to. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by the chaplain, as Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Almighty and powerful God, our Creator and Defender, we call upon you this day to speak into the whirlwind of the life-threatening storm, surge, and catastrophic winds that now bombard the Florida Peninsula and have left behind unfathomable destruction in Cuba. As Hurricane Ian rages, those who are caught in its ravages are filled with dread. Their personal calamity is its own whirlwind around them. In their distress and anguish, they and we on their behalf pray to you for their safety and refuge. For you alone have the power with but a word to cause the tempest to still and the wind and waves to be hushed. So speak your word. Shine your light into the darkness of these days. And listen to these fervent prayers. Deliver the thousands of evacuees from their plight. Lead them to find shelter in you from all that threatens them this day. And for all the National Guardsmen, first responders, and those who will provide security and offer assistance for yet another natural disaster, we pray for their strength and fortitude. Use them to bring your hope to those who cannot see their way through the destruction of their homes and their lives. In your sovereign and saving name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Would you please join me to honor this great country? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to Clause 4 of Rule 1, the following enrolled bill was signed by the Speaker Pro Tem Raskin on Tuesday, September 27, 2022.
Senate 2293, a bill to amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act to provide certain employment rights to reservists of the Federal Emergency Management Agency and for other purposes.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Hurricane Ian barrels towards the Florida coast, residents are boarding up their homes, packing up their families, and rushing to evacuate. Across the state, FEMA is unloading barrels of fuel from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve on evacuation routes to help those leaving to fuel up. That is the correct intent of our Strategic Petroleum Reserves, to help people in the event of a severe weather event or other disaster. But there's reason to be concerned now that this SPR, as it's known, is now at its lowest point since 1984 because of President Biden's policy. For nearly 2 years, he's been halting leases for domestic oil and gas production, pausing pipeline development, and launched a regulatory assault on U.S. energy development and financing, all while releasing our strategic reserves in order to combat rising prices, thinking that amount is really going to do so. And they've been shipped overseas in some cases. This is unconscionable. We're in the middle of a hurricane season. What will we do when our reserves are eventually depleted and people are actually stranded? In my district in Northern California, we don't have hurricanes, but we're all familiar with other natural disasters. Each summer, residents are forced to flee due to catastrophic wildfire. And this winter, they're even trapped in their home due to snowstorms without electricity. We need plentiful electricity, natural gas and oil. It's a matter of life and death for many. SPR needs to be used
Gentleman's
properly.
time has
I yield back.
expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
How does this work, guys? Can I turn this down a little bit? Oh, okay. Thanks. On December 2nd, 1982, the medical team from the University of Utah successfully implanted the first permanent artificial heart in the world. 40 years later, Utah remains a trailblazer in healthcare innovation. Over the past 2 years, I've had the pleasure of visiting many Utah businesses at the forefront of the healthcare industry. Ortho Development Corporation, Zender, Canyon Labs, and Ultradent are among the leading global biotech firms that call Utah home. BioHive, a collaboration of 1,100 companies representing Utah's life science and healthcare innovative ecosystem, is the driving force behind the Beehive State's success. Additionally, bioscience industries in Utah support 130,000 local jobs, accounts for 8% of GDP, and produces hundreds of patents for life-saving medical devices. Behind these extraordinary accomplishments are the pioneer spirit, grit, and kindness of Utahns. I am proud to represent the state, our state, and know that we'll continue to lead the nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor one of America's first radio stations, WJAG-AM, licensed to Norfolk, Nebraska. It is celebrating 100 years this year. In 1922, radio pioneer Gene Hughes established WJAG as one of the first radio stations west of the Mississippi River. The station became and remains an important part of everyday life for Nebraskans. Gene Hughes realized that most people did not own a radio, so he printed instructions in his local newspaper on how to build one. Many more went to the movie theater or the fire station to hear play-by-play of the World Series, dance to music, and receive ag news. Today, his grandson, Bill Hughes, continues the tradition of service. WJAG has been owned by the same family since its start in 1922, and the station is an American original. On behalf of the 1st District of Nebraska, I want to congratulate WJAG on 100 years of service and wish those at the station another 100 years of success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that Representative Flug be removed as co-sponsor from H.R. 8446.
Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S4900.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4900, an act to reauthorize the SBIR and the STTR programs and pilot programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Luke Meyer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of S4900, the SBIR and STTR Extension Act of 2022. Let me begin by thanking Ranking Member Luke Meyer and my colleagues on the Senate Small Business Committee and the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology for their work on this legislation. I especially want to thank Chairwoman Bernice Johnson, who is retiring at the end of this Congress. Her knowledge and expertise of the programs were pivotal to these negotiations. Today's bill extends the SBIR and STTR programs and 6 related pilot programs for 3 years. Reauthorizing them is vital to thousands of small businesses and research institutions that partner with 11 agencies to develop solutions to some of our country's most difficult challenges. Since their founding 40 years ago, SBIR and STTR have launched some of our nation's most innovative enterprises and products that have become household names. Companies like iRobot, Sonicare electric toothbrushes, 23andMe, LASIK eye surgery, and Qualcomm wireless communications all got their start through SBIR, STTR. And more innovative technology is on the way. In FY 2021 alone, federal agencies leveraged nearly $4 billion in awards to back 4,000 small businesses and nearly 7,000 projects. Awardees are leading the way in our efforts to fight climate change, modernize manufacturing, and create breakthroughs in life-saving medical technologies. S4900 gives them the ability to continue their work and lead America's innovation by providing stability to both the small businesses and agencies for the next 3 years. It builds on efforts to strengthen federal research, security through due diligence reviews to prevent malign foreign countries from stealing technologies developed through SBIR and STTR. It also establishes higher benchmarks for more experienced firms to commercialize their technologies and includes various studies and more detailed reporting to increase oversight and inform future program changes. Unfortunately, S4900 does not include everything we wanted to accomplish during this reauthorization, but I remain committed to coming together again in the future to have those conversations. Our months-long bipartisan and bicameral negotiations will avoid a devastating lapse and protect thousands of jobs. Today, we are here considering a hard-fought compromise to reauthorize the SBIR and STTR programs. I urge members to vote yes and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. And
Gentleman is recognized.
And rise in support of Senate Bill or S4900, the SBIR STTR Extension Act of 2022. The Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer, or SBIR and STTR programs, are vital to the success of many small entities and have helped create thousands of new jobs by fostering innovation and stimulating the economy through cutting-edge research. SBIR and STTR's mission is to support scientific excellence and technological innovation for small businesses. For the last 40 years, these programs have helped firms develop new technologies that have directly assisted federal agencies and helped meet their R&D needs. The American warfighter is no doubt stronger due to these programs. However, a recent Department of Defense report revealed foreign adversaries have been exploiting the SBIR through shell companies, planted government researchers, and state-sponsored talent programs. The report found that the People's Republic of China has become a large beneficiary of SBIR and STTR. This is unacceptable, and the status quo must not continue, Mr. Speaker. The programs must have heightened awareness and protections in place to prevent nefarious abuse. This legislation, crafted over months of negotiations, provides significant reforms to combat malign foreign influence and protect our small businesses from Chinese acquisition of innovation technologies. Specifically, this bill mandates that agencies establish strong due diligence safeguards to assess security risks and prevent influence from bad actors. It requires companies to disclose any business ties, investments, and contracts with China, and gives agencies the authority to deny any application of certain relationships that are deemed a risk to national security. In addition to safeguarding small businesses from China, this bill curbs abuse by multiple award winners, or SBIR mills. Mills are firms that consume a disproportionate number of awards but have low commercialization rates. These mills will have to meet an enhanced performance standard in order to apply for new awards. These benchmarks will hold mills accountable and ensure that the programs are focusing on commercializing projects and attracting more private capital investment. Finally, S 4900 strengthens congressional oversight, increases public transparency, and safeguards taxpayer dollars during a time where government overreach has run rampant and transparency has been limited. These reforms are a win for small businesses and will protect U.S. R&D and innovative technologies. I'd like to thank Chairwoman Velasquez, Ranking Member Lucas, Chairwoman Bernice Johnson, as well as Senators Cardin, Paul, and Ernst for working in a bipartisan manner to ensure these programs are reauthorized before the end of the month. I encourage all my colleagues to support S 4900, which unanimously passed the Senate last week. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman, Mr. Lukermeyer, reserves, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, the chairwoman of the Science, Space, and Technology Subcommittee on Research and Technology.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S 4900, the SBIR and STTR Extension Act of 2022. This is an exciting and thrilling day, and we couldn't push with more urgency to pass this legislation. The Small Business Innovation Research Program, the SBIR, is well known for its tagline of, quote, America's Seed Fund, as it inspires small businesses across the country to transform their ideas into marketable products and services. On behalf of Chairwoman Johnson, I'd like to thank the Chairwoman for the Small Business Committee for bringing us here to this moment. Of course, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle for joining us in a bipartisan action to improve America's competitiveness. The National Science Foundation piloted the SBIR program in the 1970s at the urging of members who recognized that investments in small business innovation benefits our nation as a whole and creates jobs. Due to its success, Congress made it a government-wide program. Decades later, SBIR has given back to the taxpayer in immeasurable ways. It has been so successful that the SBIR model has been replicated in 17 countries. Since coming to Congress myself, I devote Mondays to visiting manufacturers or businesses in my district in what I call Manufacturing Mondays, which showcases southeastern Michigan's innovation economy and our workforce. I have seen the powerful impact of the SBIR program firsthand in these visits. And previous to coming to Congress, I helped companies and small business innovators apply for these grants. Last December, I had the privilege of visiting the team at GeoFabrica, an additive manufacturing technology development company in Auburn Hills, Michigan, to hear about their exciting DoD-funded SBIR work. Their CEO shared something that struck a chord. He said, quote, GeoFabrica would not have undertaken a fraction of its technology development if it were not for the SBIR and STTR programs. Think about that, my friends. These programs make discovery possible for small businesses, some beginning at the university level and some that are small businesses in their infancy stage. Over the past 5 years, the SBIR program has awarded small businesses in Michigan more than $348 million in funding for R&D. This has led to incredibly exciting discoveries and inventions in Michigan, from the development of a handheld technology that enables farmers to accurately detect nitrates in their own fields to save farmers money while also protecting our freshwater systems from toxic algae blooms, to the testing of new ligand for PET imaging of the brain during clinical trials for new memory disorder drugs. This is all coming from this program we are going to reauthorize today. The last comprehensive reauthorization for the SBIR program was 11 years ago. We have opted or just continued to extend the program like we did in 2016, leaving powerful opportunities to strengthen SBIR out of the conversation. My, how the times have changed. I began in this Congress ready to work on updating SBIR in order to support our entrepreneurs, our job creators, and the place that I am so privileged to call home and represent, Oakland County, Michigan, the home of Automation Alley. Congressman and Dr. Jim Baird and myself ushered in H.R. 4033, a smart and effective way to make improvements to SBIR. Unfortunately, our bill was not passed by the Senate, and it is not the complete legislation before us today. So even as we provide much needed stability to the program with today's vote, we still have work to do. One of my own priorities is to expand program outreach to enable agencies to reach more first-time entrepreneurs, particularly those who are Black, Hispanic, Indigenous, and female entrepreneurs, people innovating in their home and alongside their family, particularly during these disruptive times of the COVID-19 pandemic. All of these individuals have innovations in businesses that have been long underfunded. I also hope to see enhanced support for technology commercialization within the program, including through additional technical support to businesses and by providing agencies a wider range of funding tools to meet our unique needs. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I call on my colleagues to join me in passing S 4900 today for SBIR reauthorization.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as may consume to Mr. Lucas, the distinguished gentleman from Oklahoma, the Republican leader of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee.
The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is recognized.
I want to say thank you to my friend for yielding me this time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of SBIR and STTR Extension Act. This bill is extremely timely as the authorizations for these programs expire in just a few days. I'm pleased that the bill we're considering today represents a bipartisan, bicameral agreement that provides both small businesses and agencies clarity by reauthorizing the programs for another 3 years. The SBIR and STTR programs play an important role in our innovation economy. Through these programs, research agencies provide opportunities to small business who are then able to leverage private sector funding to propel research forward. The programs incentivize economic growth in 2 ways. They support entrepreneurship and job creation at small businesses across the country. They also support high-risk research to drive breakthrough technologies that make America more competitive. These programs are a notable example of how public-private partnerships can provide value and stimulate innovation. Importantly, this reauthorization includes several reforms to the programs that are priorities for Republican members, including protecting our research enterprise, bolstering transparency and oversight, and focusing on successful commercialization. I'm pleased that this reauthorization includes strong due diligence measures that each agency with an SBIR or STTR program must enforce. These safeguards build on the bipartisan research security framework that the Science Committee has championed. Additionally, an increased focus on transparency and oversight of the programs will bolster public transparency, safeguard taxpayer dollars, and provide more opportunities to new small business applicants. I'd like to thank my colleagues on the House Small Business Committee for working with me to reach this bipartisan agreement. And in particular, thank you to Ranking Member Luptemeyer for his leadership throughout the process. And as always, many thanks to my chairwoman, Eddie Bernice Johnson, for her tireless work to ensure that the Science Committee remains a bipartisan, productive committee focused on legislating. The SBIR and STTR programs are vital to our research enterprise, especially as we strive to maintain American leadership in technology. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today also in support of S 4900, the SBIR and STTR Extension Act of 2022. This bipartisan legislation is both timely and necessary to ensure that our nation remains on the forefront of innovation, research, and development for the products and technologies of our future. As an entrepreneur myself, by trade and with experience scaling several businesses in Pennsylvania, I know personally just how important that seed funding can be to a business's success and to the potential to get to its products to the shelves. The Small Business Innovation Research and Technology Transfer Programs, otherwise known as American Seed Funds, offer competitive federal awards to small firms in order to tackle the 21st century problems and needs. Simply put, funds from these programs move innovative technologies from concept to marketplace or from the lab to our government programs and systems. Despite the overwhelming success of these programs, there is one major problem that we have in Congress that we all must address, and that's why we're standing here today. The SBIR and STTR programs are set to expire in just 2 short days unless we come together and pass this bill and send it to the President's desk. The consequences of a program lapse would be so devastating on many, many fronts. For instance, the Department of Defense has shared that failure to reauthorize this program will result in approximately 1,200 warfighting needs not being addressed. Not to mention that these programs are remarkable taxpayer investments, returning $22 to the economy for every $1 spent on projects of the DoD. I have been proud to work with my colleagues across the Small Business and the Armed Service Committees to lead this effort to extend the authorization of these critical programs. Indeed, in June, I successfully offered a bipartisan amendment to prevent a harmful program lapse in our annual defense bill. As the defense bill is unfortunately still pending in the Senate, I thank Senators Cardin and Ernst for their sponsorship of this important legislation, which will reauthorize the SBIR and STTR programs for an additional 3 years. Furthermore, this legislation adds measures aimed at commercializing projects and expanding federal research security to protect against technology by theft. I thank the leadership and I yield back. Timing is of the essence, and I urge my colleagues to support. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as she may consume to Mrs. Kim from California, a valuable member on the Small Business Committee and a strong advocate for entrepreneurs.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Luckmeyer, for yielding. I rise in strong support of SBIR and STTR Extension Act of 2022. This bipartisan legislation reauthorizes the Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer programs for 3 years and implements several reforms to strengthen the programs for years to come. This bill safeguards taxpayer dollars by ensuring that we increase the rate of successful commercialization, prohibits our adversaries from reaping the benefits of our SBIR and STTR investments, and encourages the rapid development of emerging technologies that are vital for our national security. In addition, this legislation will allow Department of Defense to adopt the successful open topic solicitation process pioneered by Air Force. The open topic solicitation will attract new small businesses into the SBIR program, accelerate the development of emerging technologies, broaden program access to young startups, and increase the potential for commercial impact. The SBIR and STTR programs are important tools for small businesses to research, develop, and commercialize innovative technologies and help create good-paying jobs. As we all know, the CCP is taking concerted steps to bridge the innovation gap with the United States and knock us down as the world leader in innovation. We must never relent our country's position as the leading innovator and creator of emerging technologies. I want to thank our ranking member, Luckmeyer and Lucas, and Chairwoman Velasquez and Johnson for your leadership in bringing a successful bicameral negotiation to reauthorize SBIR and STTR programs. And I urge my colleagues to support this underlying legislation and continue our country's support for our small businesses and innovation. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Fitzgerald from Wisconsin, a very valuable and experienced member on our Small Business Committee and another strong advocate for the entrepreneurs of our country.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the ranking member for yielding. I rise in support of S4900, which would reauthorize the Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer programs. In addition to extending the SBIR and STTR programs for 3 years, this bill contains several important provisions that safeguard our government and its research from foreign entities and enhance benchmarks for those companies that have received multiple awards. Since 1992, SBIR, STTR programs have helped promote public-private partnership and small business innovation by requiring agencies with sizable R&D needs to set aside a portion of their budget for small business participation. As many of the speakers said before me, the return on investment has been nothing short of impressive. In the Department of Defense alone, between 1995 and 2018, the SBIR and the STTR programs resulted in $28 billion in new product sales to the U.S. military, $347 billion in total economic output, and the creation of more than 1.5 million jobs. But with this amount of participation comes the likelihood of influence and fraud within the program. And this was evident in the DoD report that found China was using some shell companies and its 1,000 Talents program to profit off federally funded research programs like these two we're talking about here this afternoon. Having been part of the negotiating process during my time as a conferee for the Competes and the USICA bill, the issue of combating foreign influence was certainly top of mind. I'm pleased that both sides were able to come to an agreement and understand the importance of safeguarding much of this research. Not only will this bill require companies to apply for SBIR and STTR awards to disclose any ties to China, but will also require federal agencies to bolster their due diligence, to increase the efforts to ensure our intellectual property is fully protected. And most importantly, the bill also requires DOT to establish an open topic solicitation, allowing small businesses the opportunity to showcase how their innovations can be beneficial to the actual warfighter. The GAO believes this will be more efficiently laid out and planned, and that new companies can be bolstered with this small business innovation. So I would urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentlewoman from New York reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to one of our newest members, Mr. Flood from Nebraska, who has joined the committee and is doing a fantastic job representing his small businesses and another strong advocate for the entrepreneurs of our country.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise to support the SBIR and STTR Extension Act of 2022. I want to thank Chairwoman Velasquez and Ranking Member Lukemeyer for their work on this in a bipartisan fashion. Also want to thank Senators Ernst and Cardin who have done what they've done for this legislation, and I'm pleased that this bill has been brought to the floor in an expedited fashion. The Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer Extension Act is an important piece of legislation, and the changes this bill brings to these programs are urgently needed. For those that are not familiar, the Small Business Innovation Research Program was created in 1982 The program was intended to spur American innovation and harness ingenuity by increasing small business engagement in federally funded research and development. But more recently, however, the Chinese government has been manipulating this program. A report from the Department of Defense in April 2021 revealed some of the tactics China has used to this end. The DoD revealed instances where companies were created, received SBIR grants, and then the founders mysteriously dissolved the company. Upon further investigation, it became clear that these companies were either recruited to China or were formed with the intent of returning to China from the start. Either way, the result was the same. The American taxpayers funded projects that were stolen by the Chinese government. This was simply an unacceptable status quo. This bill fixes those problems. It implements strong safeguards against the influence of China or other foreign actors and creates new reporting requirements for these programs that will ensure taxpayer dollars are properly used. This bill also brings the SBIR back to its original purpose to spur innovation and unlock the ingenuity of American small businesses. With these changes to the program, we can make sure the SBIR and STTR are stronger and more accessible for entrepreneurs in Nebraska and across the country. I urge a yes vote. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The SBIR and STTR Extension Act of 2022 will reauthorize the program for 3 years and addresses congressional concerns by establishing research security measures, increasing transparency and oversight, and focusing on commercialization. I think as you've heard the speakers this afternoon, in my mind, we've got two big problems that we're solving here. Besides the extension of these programs, which I think are important to the national defense of our country for one thing, but I think it also helps spur entrepreneurial and investment in technology that I think is vital to our country. But we stopped the use of some of these programs as ATMs for different companies, and I think we also put a stop to the Chinese abuse of these programs as well. I think that's the two highlights, I think, that are really important in these programs. They've done a good job of putting protections in place. I think that strengthen these protections as well as protect the R&D and protect our taxpayer dollars, make sure they are being spent effectively and efficiently. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support S4900 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri yields back. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the U.S. has the most dynamic small business ecosystem on the planet, and this 3-year extension ensures that our country remains one of the most innovative in the world. SBIR and STTR are essential components of that global competitiveness. They give small businesses a role in developing groundbreaking technologies that make our lives better in a variety of ways. This program boosts American security, innovation, and entrepreneurship. That is why we must act today to extend them and ensure our country continues to reap these benefits into the future. Stakeholders, from individual small business owners to research universities to the Department of Defense, have made it clear that even a temporary shutdown would be disastrous. Throughout these negotiations, we have not always seen eye to eye, but I'm thankful we all remain committed to keeping the programs open. We have come up with a compromise that provides stability for small businesses and the agencies they partner with, reduces the risk that foreign adversaries can steal U.S. technologies developed through SBIR and STTR, and preserves the competitive and merit-based strength of these programs. With that said, this is not the end, and there will be more work to do in the coming years. I pledge to continue to work to improve the programs. I will again like to thank my colleagues involved with reauthorization for all their work leading up to today, including the members of the Small Business Committee who participated in many hearings and briefings over the course of the past 2 years. I would also like to thank the staff on the House Committees on Small Business and Science, Space and Technology for their dedication and tireless work to get us to this point. Dalia Sokolov, Rebecca Callahan, Sarah Barber, Elizabeth Barzak, Catherine Johnson, Jen Wicker, Julia Legansky, Robert Yebor, Delia Barr, Ellen Harrington, and Kevin Wheeler, who has been living and breathing SBIR for most of her time on the Hill, including this year as she works around the clock, days, nights, and weekends. I sincerely thank each of you. And with that, I ask my colleagues to vote yes on the SBIR and STTR extension of Act of 2022 to provide stability and certainty to small firms and agencies alike. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4900? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. The motion reconsidered. Gentleman from Virginia.
Request a recorded vote, please.
Does the gentleman ask for the yeas?
I do.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on September 27, 2022 at 1:47 p.m. That the Senate passed Senate 4885, that the Senate agreed to relative to the death of the Honorable Robert Bob Charlie Kruger, former United States Senator and Representative for the state of Texas, Senate Resolution 796, that the Senate passed without amendment H.R. 7846. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 8956.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8956, a bill to amend Chapter 36 of Title 44, United States Code to improve the cybersecurity of the federal government and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure before us.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, is recognized.
I thank Representative Conley, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Government Operations, and Ranking Member Comer for working on this important bipartisan measure. A version of this bill passed the House earlier in this Congress. It has been improved after receiving technical assistance from the General Services Administration and through discussions with the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. The Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program Authorization Act would codify and improve the existing FedRAMP program in the General Services Administration. First established in 2011, FedRAMP is an important program that certifies cloud service providers who wish to offer services and products to the federal government. The FedRAMP certification process outlined in this bill is comprehensive, facilitates easier agency adoption, promotes agency reuse, and encourages savings. The FedRAMP process uses a risk-based approach to ensure the reliability of any cloud platform that hosts unclassified government data. One significant provision of this bill is the Federal Secure Cloud Advisory Committee. This committee would be tasked with key responsibilities, including providing technical expertise on cloud products and services and identifying ways to reduce cost associated with a FedRAMP certification. The Director of the Office of Management and Budget would be required to issue regulations on FedRAMP and would ensure that agencies are not using cloud service providers without authorization. This bill supports a critical effort to keep our nation's information secure in cloud environments. I urge all members to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If this bill sounds familiar to members, there's a good reason for that. Once again, the House of Representatives is debating a bipartisan bill to secure federal agency use of modern cloud computing services. However, this time we are doing it as H.R. 8956, the Federal Secure Cloud Improvement and Jobs Act, formerly named the FedRAMP Authorization Act. This was the first bill the House passed this Congress as H.R. 21 on January 5th of 2021. We also passed the same legislation as part of this year's House version of the National Defense Authorization Act. This is such an important issue that we are here again to send an improved bill back to the Senate for final passage. Cybersecurity and technology modernization are both vital issues to ensure this government runs efficiently, effectively, and safely. We need this legislation to address the continued onslaught of cyber attacks that have compromised both the private and public sectors' critical information systems. Cloud computing is an important innovation. It allows users to tap into extra resources to meet spikes in demand, like what agencies saw when trying to deliver COVID relief assistance. It also allows them to access modernized applications without the need for them to also invest in their own data storage equipment. While cloud computing is the norm in the private sector, we still need to encourage agencies to adopt this technology when it makes sense. But we also must ensure cloud computing services are secure. That's where the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program comes in. FedRAMP, run by the General Services Administration, is the main federal program focused on helping agencies procure secure cloud computing systems. It provides a consistent process to ensure agencies know a given cloud service meets federal cybersecurity standards. It also provides clarity for vendors so they understand the requirements to ensure their products are secure enough for federal agency use. Shifting to the cloud is more cost-effective, allows for better citizen services and mission-based solutions, and provides more responsive technology capabilities overall. These improved efficiencies have led to significant cost savings. At the end of fiscal year 2021, the GSA estimated that over the FedRAMP program's 10-year lifespan, it had helped agencies avoid $716 million in individual security review costs. So while agencies are not required to buy FedRAMP-approved services, it makes sense to encourage them to do so. After passing the earlier version, H.R. 21, the Senate also made changes that improved the bill we are considering today. Such updates include striking the unnecessary authorization of $20 million in appropriations and requiring better oversight of the industry costs associated with becoming FedRAMP certified. This will help ensure both small and large businesses can participate in the program. In addition, this version also seeks to identify and avoid bottlenecks that slow approval. It also takes steps to secure the software supply chain from threats by foreign bad actors, the likely source of the 2020 SolarWinds attack that targeted numerous private sector companies and federal agencies. Codifying this successful program into law is an important step towards encouraging federal agencies to take full advantage of this program and all the security benefits it offers. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the distinguished chairman of the Subcommittee on Government Operations and sponsor of this important bill, H.R. 8956, Representative Jerry Conley, for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized, Mr. Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend, the distinguished chairwoman of the committee, and I thank my friend, Mr. Comer, the distinguished ranking member. And with respect to his comments, I just say, hear, hear. He has succinctly explained both the process and the importance of this bill. This is the 6th time the House will have passed this bill in some form. The Senate has yet to ever consider it on the floor. And as Mr. Comer indicated, the time has now come for the Senate to accept a bill that's been worked out with the Senate in terms of language so that we can get this important piece of federal IT into law. This bill would create a statutory framework for the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program known as FedRAMP, originally established administratively back in 2011. This bill will codify FedRAMP and was the very first bill, as Mr. Comer indicated, to pass the House in the 117th Congress. It passed, I believe, unanimously. If once again passed, this will, as I said, be the, I believe, 6th time we've considered it here in the House of Representatives. FedRAMP is a standardized approach that brings our government in line with an increasingly digital world to continually certify and access security of cloud computing technologies used across the federal government. FedRAMP seeks to reduce the redundancies of federal cloud migration by creating a certified once, reused many times model for cloud products and services that provide cost-effective, risk-based approaches to cloud adoption. FedRAMP saw a 50% increase in agencies reusing authorized cloud products in 2020. This bill codifies FedRAMP and addresses many of the concerns raised by government and industry stakeholders in terms of both the time and cost associated with certification. The text reduces duplication of security assessments and other obstacles and creates a standard, the presumption of adequacy for cloud technologies that have already received FedRAMP certification, so companies aren't reinventing the wheel and spending millions of dollars they don't need to. I support strong cybersecurity frameworks that ensure whatever tool we use to support the infrastructure of our federal critical system is safe and secure, again, referenced by Mr. Comer. However, those who've already diligently passed scrupulous security assessments shouldn't have to start from scratch, and this bill addresses that. For more than 5 years, I've worked with administrations, Democratic and Republican, and leadership on both sides of the aisle, industry stakeholders, and my friends in the U.S. Senate to ensure the legislative text makes needed improvements to the FedRAMP program and gives the program flexibility to grow and adopt to myriad future changes. Since the coronavirus pandemic, the demand for cloud services has risen by 85%. Accordingly, FedRAMP use skyrocketed and enabled the government to continue working securely during the government's large-scale movement to telework. In the first 4 years of FedRAMP, the program had only authorized 20 cloud service offerings, but by 2021, it had authorized 240. Today, there are over 280 cloud service providers to the U.S. government participating in FedRAMP, and about 30% of FedRAMP authorized CSPs are small businesses. Over 180 agencies participate in FedRAMP and have initiated more than 3,000 agency reuses of authorized products. Today, the Agency Liaison Program, which provides FedRAMP authorization, education, and training, currently has 155 liaisons with 82 different federal government departments participating. Ultimately, this program strives to have at least one representative from each federal agency tied to the security authorization, who can communicate to key stakeholders about their agency's internal processes, as well as FedRAMP requirements. The bill supports a critical need to support multi-stakeholder communication and keep our nation's information secure in cloud environments. Enabling the efficient and secure procurement of cloud computing technology is an important part of federal IT modernization. Codifying FedRAMP into law is very important because right now it exists as an orphan only by an executive action. I want to thank the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Comer, for being a steadfast partner. I want to thank our chairwoman for her leadership, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
We have no further speakers. If the gentleman is ready, but then I'm ready to also close.
The gentlewoman from New York will reserve. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, protecting our public's valuable information is something we can all agree on. I hope we can continue to do our job and work together on improving the federal government's cybersecurity and adoption of modern technology. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 8956 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 8956? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ask for a recorded vote, please.
Does the gentleman ask for the yeas and nays?
Ask for the yeas and nays. Thank you.
Members, the yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8466, the Chai Sutamune Healthy Federal Workplace Act of 2022, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8466, a bill to require the head of each agency to establish a plan relating to the safety of federal employees and contractors physically present at certain work sites during a nationwide public health emergency declared for an infectious disease and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials on this bill, H.R. 8466.
Without objection?
Okay. Gentlewoman may proceed.
The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 8466, the Chai Sutamune Healthy Federal Workplaces Act of 2022, introduced by Government Operations Subcommittee Chair Conley. The bill would require that all federal agencies create detailed plans in preparation for a nationwide public health emergency declaration in response to an infectious disease to protect the health and safety of employees, contractors, and subcontractors. The plan must include protocols to ensure workers have access to protect equipment, clean facilities, limited workspace occupancy, and on-site testing, that they are notified about exposures, and that accommodations are available to high-risk individuals. Federal workers showed great resilience as the federal government adapted to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Living through the pandemic for more than 2 years should make it clear that we need to take precautions to prepare for the future, as COVID-19 is not the last public health emergency we are likely to face as a country, and government agencies need to be ready for that. The plans required under this legislation would protect workers and prevent the spread of disease. The agency must also prioritize in its plan the continuity of operations and government services through a public health emergency. The bill requires that safety protocols are clearly communicated to all employees and publicly posted. Holding agencies accountable for making these plans transparent to federal employees and the public will help make everyone feel safer and better informed. The bill also include strong oversight measures. Inspectors general at federal agencies would assess implementation of these plans and reports to Congress. The Government Accountability Office would conduct a study of the lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic that can be applied to improve agency plans and improve communication with employees throughout an emergency. I commend Chairman Conley for his forward-looking bill that would better prepare government agencies for future public health crises. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 8466. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized. Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to express sincere condolences to the family of Mr. Sudamanant. I appreciate the underlying intent of this legislation, to ensure the safety of federal workers. I also appreciate how this version of the bill has been improved from the prior versions the House has considered. Thankfully, there are no longer vaccine requirements for federal workers in the bill. And the bill is now future-looking, no longer tied specifically to the COVID-19 pandemic. Nevertheless, it makes sense to be prepared for any future public health emergencies. While the safety of the federal workers is important, so is mission accomplishment and customer service. In considering this new version, Oversight Committee Republicans ensured the plans this bill requires would be made through the lens of continuity of operations. That is, continuing to provide Americans the services they need regardless of the situation. I'm pleased to see my colleague, Representative Jody Heiss's amendment receive full support in the Oversight Committee last week and be incorporated into the bill we are considering today. H.R. 8466 now ensures that the next time America faces a public health emergency, federal agencies will be required to balance their workforce safety measures with plans to accomplish their missions while minimizing impacts to customer service. And agencies will be required to make these plans public for Inspector General review and congressional scrutiny. Americans who rely on federal agency services such as our veterans should never again be forgotten when their government sends its workforce home. I thank Mr. Conley for working with Mr. Heiss to improve the bill. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
To the distinguished chairman of the Subcommittee on Government Operations and sponsor of H.R. 8466, Representative Jerry Conley, for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized, Mr. Conley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the distinguished chairwoman of our committee, and I thank Mr. Comer, the ranking member, and Mr. Heiss, the ranking member of Government Operations Subcommittee, for their support and collaboration in an improved H.R. 8466, the Chai Sudamanant Healthy Federal Workplace Act of 2022. On May 26, 2020, Chai, a kitchen staff worker at a child care facility at the Marine Corps base in Quantico, Virginia, and my constituent, died from coronavirus-related complications. Chai was a loving father and husband and a proud naturalized American. Chai was known for his kindness and his patience. He had a unique handshake he shared with many of the kids at the child care facility where he worked. His death was a tragedy felt by so many. Confusion and uncertainty emerged as two of the largest contributing factors to Chai's death. The federal government didn't yet have any protocols in place, or guidance for that matter, intended to protect him and others. We're emerging from this pandemic, but new strains of infectious diseases and other potential health emergencies demand that the federal government prepare to adapt and continue operations and the mission across many challenges. Our government must embrace lessons learned from the pandemic, some of them learned through tragic losses such as Chai's. Federal agencies must place the health and safety of federal employees at the forefront of their plans and operations, while continuing to provide vital services to the public, ensuring continuity of operations. Since the beginning of the pandemic, our subcommittee has held 3 hearings focused on the future of federal work, which include prioritizing the health and safety of our workforce, Some simple truths emerged during these deliberations. One, our federal workforce is comprised of dedicated civil servants who didn't stop delivering mail, serving veterans, approving and distributing vaccines, and ensuring businesses received essential financial assistance. Two, the federal workforce needs agencies to invest in proper information technology, training, and protective equipment before another public health crisis occurs. And three, agencies need clearly communicated, publicly available policies and guidance that let their employees and the public know how to ensure a safe and healthy continuity of operations. Last year, this committee marked up a previous version of the bill that covered the COVID-19 pandemic. This new bill prepares the federal workforce, as the distinguished ranking member indicated, for the potential nationwide public health emergencies of tomorrow. The bill requires each federal agency to establish a plan to describe public health protocols, including not limited to testing, identification, notification of individuals who may have been exposed to the pathogen, cleaning occupancy limits, use of personal protective equipment, protections of employees whose work requires them to travel off-site, and ensuring the continuity of operations for the agency. The bill would also require each agency's Office of Inspector General to report on the extent each agency has in fact implemented the plan, and the Government Accountability Office to report on the lessons learned from the pandemic. This bill is endorsed by the American Federation of Government Employees, International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers, the National Active and Retired Federal Employees Association, the National Federation of Federal Employees, the National Treasury Employees Union, the Professional Managers Association, the Senior Executives Association, among many other organizations. Federal employees are a great asset for our nation. We must work to ensure their well-being and protection in difficult times such as these. I want to thank again the chairwoman, who was an original co-sponsor of this legislation, as well as my colleagues, especially Mr. Comer and Mr. Heiss, for making this a strong bipartisan effort. And I want to particularly salute Chai's widow, Christina, for her continued efforts in honoring her late husband's memory. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman from Kentucky has no further speakers, then I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important that federal agencies plan and prepare for future infectious disease outbreaks and do so in a transparent manner. This bill is much improved and now also focuses on maintaining federal agency services to the American people through a potential future public health emergency. Federal agencies exist to serve the American people. This is true during national public health emergencies also. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 8466 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is, members, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 8466 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman, for what purpose?
Yes, sir, thank you. I request the yeas and nays. Thank you.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 3470, the End Human Trafficking in Government Contracts Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3470, an act to provide for the implementation of certain trafficking and contracting provisions and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous information on S. 3470.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S-3470, the End Human Trafficking in Government Contracts Act. S-3470 was introduced by Senator Langford from Oklahoma and has passed the Senate by unanimous consent. The bill would require the head of an agency to make a referral for debarment of a federal contractor in response to an IG's verification that the company has engaged in any form of human trafficking, including labor and sex trafficking. Current law, the referral is merely an action that the agency head may consider. Putting stronger penalties on contractors creates stronger incentives for them to be vigilant about eliminating human trafficking from their business. This bill helps ensure that we use the U.S. government's enormous purchasing power to combat human trafficking. Under this bill, the Office of Management and Budget would also submit a report to Congress on federal government actions to end trafficking in federal contracts. Human trafficking is nothing short of modern-day slavery. It is estimated that human trafficking is a $150 billion global industry. It must be a priority to ensure that the U.S. is not contributing $1 to perpetuate human trafficking through federal contracts. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this straightforward legislation to further enforce zero tolerance for human trafficking in federal contracts. I reserve the balance of my time, but I ask unanimous consent to place in the record a statement by Mr. Conley in support of this bill.
The gentlewoman's request will be covered by General Leaf. The gentlewoman reserves.
Okay.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman, Mr. Comer from Kentucky, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The End Human Trafficking in Government Contracts Act ensures that federal agencies are not paying for or participating in human trafficking or human sex trafficking through grants or contracts. This is a particular concern for overseas contracts, in which some unscrupulous companies may take advantage of vulnerable third world country workers. Congress has acted before to address this problem, but unfortunately both the Government Accountability Office and the Department of Defense Inspector General have found that trafficking by contractors and grantees continues. So this bill moves to send a clear message. Trafficking will not be tolerated. Under current law, agencies are already required to refer allegations of human or sex trafficking to the Inspector General for investigation. If found to be true, that agency has a number of options to deal with the situation, but this bill requires all substantiated cases be reported to the agency's suspension official. In the contracting world, this is a serious business. After due process, a contractor could be prohibited from receiving future government contracts or other government benefits. This bill ensures all current or would-be grantees or contractors take all measures necessary to stop human or sex trafficking. Finally, the bill directs the Office of Management and Budget to report on enforcement of the laws so we in Congress can conduct the necessary oversight. I want to thank Senators James Langford and Joni Ernst for sending this important bill to the House for final passage in Congress today. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and for the President to sign S-3470 into law. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers on this bill, and if the gentleman from Kentucky is prepared to close, then I am also prepared to close.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. Not a single dime of taxpayer money should ever flow to anyone engaged in human or sex trafficking activities. This bill is an important step toward ensuring responsible stewardship of taxpayer money. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, combating sex trafficking by any means, in this case with using the power of our contracting system, is truly a bipartisan effort in this committee. I support this bill. I urge passage of S-3470 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York yields back. Members, the question is will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3470? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the votes by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S2551, the Artificial Intelligence Training for the Acquisition Workforce Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill. Is the gentlewoman calling the bill up without amendments?
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days
The
in which to
gentlewoman will
revise.
suspend.
What? What?
What purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S2551, the Artificial Intelligence Training.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2551, an act to require the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to establish or otherwise provide an artificial intelligence training program for the acquisition workforce and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials on S2551.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized. Ms. Maloney.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S2551, the Artificial Intelligence Training for the Acquisition Workforce, sponsored by Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee Chairman Peters and Ranking Member Portman. I am proud to have introduced the House companion to this bill with Ranking Member Comer. The AI Training Act would require the Office of Management and Budget, in coordination with the General Services Administration, to develop and implement an AI training program for federal workers whose jobs involve this technology, including acquisition and program management employees. The program would educate employees on the science underlying A1, introductory concepts, potential benefits of the technology, and future trends. Importantly, the program would also cover the risks posed by AI, including discrimination and risk to privacy, and would teach federal workers how to mitigate these risks. To ensure that all AI technology procured and employed by the U.S. government is reliable, safe, and trustworthy, it is critical that federal workers involved in procurement and management of this technology are well trained. AI tools have become essential in the global race to solve societal challenges, protect national security, and remain economically competitive. At the same time, the algorithms that drive AI systems present new challenges to oversight and accountability efforts. So we need proactive approaches to ensure transparency and governance that preserves privacy and civil liberties and protects the public interests. The training program would be updated at least every 2 years, ensuring it keeps up with the rapid evolution of this field. I want to thank Ranking Member Comer for joining me in advancing this legislation to require specialized federal workforce training in AI that will help ensure responsible acquisition and use of this technology that will have long-term benefits to the government. I urge my colleagues to support S2551, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized. Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is a term that applies to a wide variety of technologies. AI plays a role in applications that simplify our everyday lives by performing complex tasks. Navigation apps, online banking apps, spam filters, even asking Siri or Alexa who won the President's Cup in North Carolina this weekend. All employ various types of AI technology. The federal government also uses AI to improve government services and efficiency. While there are multiple executive orders and initiatives promoting the use of AI across the government, to date, there's not been a collective effort to train the federal workers who identify, buy, and manage AI capabilities. The National Security Commission on the Artificial Intelligence, established in the fiscal year 2019, NDAA, has called for the federal workforce to be better trained on AI. When you consider the technology race against nations like China, the stakes are very high. In fact, the Commission noted in its final report that the competition for government adoption of AI technologies will not be won by the side with the best technology. It will be won by the side with the best, most diverse, and tech-savvy talent. The AI Training for the Acquisition Workforce Act establishes a government-wide training program for federal workers responsible for AI program management and acquisition. This training will help ensure the consistent and safe procurement and use of AI products across the federal government. Those purchasing and using AI systems in federal agency missions and programs need to understand the limits of the technology's capabilities and the risks posed by potential misuse. The American taxpayers deserve nothing less. I appreciate Chairwoman Maloney working with me on the House companion bill for this legislation. I'm pleased to be an original co-sponsor, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Mr. Comer. Gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers on this side, and if the gentleman is prepared to close, then we are also prepared to close.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers.
All right, the gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. AI is proving to be a game-changing technology for nearly every sector of our economy. For instance, AI helps farmers efficiently grow crops, scientists develop new materials, and weather forecasters predict hurricanes more accurately. And in the federal government, the Social Security Administration uses AI to determine benefit claims. The AI Training for the Acquisition Workforce Act is an important bill that will be invaluable to the federal approach to artificial intelligence. I once again encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend and colleague, Mr. Comer, for his help and assistance on this bill. We worked on it together. I urge passage of 2551 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2551? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6967, the Chance to Compete Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6967, a bill to implement merit-based reforms to the civil service hiring system that replace degree-based hiring with skills and competency-based hiring and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials on H.R. 6967.
Without objection. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6967, the Chance to Compete Act. The bipartisan Chance to Compete Act was introduced by Representative Heiss, along with Representative Khanna, Fox, and Mfume. Representative Mace and Subcommittee Chairman Conley later joined the bill as well. This bill aims to make evaluations more useful in assessing the skills of candidates for federal positions and alleviate inefficiencies that have long hindered the hiring process. The bill turns away from the current reliance on self-assessment and attainment of an educational degree to determine candidate qualifications in the federal hiring process. Instead, subject matter experts and agencies would design assessments that test knowledge specific to a position for which the agency is hiring. This overhaul to the assessment method would better match qualified applicants with positions and expand employment opportunities to candidates with more diverse professional and educational backgrounds. The Chance to Compete Act aligns with the Office of Personnel Management's guidance released in May to facilitate an executive order to modernize the process of assessing and hiring federal job candidates. Establishing hiring methods that are more skills-based will improve agency managers' ability to hire people who possess the knowledge and experience to do the job and to hire from a wider array of qualified applicants. The bill also directs the Office of Personnel Management to create an online platform for sharing candidate assessments between agencies and maintain a portal for hiring managers to find candidates who have already demonstrated their qualifications for certain positions but were not hired. Under this legislation, agencies may assemble talent teams to support their assessment of job candidates and the hiring process. The OMP director would be required to submit annual progress reports to Congress on the use of skills-based assessments. After 5 years, the Government Accountability Office would conduct a study of the implementation of the federal job assessment reforms and their impact on the federal hiring process. This bill streamlines the hiring process for federal agencies and shortens the time it takes to bring new, well-qualified employees on board. The Senate companion to this bill, introduced by Senator Sinema, also enjoys bipartisan support. I want to thank Representative Heiss for his leadership in introducing this bill. That is the result of constructive collaboration by several members of our committee from both sides of the aisle. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman, Mr. Comer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congress is charged with overseeing the general management and operations of government agencies. For the success of each federal program, we must have a competent and skilled workforce to deliver services to the American people, defend our nation, and execute the laws passed by Congress. However, agencies currently lack the tools to identify and hire the best candidates to fill the broad types of job positions supporting the federal government's various missions and programs. The problem is that hiring for the Federal Civil Service has over-relied on the paper credentials and self-administered job proficiency assessments of candidates. The Chance to Compete Act ensures agencies use objective, skills-based assessments to evaluate job candidates. The private sector already uses such structured interviews, knowledge tests, and writing samples for the hiring process. It's time for the federal government to do so as well. Agencies should be able to hire professionals that can do the work, and there are many ways to build the right kind of professional expertise. H.R. 6967 represents one of those rare bipartisan legislative reforms that targets a specific problem, implements tested solutions, and reflects private sector best practices. The bill codifies and improves upon policy initiatives begun in the Trump administration, which the Biden administration is continuing to implement. I want to thank the House Oversight Committee Chairwoman, Carolyn Maloney, and Government Operations Subcommittee Chairman Jerry Conley for working diligently with the bill's co-sponsor, Congressman Jody Heiss, to strengthen this bipartisan bill. I'd also like to thank Representatives Ro Khanna, Virginia Fox, and Representative Mfume for their support. We hope that our Senate colleagues can rapidly advance this important legislation so it can be signed into law this year. I urge my colleagues to support this smart reform bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on our side, we have no further speakers.
The gentlewoman
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentleman from Georgia, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Government Operations, Mr. Jody Heiss, 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the support and comments both from Ranking Member Comer and Chairwoman Maloney. I appreciate that a great deal. The concept of this bill is quite simple. It allows us to hire applicants for federal positions based on whether or not they have the skills for the job. It's really that simple. Too frequently, the hiring process is based on whether or not someone has a degree, whether or not that degree has anything to do with the specific position or not. Currently, hiring managers also have to rely on self-assessments that are filled out by applicants to determine their strengths and weaknesses. Not surprisingly, those assessments also are likely not to work. So this Chance to Compete Act simply allows agencies to develop appropriate skills that are based on examinations so that the applicants show what they can do. Federal supervisors have said for a long time that their top concern is getting a pool of quality candidates to do the job, and this bill addresses that problem head on. It'll facilitate agencies sharing information about candidates who have passed assessments, which will make the hiring process more efficient across the government, saving both time and money. It also creates teams of subject matter experts to help agencies create assessments that are geared for the job. This builds off what was started in the Trump administration, and I likewise want to express my thanks to Representatives Khanna and Representatives Fox and Fume and Mace, as well as for their co-sponsorship, as well as Chairman Conley, my colleague from the Government Operations Subcommittee. This is good policy. It'll help America's government work more efficiently, and I urge my colleagues to support this smart reform bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman reserves.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman from Kentucky has no further speakers, then I am prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a common sense bill aimed at hiring the applicants for federal positions based on whether they have the relevant skills to do the job. The American people deserve nothing less from their federal government. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 6967 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields the balance of her time. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6967 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the votes by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing. Until counted, a sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 6267.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6267, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 15 Chestnut Street in Suffern, New York as the Sergeant Gerald T. Gerald Donnelly Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks. And include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support today of H.R. 6267, authored by my good friend and colleague from the great state of New York. And this bill would designate the facility of the United States Postal Service, located at 15 Chestnut Street in Suffern, New York, as the Sergeant Gerald Jerry Donellan Post Office. Sergeant Donellan was born on December 18, 1946, in Nyack, New York, as the youngest of 5 children. He graduated from Albertus Magnus High School and went on to major in English at Rockland Community College and Texas A&M University. During the height of the Vietnam War, Sergeant Donellan was drafted into the Army and began his basic training at Fort Gordon in Georgia. After several months, he was deployed to Vietnam. On the front line, Sergeant Donellan sustained life-threatening injuries after an enemy grenade exploded in front of him. While in recovery at Valley Forge, he received the Purple Heart. After recovery, Sergeant Donellan worked in the Veterans Agency Office of Rockland County as Commissioner of Veterans Affairs until his retirement in January of 2018. During his tenure, he created the local chapter 333 of the Veterans of America, started a Veterans Health Clinic, helped create Camp Shanks Museum in Orangetown, established the Rockland County Buffalo Soldiers Award to recognize the contributions of African American veterans, and established the Rockland County Public Service Medal to honor those who served in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and in the global war on terror. I urge my colleagues to join me in honoring Sergeant Donellan, a Purple Heart recipient, by naming the post office after him, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 6267, which honors Gerald T. Donellan. Mr. Donellan served in the U.S. Army during the Vietnam War, rising to the rank of sergeant and receiving 3 Purple Hearts. After the war, his service to his country and community continued for his entire life. He served as Commissioner of Veterans Affairs in Rockland County, New York for 30 years and was responsible for starting a Veterans Health Clinic in the county. He leaves a legacy of other noteworthy accomplishment. He established a local chapter of the Vietnam Veterans of America. He helped create the Camp Shanks Museum, commemorating the military facility that served as the largest point of embarkation for soldiers headed for the front lines in North Africa and Europe during World War II. He also established the Rockland County Buffalo Soldiers Award to recognize the contribution of African American veterans. He helped start the Memorial Day Watchfires in 1987 as an alternative to a parade for Vietnam veterans. And he established the Rockland County Public Service Medal to honor those who served in Afghanistan, Iraq, and in the global war on terror. Gerald T. Donellan was a true patriot who committed his life to the United States, her veterans, and his local community. And I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the distinguished Vice Chair of the Committee on Judiciary, Subcommittee on Courts, Intellectual Property, and the Internet Representative, Mondaire Jones, for as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 6267, to designate the post office located at 15 Chestnut Street in Suffern, New York, as the Sergeant Gerald T. Jerry Donellan Post Office. I am humbled to honor the late Sergeant Jerry Donellan, whose memory brings great pride to all of us in New York's 17th Congressional District. Mr. Donellan was a Valley Cottage native and a 3-time Purple Heart recipient who served in Vietnam as a U.S. Army sergeant. During an ambush, he was wounded and lost his lower right leg to a grenade. He underwent countless surgeries and extensive physical therapy before returning home to Rockland County in 1970. Against all odds, Mr. Donnellan persevered. He learned to walk again alongside his newborn son. He even pursued his passion for theater and built a successful career as a stage manager for nearly 2 decades, including for Frank Sinatra. But he never lost his love for public service. In 1986, when he learned of high rates of service member and veteran suicides, Mr. Donnellan was moved. He became a veterans counselor at Rockland County's Veterans Agency Office. And in 1992, he was appointed Rockland County's Commissioner of Veterans Affairs. During his tenure, Sergeant Donnellan created Local Chapter 333 of the Vietnam Veterans of America and started a veterans health clinic. He helped create Camp Shanks Museum in the town of Orangetown and established the Rockland County Buffalo Soldiers Award to recognize the contributions of Black veterans. He helped to start the Memorial Day Watchfires in 1987, the year I was born, and established the Rockland County Public Service Medal to honor those who served in Afghanistan and Iraq. Sergeant Donnellan never relented in his advocacy for our veterans and their families. He embodied selflessness as a soldier and a civilian, treating every veteran and every person with the respect and dignity they deserve. Today, we honor Sergeant Donnellan's life and his legacy. His commitment to serving our country and our fellow Americans should inspire us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman, Mr. Jones from New York, yields back. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York.
I likewise am prepared to close, and if the gentleman has no further speakers, I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I want to commend my colleague and friend Mondaire Jones for his leadership on this bill and so many other areas here in our Congress. He certainly deserves this name changing for the post office there. So I urge passage of 6267 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6267? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion is reconsidered and laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 6080.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6080, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 5420 Kavanaugh Boulevard in Little Rock, Arkansas, as the Ronald A. Robinson Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection?
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6080 to designate the facility of the U.S. Postal Service located at 5420 Kavanaugh Boulevard in Little Rock, Arkansas, as the Ronald A. Robinson Post Office. Mr. Robinson was a graduate of the University of Arkansas at Fayetteville, where he earned a bachelor's degree in journalism. He went on to study public relations at Boston University's Graduate School of Public Communications. He served in the U.S. Air Force as a captain and was awarded a Bronze Star in Vietnam. He also received the Air Force Commendation Medal in 1969 for his support of the Apollo 11 mission to the moon. Mr. Robinson in 1970 joined the marketing and communications firm Cranford Johnson Robinson Woods. After 26 years, he retired from the firm as its chief executive officer. During his tenure, the firm became the largest advertising agency in Arkansas, with notable business and political clients. In 1993, he was appointed to the U.S. Postal Service Citizens Stamp Advisory Committee by the U.S. Postmaster General. In 2005, Mr. Robinson was named chairman of that committee. During his 15 years serving on the committee, Mr. Robinson was involved in the creation and production of more than 1,750 postage stamp issues. He used his influence to highlight Arkansas in several of the newly issued postage stamps. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring Mr. Robinson by naming a post office in Little Rock, Arkansas after him, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6080, which honors Ronald A. Robinson. We name many post offices for a variety of reasons around here, but the one we are considering now is notable in that it reflects Mr. Robinson's lifelong interest in and support of postal matters. Specifically, Mr. Robinson was an avid stamp collector, but this was not just a hobby. In fact, between 1993 and 2008, he served on the Postal Service's Citizen Stamp Advisory Committee, a body appointed by the Postmaster General to recommend subjects for commemoration on U.S. postal stamps. Mr. Robinson served as chairman of the committee for the last 3 years of his life and tenure. Over the 15 years he served on the committee, Mr. Robinson was involved in the creation and production of more than 1,750 postal stamps. In addition to his service to the Postal Service, Mr. Robinson served as captain in the U.S. Air Force during the Vietnam War, for which he was awarded a Bronze Star. He also received the Air Force Commendation Medal for his support of the Apollo 11 mission to the moon. In addition to his public service, Mr. Robinson also enjoyed a successful private sector career. After leaving the Air Force, he joined Cranford Johnson Robinson Woods, a marketing and communications firm in Arkansas. He began as an intern at the firm and rose to become the firm's CEO, helping build it into the largest advertising agency in Arkansas and receiving numerous awards and recognitions along the way. Mr. Robinson passed away in 2018, leaving a legacy of service and accomplishment. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored now to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, the author of this bill, Mr. French Hill.
The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I thank my friend, Mr. Heiss, and the chairwoman for this time. I do indeed rise today in support of H.R. 6080, the bill that designated the U.S. Post Office at 5420 Kavanaugh Boulevard in Little Rock the Ronald A. Robinson Post Office. Ron, as he was known, was truly larger than life. Ron was born on April 3rd, 1943, and he passed away August 14th, 2018, at 75 years old. Ron lived an extraordinary life that included serving with distinction as an Air Force captain, communications professional, and an avid stamp collector. Ron attended the University of Arkansas at Fayetteville, where he earned his degree in journalism. While studying journalism, he was a sports writer, covering the Arkansas Razorbacks for the Arkansas Gazette. He was also editor of the University of Arkansas newspaper, the Arkansas Traveler. In 1966, Ron attended the Boston University Graduate School of Public Communications to study public relations. Ron joined the Air Force, and he served as an officer for nearly 5 years. During his time in the Air Force, he rose to the rank of captain. His assignments included being the head of internal information for the nationwide Air Force ROTC program. He was also chief of combat news and the director of the information for the Defense Intelligence Agency's Aeronautical Chart and Information Center. Ron earned a Bronze Star for his service in Vietnam. He also earned the Air Force Commendation Medal for his support of the 1969 Apollo 11's mission to the moon. After his career as a sports writer and Air Force captain, Ron became a PR expert at Cranford Johnson. Outside his public relations career, Ron was an avid collector of Arkansas political and historical memorabilia, U.S. postage stamps, and vintage movie posters. His house was literally a museum. Ron began collecting stamps as a boy. He loved history, he loved pop culture. Stamps were able to connect both of these interests for Ron Robinson. In 1993, Ron was appointed to the U.S. Postal Service Citizen Stamp Advisory Committee by the U.S. Postmaster General. The U.S. Postal Service Stamp Advisory Committee recommends new postage stamps to the Postmaster General. Serving on that committee was the role of a lifetime for Ron Robinson. It was an incredible honor for him, and he treasured every moment of his 15 years. He served as chair of the committee 2005 to 2008, when, as noted, over that period of time, he was involved in the creation and development of 1,750 postage stamps. Some of Ron's favorites are here with us: the 1996 honoring of the Fulbright Scholars stamp, the 2001 Hattie Caraway, first woman elected to the United States Senate, and the 2005 Little Rock Central High School Civil Rights stamp. Ron was able to use his influence to ensure that Arkansas was the subject of many new issued postage stamps. Ron's work and love for stamps made him an influential figure in the city of Little Rock and our state of Arkansas. He was a father, mentor, and good friend to many, including me. Ron was well known for being a prolific writer, and he would write hundreds of handwritten thank you notes and cards to his friends for encouragement throughout his life. He enjoyed writing those notes and placing the postage stamp on the envelope himself. Ron's love for stamps and his work on the Postal Service Citizen Stamp Advisory Committee makes him the ideal citizen, as my friend Mr. Heiss noted, to lend his name to his neighborhood post office after a recognition of his lifetime of service to Arkansas and the United States. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill. I thank my friends on both sides of the aisle, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a good bill. I urge my colleagues to support it, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 6080 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6080? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8163, the Improving Trauma Systems and Emergency Care Act.
Does the gentleman intend to call the bill as amended?
Yes.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 385, H.R. 8163, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act with respect to trauma care.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 8163.
Without objection,
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8163, the Improving Trauma Systems and Emergency Care Act, sponsored by Representative O'Halloran of Arizona. This bill will improve access to trauma services throughout the country and better coordinate emergency care when patients need it the very most. Traumatic injury is a major public health issue, claiming more than 270,000 lives every year and accounting for billions of dollars in healthcare spending throughout the nation. Trauma affects every one of our communities, but about 46 million Americans, most of whom live in rural areas, do not live within 1 hour of a Level 1 or Level 2 trauma center. This is often referred to as a golden hour following traumatic injury. Prompt medical treatment during this hour produces the highest likelihood of preventing a patient's death. H.R. 8163 reauthorizes grants that will enhance access to trauma care, improve coordination amongst trauma systems, and provide resources for rural access to trauma services. The grants included in the bill are intended to help trauma systems develop best practices, not only for their own patients, but also to facilitate the dissemination of those best practices to similar trauma systems throughout the nation to improve overall care. So I want to thank my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee for the tremendous work to reach bipartisan agreement on this bill. I also want to commend Representative O'Halloran for his tireless advocacy on this issue for all rural communities. Mr. Speaker, this is a strong bill that will help people in every community, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8163, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my support for H.R. 8163, the Improving Trauma Systems and Emergency Care Act of 2022, which was sponsored by my Energy and Commerce colleague, Representative Tom O'Halloran. This legislation renews a program in the Public Health Service Act that authorizes the Secretary of Health and Human Services to award grants to improve local trauma care readiness and emergency medical services. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, trauma is a leading cause of death for children and adults under the age of 44. Ensuring access to trauma care requires many crucial components, and the window of opportunity for a chance at survival is narrow for a severely injured patient. A prompt response is a truly matter of life and death. However, in many rural parts of the United States, accident victims or suffering life-threatening injuries may not be able to receive needed trauma care within an hour or even many hours following an incident. H.R. 8163 will help ensure seriously injured patients have the best possible chance for survival by supporting states to coordinate and improve regional emergency medical services and trauma care, and by supporting trauma centers to improve their emergency system, situational awareness, and access. The bill also authorizes grants for carrying out research and demonstration projects to support the improvement of emergency medical services and trauma care in rural areas. I'd like to thank Chair Pallone and Chair Eshoo for working with us to make sure the state match is maintained, and I urge the adoption of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers. Do you want to close?
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge the passage of 8163, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I also would urge support. This is bipartisan. This is really important to rural areas in particular. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 8163 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
And Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S958, the Mobile Health Care Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 958, an act to amend the Public Health Service Act to expand the allowable use criteria for new access points grants for community health centers.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Gerthy, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S958.
Jackson, so ordered.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, is recognized.
I rise today in support of S958, the Maximizing Outcomes Through Better Investments in Life-Saving Equipment for Healthcare Act, or the Mobile Healthcare Act. This Senate bill is the companion to H.R. 5141, which passed out of the Energy and Commerce Committee last week. The bipartisan bill will help expand access to community health centers and the important care they provide to individuals who live in hard-to-reach areas of the country. Community health centers are a critical source of care for nearly 30 million Americans. Unfortunately, many people who live in rural and geographically isolated areas can struggle to reach a community health center. Many others may lack access to reliable transportation that can make it difficult to get the care they need. Now, one way to mitigate these barriers to access is to allow community health centers to establish mobile health clinics. These clinics can meet people where they live to provide the care they need. There's already funding to establish new community health centers through the New Access Points grants, but unfortunately, existing rules for these grants make it difficult to receive federal funding to set up these mobile sites. So this legislation will make it easier for community health centers to use New Access Points grants to establish mobile clinics and help eliminate one of the barriers to care for rural areas. And I want to thank Representatives Susie Lee, Hudson, Ruiz, and Herrera Butler for their leadership on this issue and their hard work to advance this important bill. The House companion to this common sense bipartisan legislation was voted out of the Energy and Commerce Committee by unanimous vote of 52-0 last week. So I'm proud to support this bill and look forward to sending it to the President's desk. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting S958, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Gerthy, is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of S958, the Maximizing Outcomes Through Better Investments in Life-Saving Equipment, or the Mobile Health Care Act. Federally qualified health centers, or FQHCs, are an integral part of the rural healthcare system. They provide much-needed healthcare services to some of our most vulnerable populations, the uninsured, pregnant women, children, and those suffering from homelessness, veterans, as well as Medicare and Medicaid beneficiaries. It can be difficult for patients to access care at FQHCs in rural and underserved areas due to transportation constraints. One way to help improve health care delivery is for HQHCs to meet patients where they are by deploying mobile units. The Mobile Health Care Act will allow existing FQHCs to use their new access point grants to establish mobile health units without also creating new brick-and-mortar sites and without authorizing any new grant programs or funding. Further, it allows new applicants to use these grants to purchase mobile health units if they also use a portion of the grant to establish a permanent full-time site. This bill will help increase access to affordable primary care services across the country, especially in rural areas like my district. I thank the bill sponsors, Representative Hudson, Herrera Butler, Lee, and Ruiz, for introducing this important legislation. I urge my colleagues to support the underlying bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Speaker, I yield now 3 minutes to the sponsor of this legislation, the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Susie Lee.
The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the chairman for his leadership, as well as my co-sponsors, Representative Hudson, Herrera Butler, and Ruiz for their hard work in passing or in supporting this piece of legislation. I rise today in strong support of my bipartisan legislation, the Mobile Health Care Act, which will help more Americans access the quality health care they need and deserve. In my state of Nevada, more than 2/3 of residents live in a primary care health professional shortage area. In our rural communities, that number goes to 82%. Needless to say, the situation is dire, and that's why expanding access to quality health care has been a priority of mine since I've been a member of Congress. Expanding the capabilities of federally qualified health centers, commonly known as FQHCs, has been a top focus when it comes to expanding access to health care. That's because FQHCs lead the nation in driving quality improvement while reducing health care costs. Across this country, 1 in 11 Americans, including 400,000 veterans and nearly 9 million children, rely on FQHCs for their primary health care. They have been a huge success in expanding quality care, but the reality is smaller rural communities do not have the population base to support full-time health centers. There are also many Americans in both rural and urban areas who lack transportation to access their closest FQHC, and that's exactly where mobile health units come in. Mobile health units have the capability to bring high-quality health care to all Americans, especially those in underserved areas. My bill will allow FQHCs this important flexibility to use their federal new access point grants to establish mobile health units. This will allow health centers to better serve their communities, especially communities that have traditionally been hard to reach. And this does so at no additional cost to the taxpayer. In my district, we've seen the difference these mobile units make. For example, the Nevada Health Centers currently runs 3 mobile health units, the Children Mobile Medical Unit, the Ronald McDonald Care Mobile Unit, and the Mammovan. The Mammovan is a mobile mammography unit that travels to underserved areas of our state, providing mammograms to women in geographically isolated areas and those who may not otherwise seek this important preventative care that will allow for early detection and simply will save lives. The First Person Care Clinic in Nevada also has a mobile health unit and is in the process of setting up a second one, which will expand access to primary care to more patients from Las Vegas to Henderson to Laughlin. Recently, I had the opportunity to see firsthand mammogram in action, and I'm proud of all of Nevada's health centers and the Southern Nevada Health District who are leading the way in providing life-saving mobile health care for Nevadans. We must build off these success stories and ensure health centers across America can utilize mobile health units where they make sense to better serve their communities. We must keep working to ensure that every American has access to health care they need and deserve. And that's why I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this critical piece of legislation today. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield 2 minutes to my friend from Georgia, Energy and Commerce colleague, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my support for Senate Bill 958, the companion bill to H.R. 5141, the Mobile Health Care Act. As my colleagues have pointed out, community health centers across the country play a crucial role in ensuring rural and underserved communities have access to affordable, quality health care. For more than 50 years, health centers have provided services to America's most vulnerable population and medically underserved communities. These centers are the health care home for nearly 29 million patients, including 9 million children and over 400,000 veterans. The Mobile Health Care Act that we are considering today would help these centers further expand their reach to the most rural areas of our country by giving them greater flexibility and allowing them to bring clinics even closer to the patients that they serve. I understand the need for increasing access to health services and appreciate how beneficial health centers have proven to be in my district. Community health centers are an integral part of the healthcare safety net, and this bill will improve access to care for many of my constituents. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I have no further speakers.
I don't either.
I'm prepared to close.
Go ahead.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will do the same. This is an important bill. It's bipartisan. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 958? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4081, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4081, a bill to require the disclosure of a camera or recording capability in certain Internet-connected devices.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 4081.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 4081, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act. For consumers, the benefits of technological progress are all around us. Perhaps nowhere is this more apparent than in our homes. The growing array of smart devices and household appliances with voice, video, and internet connectivity and technology make our lives easier, more entertaining, and more comfortable. So, while there's no question that smart refrigerators, home assistants like Amazon's Alexa, and the countless other internet-connected devices that have microphones or cameras benefit consumers, there's also no question that these devices should not be able to listen to or watch us without our knowledge or consent. Unfortunately, studies confirm that many devices do not disclose these capabilities. Some are easily tricked into recording when people do not want them to do so. So H.R. 4081 addresses this straightforward problem with a straightforward solution. The bill requires manufacturers of internet-connected devices that are equipped with a camera or microphone to disclose to consumers that a camera or microphone is part of the device. The bill does not apply to mobile phones, laptops, or other devices that a consumer would already reasonably expect to include a camera or microphone. Now, the Federal Trade Commission must issue guidance to help businesses comply with these new requirements and may seek penalties, including civil penalties, for violations. This bill will protect consumers, and I'd like to commend Representatives Curtis and Moulton for their bipartisan work on this legislation. This bill is common sense, balanced, and bipartisan. It's a solution to an issue that touches all Americans. It unanimously passed out of the Energy and Commerce Committee in July by a vote of 53-0, and is yet another example of the work the committee is doing to protect consumers. And I hope that trend continues today here on the House floor, because there's no reason why consumers should ever be spied on by their own household devices without their knowledge and consent. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support this important consumer protection legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4081, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act, introduced by Representative Curtis. In the past few years, we have seen a tremendous advancement in the development of technologies and consumer products. While many of these technologies make everyday life more convenient, they also have the ability to collect data from their users without their knowledge. While it may be apparent to users that a laptop has the ability to record conversations, it certainly may not be clear that other devices like television, refrigerators, even toasters have the same capabilities. This bipartisan legislation would simply require manufacturers of the internet-connected devices that contain a microphone or camera and that do not market themselves as such consumer electronics to disclose to consumers that such a component is part of the device, either pre or post-sale. We owe it to our constituents to ensure these types of devices are not recording them without their consent and collecting data when their users are not aware. So I want to thank Representatives Curtis and Moulton for their bipartisan work on H.R. 4081. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
If I could I yield myself such time?
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity to talk about one of our key staff people who is leaving after, I don't know, within the next few days, I guess. And the person, of course, is Jerry Leverage, who's right behind me here. The last two bills, well, let me just say that Jerry has played an instrumental role in the committee's work, not only with consumer protection, but on so many issues. And shortly after I became the top Democrat on the committee more than 7 years ago, he started. And he's currently the staff director for both our Communications and Technology Subcommittee and our Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee. And over these last 7 years since he's been here, he's played a critical role in our efforts to expand access to broadband nationwide, to make internet service more affordable, and to protect consumers from annoying robocalls. I have to also say that if it wasn't for him, I don't know that I would be able to do either deal with a lot of technological issues in the committee or even explain a lot of what we're doing on the issues. So he led our efforts this summer on the Democratic side in passing out of committee for the first time the bicameral and bipartisan Consumer Data Privacy Bill, which, as you know, we consider on both sides of the aisle a significant achievement. And we're still working, obviously, to bring that to the House floor before the end of this session of Congress. I just want to thank him for his counsel. I wish him nothing but the best in his future endeavors. Obviously, we don't want him to leave. But I also want to say that not only is Jerry such an expert and so intelligent and wise on so many issues, but he's also a great individual and someone you can always rely on to be straightforward and tell us when we're doing good things, tell us when we're not, telling us when we can do things that are achievable and when they're not. And just generally overall has been a great staff member. So with that, I want to thank him and yield back the balance of my time and ask that we all support this legislation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is yielding or reserving?
Yes, I yield the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields.
Yeah, I
Gentleman
just
from
want to take a
Kentucky
few
is
minutes to
recognized.
say I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Just agree that Jerry, as we wish him Godspeed and good work. I know that sometimes when our staff leaves, it's bittersweet. We hate to see them go, but we know they're going to different opportunities. So congratulations and the hard work that both on our side and your side of the aisle do together. And sometimes we're working on things together. Sometimes we're negotiating together. And it's always good work, and we're well served. And the American people, more than anything, are well served by the people who work here on Capitol Hill. So thanks, Jerry. Congratulations. I urge passage of this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
All right, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4081 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Switching out? California? California? Illinois? All right, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6965, the Visit America Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6965, a bill to promote travel and tourism in the United States and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mr. Szyszkowski, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have five legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on H.R. 6965.
Without objection.
So, Mr. Speaker, I would yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of H.R. 6965, the Visit America Act. Since the beginning of the COVID pandemic, America's travel and tourism industry has been seriously upended. The pandemic caused a 48% reduction for the industry in 2020. The bipartisan Visit America Act, the latest bill that the House has brought to the floor to help turn the tide for a sector that has not rebounded as quickly as some do. So, as from the Energy and Commerce Committee, we're so happy that we're able to bring this to the floor. While travel has certainly increased over the last year, it is still significantly lower than previous before the pandemic. As an example, business travel spending is on the rise, but it still experienced about a 50% to be below the 2019 level. Meantime, the number of travelers visiting in the United States from overseas fell by 79% in September 2021 as compared to that same month in 2019. These are significant reductions that are impacting not only companies directly involved in the tourism and travel industry, but small businesses all across the nation that rely on travelers to keep them in business. Today, the United States is the only G20 country to not have a high-ranking official focusing on the travel and tourism industry. This has prevented the industry from producing a coordinated approach to recovery of the industry and to make us more competitive with the rest of the world. H.R. 6965 addresses this deficiency and provides the industry with a path forward for continuing to recover and to grow more in the future. This bill establishes the role of the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Travel and Tourism at the Department of Commerce. It also requires the Assistant Secretary to develop and implement a COVID-19 pandemic recovery strategy, as well as as well as a strategy to plan for future disruptions that hopefully we aren't going to see. The bill also requires the Department of Commerce to develop a 10-year travel and tourism strategy, as well as provide statutory authority for the United States Travel and Tourism Advisory Board, which will aid the Assistant Secretary in developing and implementing these important strategies. H.R. 6965 has passed out of the Energy and Commerce Committee last week, unanimously, 56-0. I commend the tireless and passionate effort put forth by Representatives Titus, the author of this legislation. Without her and the good work done by Representative Soto, who is that, Custra, and the late Don Young, God bless his heart, we would not have gotten this agenda done. So I would also like to thank Chairman Nadler and Meeks for working with us to get this to the House floor today. I know the Senate has also been working on travel and tourism legislation and is moving forward with a package of bills that includes the Visit America Act. Although there are some technical differences between the two bills, my hope is that we can get together and work together as quickly as possible and get this legislation passed. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back my time.
Reserves?
No, I reserve the balance of my time. I'm sorry.
Okay, gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman reserved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6965, the Visit America Act. The bill, along with H.R. 7820, the Travel and Tourism Act from Representative Dunn, and H.R. 4594, the Restoring Brand USA Act from Representative Bilirakis, have represented bipartisan efforts to assist our tourism sector with economic recovery in post-COVID-19. As I mentioned, Representative Bilirakis, I know all of us here today, I know he's not here speaking about this bill. He's home in Tampa, Florida. He represents the Tampa Bay area, as all of us here know. And I just want, Mr. Speaker, that our thoughts and prayers are with his community in Florida as they deal, and the other states will have to deal with the remnants of the rain. So our thoughts and prayers are with them. But getting back to the bill, and while I'm pleased that Representative Bilirakis' Brand USA legislation was signed into law this year, more work and bipartisan efforts are needed to build upon Representative Bilirakis' efforts to increase tourism. Without question, the COVID-19 pandemic was difficult for all industries, but the travel and tourism industry was especially hard hit. According to testimony by the U.S. Travel Association before the Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee, at the end of 2021, international travel spending was 78% below pre-pandemic levels. This bipartisan legislation can support the U.S. travel and tourism industry and address the declining percentage of international visitors to the United States. The Visit America Act will help by directing the Department of Commerce to develop a 10-year travel and tourism strategy with annual goals for the number of international visitors to the United States. Again, I thank the sponsors and co-sponsors of all these bills that we had considered at the Energy and Commerce Committee. I would like to give special recognition to our colleague, Representative Bilirakis, the ranking member of the Protection Subcommittee and co-chair of the Congressional Travel Tourism Caucus, as I've noted back home, duly focusing on the hurricane and the response and serving his constituents. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized.
I now recognize for 2 minutes. You want more? 2 minutes, Mr. Case.
Gentleman from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6965, our Visit America Act. U.S. travel and tourism is one of our country's core industries. Pre-COVID, it generated some $2.6 trillion in annual economic output, was one of our largest export and service industries, and supported fully 1 in 10 U.S. jobs. In many states, my own Hawaii being a prime example, it is our leading industry. But COVID taught us in spades how fragile this economic and jobs generator can be. And very frankly, it has never earned full respect in terms of federal government attention, focus, and support given its prominence. U.S. travel and tourism needs and deserves far more. This bill, in which I am joined with Congresswoman Titus, Congressman Bilirakis, our House Travel and Tourism Caucus, and other colleagues, in addition to all aspects of the industry, is a necessary start on a new chapter through a coordinated, high-level federal effort, including a 10-year travel and tourism strategy, and finally, like other countries, an Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Travel and Tourism. I strongly urge its passage. Mahalo, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
I am prepared to close if the gentleman is as well.
I'll close. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have the greatest country in the world. I love when people want to come see our great physical beauty, meet our great people. We have a wonderful opportunity for people to come see our country. It's a great industry, and people who serve in that industry. I urge the passage of this bill, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
So I yield back as well, and urging everyone to support this legislation. It's so important.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6965, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Ready? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6889, the Credit Union Board Modernization Act, as amended, sponsored by Congressman Vargas.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6889, a bill to amend the Federal Credit Union Act to modify the frequency of Board of Directors meetings and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
First, I want to thank Representative Vargas for offering H.R. 6889, the Credit Union Board Modernization Act. This bipartisan bill would revise federal credit union board meeting requirements to bring highly rated federal credit unions in line with state credit union charter requirements in 17 states, including my hometown of my home state of California. Under this bill, federal credit unions that are highly rated by their regulator, including a highly rated management team, would be required to meet at least 6 times annually, with at least one meeting held during each fiscal quarter. This would be a reduction from the current requirement to meet monthly to ensure stability and mitigate the risk of institutional failure. There are important safeguards included in the bill. For example, de novo or new federal credit union boards would still be required to meet at least monthly during the first 5 years of receiving a charter, as well as federal credit unions that have received low exam ratings. Additionally, if emergencies or issues arise requiring a board meeting, nothing in the bill prevents federal credit unions from meeting more frequently. Credit unions and consumer groups support H.R. 6889, including the California and Nevada Credit Union Leagues, Americans for Financial Reform, and Center for Responsible Lending. So I do urge members to support this bill as well. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 6889, the Credit Union Board Modernization Act, and I want to thank the gentlewoman from California, the chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee, as well as the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, for introducing this legislation, and Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio from co-sponsoring. The Common Sense Bill will modernize credit union practices while ensuring the safety and soundness of federal credit unions. H.R. 6889 would amend the Federal Credit Union Act to revise the frequency of meetings that a federal credit union's board of directors is required to hold. Specifically, the bill requires monthly meetings for de novo federal credit unions during the first 5 years of existence. Highly rated credit unions, 1 or 2 Camel ratings, with high management ratings must hold at least 6 meetings annually, with at least 1 meeting held during each fiscal quarter. Lower rated credit unions, 3, 4, 5 Camels, must continue meeting once a month. This is a change from current law, which requires all federal credit union boards to meet at least once a month. This meeting requirement can be burdensome for credit union staff and their volunteer board members. This is especially true for smaller credit unions and for those with few employees or those located in rural areas. The resources needed to run monthly board meetings shift valuable employee and board member time and focus away from services that credit unions provide to their consumers. Common sense regulatory right-sizing bills like this one help American families by reducing costs and the challenges associated with accessing financial services. H.R. 6889 is a strong bipartisan bill that protects the safety and soundness of credit unions. It also illustrates how members can come together to create nonpartisan legislation modernizing outdated practices and policies. I look forward to working with my colleagues across the aisle to meaningfully support our community financial institutions. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time until Mr. Style yields.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I'm also prepared to close. I would just like to reiterate to my colleagues that H.R. 6889 is common sense legislation that will modernize credit unions, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time. H.R. 6889 will incentivize federal credit union boards to ensure their institutions are highly rated and well-run in order to reduce the number of board meetings they need to hold. I therefore urge members to support H.R. 6889, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6889 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2710, the Banking Transparency for Sanctioned Persons Act of 2021, as amended, sponsored by Congressman Stile.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2710, a bill to increase transparency with respect to financial services benefiting state sponsors of terrorism, human rights abusers, and corrupt officials, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 2710, the Banking Transparency for Sanctioned Persons Act of 2021. This legislation requires the Secretary of the Treasury to report to Congress semi-annually with a copy of any licensed Treasury issues in the proceedings 180 days that authorizes a U.S. financial institution to provide services benefiting a state sponsor of terrorism and certain other sanctioned entities, including human rights abusers and corrupt officials. It would sunset 7 years after enactment of the act. I'm supportive of the disclosure requirements in this bill because I believe that this after-the-fact reporting to congressional committees regarding these specific licenses can serve as a useful oversight tool. When the Office of Foreign Assets Control, or OFAC, issues a special license, it allows a particular individual or entity to engage in a transaction that would otherwise be prohibited under a United States sanctions program. Typically, specific licenses are granted by OFAC. When the person or entity requesting such a license makes clear that allowing for the permitted transactions serves a compelling public policy goal, but currently, Treasury does not release specific licenses granted to individuals or entities or any information about them. OFAC's licensing authority is an important part of an effective administration of United States sanctions, and disclosure is an important part of Congressman's ability to conduct effective oversight. Now, there is a risk that if some licenses were to become public, they would disclose commercially sensitive information to potential market competitors, including issues of corporate theft and unfair competition. That is why the bill allows for sensitive information in these licenses to be included in a classified annex to the support. Moving forward, we want to examine whether this provides sufficient protection for proprietary or commercially sensitive information submitted by private sector representatives which may not be classified, and if publicly released, would allow potential market competitors to gain an unfair competition or competitive advantage. We certainly do not want to create a chilling effect and awareness on behalf of companies about continuing to file for licenses moving forward, and we should guard against that. Ultimately, I support the underlying goal and the disclosure requirements of H.R. 2710 because I believe they will increase congressional oversight of United States sanctions activity, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
From Wisconsin is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. And I thank the Chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee, the gentlewoman from California, for bringing the bill today to the floor. I rise in strong support of H.R. 2710, the Banking Transparency and Sanctions Persons Act. This bill that I authored represents an important step forward for our oversight of the Treasury Department's sanctions program. Under current law, Treasury may issue licenses through its Office of Foreign Assets Control, authorizing U.S. financial institutions to engage in transactions that would otherwise be prohibited. These licenses typically allow the facilitation of trade in humanitarian and agricultural goods like medicine and food. H.R. 2710 requires the administration to inform Congress that certain financial services related licenses have been improved when they involve state sponsors of terrorism or others sanctioned for human rights abuses. While OFAC may have good reasons to issue a license, it's essential for Congress to be aware of bad actors' access to our financial system. Though some OFAC licenses are made public, others are not disclosed, or even their existence may be unknown to Congress. By requiring a semi-annual report on these licenses, my bill would make the disclosure of OFAC's actions more consistent with congressional notification procedures for other sanctions waivers. Without this knowledge, Congress is limited in its ability to oversee the implementation of sanctions. I'm pleased to note that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have long supported this oversight, and they provided helpful input as we've developed this important legislation. Let me conclude by noting that our majority support for this measure is reflective of a strong spirit of bipartisanship on the Financial Services Committee when it comes to safeguarding our national security. While we may not agree on everything, our members have been extremely productive in advancing our national security interests while maintaining a vibrant financial system. It's important to have a government that's accountable, and this bill brings needed accountability to our sanctions enforcement efforts. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2710, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I will reserve the balance of my time until Mr. Style yields back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I will simply close by saying I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time. The Banking Transparency for Sanctioned Persons Act of 2021 will help ensure that members of Congress have the information they need to provide more effective oversight of the decisions made by Treasury and OFAC, and the impact that those decisions have on sanctioned persons. And so I thank Mr. Style for bringing this measure forward, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the bill. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2710 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Thank you. Are they going to vote on these?
Doesn't have to be.
H.R. 6364 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6364, a bill to amend the Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area Improvement Act to extend the exception to the closure of certain roads within the recreation area for local business and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, and the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all the members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include additional material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I also yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman reserves. Is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6364, introduced by my colleague, Representative Matt Cartwright. This bill will amend the Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area Improvement Act to extend the use of Highway 209 within the recreation area until 2026. In 1981, Mr. Speaker, the section of Highway 209 that runs through the recreation area was transferred from the state to the National Park Service. And in 1983, Congress enacted a provision of law that closed that section of Highway 209 to commercial traffic, with an important exception for vehicles serving businesses located in or adjacent to the recreation area. Since then, the United States Congress has extended the exemption multiple times, with the latest exemption set to expire on September 30th of this year. Without this exemption, Mr. Speaker, commercial vehicles have limited acceptable alternatives. Commercial traffic would have to travel a minimum of 10 extra miles to avoid the recreation area. This permitted access contributes to economic fidelity and impacts that community, the public safety, and the quality of life of the park's adjacent communities. I would like again to thank my good colleague, Representative Cartwright, for introducing this important legislation and championing this bill on behalf of his constituents. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 6364 would extend the use of U.S. Route 209, a federally owned road within the boundaries of the Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area for commercial vehicles in 2026. While I support this bill today, due to the public safety issues involved, I'd like to note that the bill was brought to the House floor prior to the committee requesting technical assistance from the National Park Service. At legislative hearing on this bill, the National Park Service requested the opportunity to work with the committee on a technical edit to the public law referenced in the bill. Instead of waiting for administrative feedback, the bill was rushed to the floor and as a result may fail to achieve its goal of actually enhancing public safety. Legislation placed on the suspension calendar should be thoroughly vetted to ensure it will execute correctly and achieve desired outcomes. I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to work with us to ensure that legislation considered on the floor is fully vetted in the future. That said, I support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to Representative from Pennsylvania and the co-sponsor of the bill, the main sponsor of the bill, Representative Cartwright.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from Michigan for the opportunity to speak about this important bill, H.R. 6364, which would extend the use of federally owned portions of Highway 209 by certain commercial vehicles serving northeastern Pennsylvania small businesses. The Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area stretches across Pennsylvania and New Jersey, preserving 70,000 acres of land on both sides of the Delaware River. Now, Highway 209, which runs through Pennsylvania northwards into New York, cuts directly through the middle of this national recreation area. Up until the 1980s, there was heavy truck traffic all along Route 209, a heavily trafficked truck route. In 1981, the National Park Service received jurisdiction over the section of Route 209 within the National Recreation Area, and then 2 years later, the 1983 Supplemental Appropriations Act closed this federally owned segment of Highway 209 to all commercial traffic, with one exception: for light commercial vehicles serving businesses or people located in or along the boundaries of the National Recreation Area. Since then, this limited exemption for commercial vehicles has been reauthorized by Congress multiple times on a bipartisan basis. In fact, former Pennsylvania Republican Representative Tom Marino and I co-led this same bill in 2018, this commercial vehicle exemption that passed this body on voice vote
and was signed into law by former President Trump. When that exemption expired last year, Congress included a short one-year extension in the FY22 omnibus bill. But that exemption expires the day after tomorrow, September 30th, and if Congress fails to renew the exemption, commercial traffic in northeastern Pennsylvania will be faced with limited acceptable alternatives. Commercial vehicles based in places like Monroe and Pike counties in my district would have to travel, as the gentlelady mentioned, a minimum of an extra 10 miles to avoid the Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area, and small businesses locally would be hurt needlessly. And so that's why I've introduced H.R. 6364, which would simply extend the existing commercial vehicle exemption until September 30, 2026. With this extension, qualifying commercial vehicles would be allowed to continue using the federally owned portion of Route 209 with an annual permit. My bill would also ensure that emergency vehicles and school buses could continue utilizing sections of Highway 209 within the boundaries of the Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area toll-free. This is a common sense bipartisan piece of legislation that is not only supported by the National Park Service and local officials, but is also broadly supported here in the House, having passed unanimously out of the House Natural Resources Committee in July. And I will say, despite what my friend across the aisle has said, the National Park Service has confirmed that the exemption authorized under this bill poses no safety concerns. So on behalf of the entire Commonwealth, I'd like to thank Pennsylvania Republican Representatives Muser and Fitzpatrick for co-sponsoring this bill, as well as Senators Toomey and Casey, who are championing this very same measure in the Senate. This legislation would go a long way toward protecting northeastern Pennsylvania small businesses and our regional economy. And so it's gratifying to see that we have bipartisan support for it again. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote for the bill. And Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I yield back.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
My time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge adoption of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back.
Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6364 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1638, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1638, a bill to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to transfer certain National Forest System land to the state of South Dakota and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, and the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks, including additional material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself, Mr. Speaker, time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1638, the Gilt Edge Mine Conveyance Act, introduced by my colleague, Representative Johnson. The bill will authorize South Dakota to purchase approximately 266 acres of U.S. Forest Service land in Lawrence County, South Dakota. Any proceeds received by the Forest Service from the conveyance will be deposited in a fund for the maintenance and improvement of the Black Hills National Forest in South Dakota. The conveyance is necessary, Mr. Speaker, due to the Gilt Edge mine, which is located within the Black Hills National Forestry boundary. Since Brome Mining Company abandoned the mine and its responsibilities to address contaminated water in the late 1990s, South Dakota and the Environmental Protection Agency have worked together to conduct a cleanup effort of the mine and contaminated water. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the mine encompasses a patchwork of Forest Service lands and lands owned by South Dakota. So consolidating ownership of the entire Gilt Edge mine with South Dakota will make it easier for the state to fulfill its obligation for site remediation and monitoring. I would like to thank my good colleague, Representative Johnson, for introducing this legislation, this important legislation, and championing this bill on behalf of his constituents. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1638, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of the Gilt Edge Mine Conveyance Act. This bill reflects exemplary collaboration between the state of South Dakota, the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Forest Service. I commend Congressman Dusty Johnson for his leadership on this proposal. The Gilt Edge Mine is a 360-acre former mining site in South Dakota. Mining began on the site in 1876 with sporadic operations until the 1990s. The Environmental Protection Agency declared the former mine a Superfund site in the year 2000. Mr. Johnson's bill authorizes the state of South Dakota to purchase approximately 266 acres of Forest Service land that will allow the state to clean up the Gilt Edge Mine Superfund site once the EPA completes its portion of the cleanup. This is a good bill that will lead to a more seamless cleanup effort and empower South Dakota to pursue additional water reclamation efforts. This bill will also allow revenue from the land sale to go towards maintenance and improvements at the Black Hills National Forest. Recent mismanagement of the Black Hills National Forest has hurt rural communities and jeopardized future forest management efforts. This is a key provision of the bill and the result of a compromise worked out with South Dakota that will improve the management and care of the Black Hills National Forest, and I strongly support its inclusion. This bill is an example of a win-win solution that not only empowers the state to enhance its environment and remediation efforts, but also reduces the burden on the federal government by chipping away at the massive federal estate. I urge adoption of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman is recognized. And gentleman
Thank you,
from Idaho's reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from South Dakota, my friend, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman from South Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady and thank the gentleman for their words of support for this piece of legislation. And I ask all my colleagues to support my bill. It would do exactly as the previous two speakers said. It would make things a lot easier. It would advance environmental quality. What exactly are we dealing with here? Well, we've got a 266-acre parcel. It used to be the site of the Gilt Edge Mine. It is now an EPA Superfund site. Now, you can see a picture of the site here. This is not pristine wilderness, but of course we want to get it back to an environmental asset. This is now, as the gentlelady said, a checkerboard of competing governmental ownerships and roles. You've got the Forest Service, which owns much of this land. You've got the state of South Dakota, which owns some of the rest of it. You've got the EPA, which for 20 years has been doing remediation work on the water. And then you've got the state of South Dakota, which has other environmental cleanup and management responsibilities on this site. So what this bill would do would take the portions of this site that are owned by the Forest Service. It would allow the state of South Dakota to purchase this land. That's going to get the Forest Service out of the middle of this. They don't need to play a role here. The work of the state will be easier if they have one less federal partner to work with and to navigate. Now, sometimes my colleagues get concerned if we're going to take a federal asset and give it to a state, will this be a loss of important, federal access opportunities for the public? Well, that's why I brought this picture up here, Mr. Speaker. People are not going hiking here. This is not wildlife habitat. You will not have bison from the Black Hills of South Dakota nestle in this leech pond here. We have real environmental work to do here. And it is important that we do it in the most effective way. This bill would advance that cause. I just want to make it clear, so many people who are involved are supportive of this. Senators Thune and Rounds have been supportive. Governor Noem has been supportive. We have Lawrence County, the city of Lead, the city of Deadwood. They are all supportive. I would ask all of my colleagues to join their voices of support So we can do what needs to be done on this Superfund site. We didn't treat this land properly. The mining company did not treat this land properly. We have a continuing opportunity to do right. My bill would do that. Vote yes. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge adoption of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1638 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan? Ready to roll, man.
Sir, good sir. How are you? Right here, right? For what purposes does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Aloha, Madam Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7321 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7321, a bill to amend Title 49, United States Code to require certain air carriers to provide reports with respect to maintenance, preventative maintenance, and alterations, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Kahili, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Hawaii.
Mahalo, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 7321 as amended.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7321, the Global Aircraft Maintenance Safety Improvement Act, introduced by Transportation Infrastructure Chair Peter DeFazio. One level of safety. For over a decade, that has been the single-minded goal of Congress and the Federal Aviation Administration in setting aviation policy. But until domestic and FAA-certificated foreign repair stations are subject to the same oversight and safety standards, there's no hope we can achieve one level of safety. In fact, existing safety rules make clear that there is not truly one level of safety. Under current FAA regulations, domestic repair station workers are subject to mandatory drug and alcohol testing. Workers at foreign repair stations are not. Domestic repair station workers are subject to comprehensive background investigations. Foreign repair station workers are not. Unfortunately, more and more maintenance work for U.S. air carriers is being sent overseas. The number of these facilities has grown by nearly 40% in the past 6 years, and the global pandemic has only exacerbated this trend. As more than 8,200 aircraft maintenance jobs left the United States in just the past few years. The Department of Transportation Inspector General has also been ringing the alarm bell. In 5 audit reports containing 41 recommendations since 2002 to improve the FAA's dangerously weak oversight of repair stations overseas. How many more Inspector General reports will it take for the FAA to be brave enough to take a leadership role in the international community and apply strong standards to foreign repair stations? This bill will require the FAA to take a number of specific and decisive steps to improve oversight of foreign repair stations. These include, among other things, requiring all foreign repair stations to be subject to at least one unannounced inspection each year, requiring supervisors and individuals who authorize aircraft for return to service to meet minimum requirements and hold FAA mechanic or repairman certificates, and requiring the FAA to, 1, comply with the 2016 mandate for a final rule on drug and alcohol testing of employees at foreign repair stations, and 2, initiate a rulemaking mandating background checks of such employees. I want to thank the stakeholders for their support and the tireless efforts in working towards an agreeable solution, as well as Ranking Member Graves and his staff. This bill is a giant step in the right direction, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. First, I'd like to thank Chairman DeFazio for working with us on this particular bill, the Global Aircraft Maintenance Safety Improvement Act. I'm pleased that H.R. 7321, as amended, ensures the level of safety we all expect in a way that is consistent with our bilateral safety agreements and collaborative foreign civil aviation authorities. International buy-in and collaboration are key if we are to chart a real path forward for aviation safety. This bill strives to do that. Notably, the legislation has marked improvement since last Congress. And again, I want to thank the chair for his staff for working with us in a bipartisan manner. Under 7321, our domestic repair stations will not expose the retaliation of other countries, or will American jobs be jeopardized. Again, improving the oversight of foreign repair stations without damaging our standing and partnerships in the international community is a goal here today. This is another example of our bipartisan commitment to aviation safety. I urge the support and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Hawaii. The gentleman from, without objection.
Madam
The
Speaker,
gentleman from Indiana will control the remaining time.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers to continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized from India. From Florida is recognized. He reserves.
In closing, H.R. 7321, as amended, continues our commitment to the traveling public by ensuring aviation safety on the international playing field. I urge support of the legislation. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, in closing, this bipartisan bill will correct the FAA's unacceptably lax oversight of foreign aeronautical repair stations that work on U.S. airline fleets and help increase the safety of our global aviation system. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules? Will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7321? Those in favor say aye. As amended. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. The sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Is that it?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3482, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3482, a bill to establish the National Center for the Advancement of Aviation.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Carson, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 3482 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman reserves. Is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Today is bittersweet. I'm glad that my bill is finally being considered on the House floor after working on this bill for over 2 sessions. But unfortunately, my partner on this bill is not here to join me, Representative Don Young of Alaska, former chairman of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee and former dean of this House. Mr. Speaker, his work and his support was invaluable in helping us get this bill to the floor. This National Center for the Advancement of Aviation Act is both bipartisan and bicameral. I'm pleased that so many members of our Transportation Committee are sponsors of the bill, including Aviation Subcommittee Chair Larson, plus my colleagues in the other body, Senators Duckworth and Inhofe. Our committee has worked for years to make American skies the safest in the world and to strengthen the industry workforce to maintain the highest standards of aviation excellence. This bill supports and promotes collaboration among civil, commercial, and military aviation sectors to address the demands and challenges of ensuring a safe and vibrant national aviation system through research, education, and training. You know, too often in the past, Mr. Speaker, innovation and lessons learned in various aviation sectors have not been shared in a collaborative or even a timely manner, especially considering rapid developments in new technology. My bill helps to break down these silos across commercial aviation, general aviation, and military aviation sectors. This will not only improve safety and best practices, Mr. Speaker, but it will also expand opportunities for those interested in more diverse aviation workforces. For the young and not so young, from those just starting out to those with experience who want to move into other types of aviation work. The National Center will focus on 4 key areas with an emphasis on aviation workforce development. Firstly, it will support education efforts and provide resources to curriculum developers, so educators at all levels have the tools and training to educate the next generation of aviation professionals. Secondly, the National Center will provide a forum to leverage and share expertise amongst industry sectors, including the improvement of existing high school curriculum to develop and deploy a workforce of pilots, aerospace engineers, unmanned aircraft systems operators, aviation maintenance technicians, or other aviation maintenance professionals needed in the coming decades. Finally, it will support symposiums and conferences to facilitate collaboration across the industry and develop future advancements for the aviation and aerospace community. This legislation will also allow the FAA to focus on safety, certification, and air traffic operations. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, the aviation and aerospace industry supports over 11 million jobs and contributes more than $1.6 trillion per year to our national economy. Nearly 200 organizations, including schools, airports, airlines, manufacturers, unions, and other entities involved in aviation and aerospace have expressed strong support for this wonderful legislation. It will address the demands and challenges our aviation and aerospace industry face today and tomorrow. I urge my colleagues to support the National Center for the Advancement of Aviation Act. At this time, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter exchanged between the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure and the Committee on Space, Science, and Technology.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 3482 as amended, creates the National Center for Advancement of Aviation, private non-for-profit organization dedicated to bringing government and aviation stakeholders together to address aviation workforce issues. In the United States, aviation supports 11.3 million direct jobs and facilitates more than $1 trillion in economic activity, which represents more than 5% of the domestic product. Every industry is feeling the pinch of labor shortages, and reality is that self-help measures undertaken by the aviation industry is not enough to ensure advancement of the aerospace industry. We must address the growing aviation workforce shortage to ensure that domestic aerospace industry maintains its global competitive advantage. This bipartisan legislation has widespread support across the aviation industry, and I also want to acknowledge that this bill was passionately supported by, as has been said, by the sponsor, the Dean of the House, Don Young. I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Speaker, I'm prepared to close too, so I'll just say, in order to ensure our nation's aviation dominance, we must work forcefully to address the looming shortfall of the aviation workforce. Having a properly trained and dedicated workforce to meet the near-term and future capacities needed in the aviation sector is crucial to the underpinning of the high standard of safety that sets America apart from the rest. H.R. 3482, as amended, supplements the FAA's safety-focused mission by ensuring just that. I urge support of this legislation. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, in closing, this bill will help to address the workforce challenges facing the U.S. aviation today and prepare our workforce for the opportunities of the future. I support this bipartisan legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3482, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendments to H.R. 5641.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5641, an act to amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act to increase the threshold for eligibility for assistance under Sections 403, 406, 407, and 502 of such act, and for other purposes. Senate amendments.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Carson, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 5641 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5641. This legislation will expedite the approval process for small projects applying for aid through FEMA's Public Assistance Program, a program that helps communities remove debris, implement emergency protective measures, and repair damage to public infrastructure. The House has already passed this once with overwhelming support, and the amendment we are considering today would solely add a reporting requirement to the language we previously supported. Also, in the time since we first passed this bill, the Biden administration has updated the small project threshold to $1 million via rulemaking. The $1 million threshold, Mr. Speaker, is currently expediting the post-disaster recovery process, cutting unnecessary red tape, and helping communities get back on their feet. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may conserve.
Gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 5641, the Speed Recovery Act, is a bipartisan bill that cuts red tape and helps expedite disaster recovery efforts, especially in small and rural areas. This legislation updates what the Federal Emergency Management Agency considers a small project. The bill already passed the House in April, as has been said, and today it returns with a reasonable amendment from the Senate and adds a report by the Department of Homeland Security. The Inspector General of Homeland Security to help ensure that there's no fraud, waste, and abuse. Increasing the small project threshold allows communities to recover faster and allows FEMA to focus on more of their time and resources on larger, more complex projects that represent 90% of the disaster costs. I've heard from communities in my district about paperwork burdens and increasing denials over technicalities, and I hope the common sense adjustments of this bill will improve this process. I urge support of this legislation, reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and continue to reserve.
All right. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to representative from Puerto Rico, or the gentlelady from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my colleague for yielding. Today I rise again in support of H.R. 5641, the Speed Recovery Act, which is a bipartisan legislation introduced by Ranking Member Graves that passed the House in this April. And this bill cannot be timelier, as Puerto Rico is once again dealing with the effects of yet another major disaster, Hurricane Fiona, while also communities in Florida are facing Hurricane Ian as we speak. And we do have a lot of experience in those small projects that are never done because of the red tape or the long procedures that need to be dealt with between municipalities and FEMA. Too often, cities and municipalities face the burden that the rising cost of materials and labor means that the cost estimate for relatively simple projects such as street repairs now surpasses the threshold for what is defined as a small project. Today, $123,000 today hardly covers the most trivial work. And we can talk about that. I mean, we still got a lot of those small projects since Hurricane Maria that are not being done. And now many of those projects were hit by Hurricane Fiona. And yet, although the money is there, the process is so big that not even the initial amount will cover those repairs. So we have had cases where there may have been resources to start and finish a project promptly, but because of the price tag, we're forced to go through a more complicated process with FEMA, which can take years. That years in which the people wonder when they will see the work, when a community does not even see small things taken care of, that weakens the social fabric and promotes displacement. We cannot afford to keep going through that again, and we have a responsibility to make the federal government more efficient, particularly in times of need. That's the reason, by increasing the threshold for eligibility for small projects, including the adjustment for inflation, this bill will simplify that process, reducing administrative burdens, resulting in faster start to work and allowing more recovery projects to move forward. I support this common sense bipartisan legislation and urge all members to support the Senate amendment and send it to the President's desk. Across the nation, our communities will need it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Speaker, I'm prepared to close. So in closing, the amendment to H.R. 5741, the Speed Recovery Act, is reasonable and will help strengthen accountability. I also want to take the time to thank particularly Senator Portman and Peters, who were the bipartisan leaders of the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. Without their leadership in the Senate to push forward this would not have been here. We would not be here today. I want to thank Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, who also helped by being engaged in this particular issue. Finally, I'd like to thank our great staff on both sides to get this bill to the finish line, especially my subcommittee staff director, Joanna Hardy, and Maddie McCaslin. I urge support of this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Speaker, in closing, this legislation supports FEMA's rule and codifies that the qualifying small project threshold be $1 million. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendments to H.R. 5641? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. What purpose? Gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a recorded vote, yeas and nays.
Gentleman asks for the yeas and nays. Yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise or remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, Senate Bill 3662, as amended.
Clerk will report title of the bill.
Senate 3662, an act to temporarily increase the cost share authority for aqueous film forming foam input-based testing equipment and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Carson, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on Senate Bill 3662 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Senate Bill 3662, the Preventing PFAS Runoff at Airports Act, sponsored by Senator Peters from Michigan. Every day, millions of Americans, Mr. Speaker, are exposed to the highly toxic fluorinated chemicals known as PFAS, either through drinking water, home appliances, retail packaging, or countless other things they come into contact with each and every day. These chemicals, known as forever chemicals, due to their long-term persistence and inability to be easily broken down when released into the environment. They have been linked with numerous human health risks, including increased risk of cancer, immune system impairment, and impaired child development. And that's just what we know. There's still plenty that we don't know about these hazardous materials and chemicals. Fortunately, these chemicals are also likely to be found in and around many of our nation's airports. That's because airports have been required by law to use and discharge firefighting foam containing PFAS, not just during firefighting emergencies, but also to comply with mandatory FAA testing requirements for firefighting equipment. These discharges have tremendous health implications for the people who live and work around airports, as well as growing liability concerns for the airports themselves. Fortunately, there has been significant progress on this front. For instance, just last month, the EPA proposed designating 2 of the most widely used PFAS chemicals as hazardous substances, which would create more public transparencies around the release of these chemicals. And the FAA is in the process of transitioning away from mandating the use of airport firefighting foam containing PFAS, though the agency still has to offer PFAS-free alternatives. Furthermore, the FAA now allows for airports to sufficiently test their firefighting equipment without discharging PFAS outside of the vehicle. But while these efforts should be celebrated, more work must be done. That's why I support this bill, which would raise the federal cost share to 100% for airports that use federal airport improvement program funds to acquire input-based testing equipment, which enables airports to test firefighting equipment without emitting toxic PFAS substances. While airports are already allowed to procure this equipment, the cost of the equipment, which can be tens of thousands of dollars, can often be prohibitive. Through this higher federal cost share, Senate Bill 3662 would incent the broad adoption of this new technology to ensure airports are able to limit or prevent the spread of PFAS contamination into local communities. In addition, the bill would require the FAA to provide Congress with options for reimbursing airports that use AIP funds to acquire input-based testing equipment under a lower federal cost share standard or acquire this equipment without AIP funds. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman reserves. No, gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Ensuring safety of the traveling public is of critical importance to this committee. To ensure safety aviation, the Federal Aviation Administration regulates airport firefighting standards and requires airports to regularly test firefighting equipment. Currently, the fire suppression foam required to use at airports contains PFAS. While FAA is working closely with the Department of Defense to come up with an alternative that is just and effective, at suppressing jet fuel fires, there is still work to be done before that alternative is made available. Given this bill ensures the airports are able to acquire equipment of testing to test firefighting vehicles in compliance with FAA regulations without discharging PFASs in laden foam. So this bipartisan bill passed the Senate unanimously. I urge support. This legislation is a good piece of legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Speaker, I am prepared to close. And again, Senate Bill 3662 is a minor adjustment to an AFP cost share to remove any barriers that an airport might have for acquiring fire testing equipment. I urge support of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, by making this small change to the federal AIP, this bill would make it much easier to protect the health of our airport workers, first responders, and local communities, as well as bolster our nation's ability to continue fighting these dangerous chemicals and insidious chemicals. I support this bipartisan legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3662 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose? Gentleman from Georgia.
Speaker, ask for
Texas.
the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise or remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1396 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 119, House Resolution 1396. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 3843 to promote antitrust enforcement and protect competition through adjusting pre-merger filing fees and increasing antitrust enforcement resources. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-66 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 7780 to support the behavioral needs of students and youth, invest in the school-based behavioral health workforce, and ensure access to mental health and substance use disorder benefits. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Labor now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-67 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. In the case of sundry further amendments reported from the committee, the question of their adoption shall be put to the House in gross and without division of the question. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 3. During consideration of H.R. 7780, the chair may entertain a motion that the committee rise only if offered by the chair of the Committee on Education and Labor or his designee. The chair may not entertain a motion to strike out the enacting words of the bill as described in Clause 9 of Rule 18. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill Senate 3969 to amend the Help America Vote Act of 2002 to explicitly authorize distribution of grant funds to the voting accessibility protection and advocacy system of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands and the system serving the American Indian Consortium and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on House Administration or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to commit. Section 5, on any legislative day during the period from October 3, 2022 through November 11, 2022, the journal of the proceedings of the previous day shall be considered as approved. Section 6, the Speaker may appoint members to perform the duties of the Chair for the duration of the period addressed by Section 5 of this resolution as though under Clause 8A of Rule 1. Section 7, each day during the period addressed by Section 5 of this resolution shall not constitute a calendar day for the purposes of Section 7 of the War Powers Resolution 50 U.S.C. 1546. Section 8, each day during the period addressed by Section 5 of this resolution shall not constitute a legislative day for purposes of Clause 7 of Rule 13. Section 9, each day during the period addressed by Section 5 of this resolution shall not constitute a calendar or legislative day for purposes of Clause 7, C1 of Rule 22. Section 10A, at any time through the legislative day of Friday, September 30th, 2022, the Speaker may entertain motions offered by the Majority Leader or a designee that the House suspend the rules as though under Clause 1 of Rule 15 with respect to multiple measures described in subsection B, and the Chair shall put the question on any such motion without debate or intervening motion. B, a measure referred to in subsection A includes any measure that was the object of a motion to suspend the rules on the legislative day of September 28, 2022, September 29, 2022, or September 30, 2022, in the form as so offered, on which the yeas and nays were ordered, and further proceedings postponed pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. C, upon the offering of a motion pursuant to subsection A concerning multiple measures, the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1396, providing for consideration of 3 measures. First, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 7780 under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor, and makes in order 2 amendments and provides 1 motion to recommit. Second, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 3843 under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary, and a motion to recommit. Third, the rule provides for consideration of S. 3969 under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the House Administration, and a motion to commit. The rule provides the Majority Leader or his designee the ability to unblock requested roll call votes on suspension bills considered on September 28th to September 30th. This authority lasts through September 30th, 2022. And lastly, the rule provides standard recess instructions from October 3rd to November 11th. Mr. Speaker, an average of 18 young Americans took their own lives every day in 2020. When children take their own lives, families and communities are left broken. This includes the community of Moorhead, Minnesota, which faced the devastating loss of 13-year-old Horizon Middle School student Jacob E. Blake, to suicide just last year. These sad stories happen all over this country in all of our districts. Mental health disorders as a whole are a common cause of death. And it's estimated by CDC that 8 million deaths worldwide, which represents about 14.3% of total annual deaths, are attributable to mental disorders. Even before the pandemic, the unmet mental and behavioral health needs of young people, students, and teachers were a serious problem. In talking with teachers in the district I represent, the East Bay of the San Francisco Bay Area, it's clear that this problem has become a crisis. Teachers and administrators, parents often tell me that dealing with their students and their children's and their own mental and behavioral health challenges is among the most difficult things they deal with every day. The data, unfortunately, backs up these stories. Teachers are saying just last year, almost half of the students experienced persistent sadness or hopelessness, and nearly 20% seriously considered suicide. Think of that, my colleagues. Almost 1 in 4 American children have considered suicide in the last 2 years. At the same time, 27% of teachers reported symptoms of depression, which is significantly higher than average adults. And those numbers have been growing. Despite these warning signs, over 60% of children experiencing major depression do not receive any form of mental health treatment, and only 22% of teachers reported receiving emotional support from their school district, or professional staff. This is at a time when investments in the National Institute of Mental Health is discovering exponential information about how our brains work, how they cognitively develop, and the danger to trauma, but we're not getting this information out to the people who need it the most. We know that when people get treatment, they succeed. They overcome their difficulties. As a nation, we are underinvesting in the resources our students need, and our communities, our parents, our teachers, our administrators, to stay healthy, to succeed in school, and retain talented teachers and professionals, and make sure that future Americans grow and are ready to carry on the legacy that we have inherited from former generations. While the School Social Work Association of America recommends a ratio of 250 students per social worker, not one single state meets this recommended ratio, and the national average is 2,106 students per social worker, 2,106, as opposed to the recommended average of 250. I'm proud this week that the House is advancing my legislation, the Mental Health Matters Act, to confront this crisis head on, to give communities and parents and teachers the resources they need. This bill was drafted with the needs of students, parents, and teachers in mind, and is the product of months of careful consideration about how Congress can best respond to our nation's mental health crisis. This legislation before us would expand the school-based mental and behavioral health workforce, promote accessibility for students with disabilities, provide resources to address trauma in young children, and strengthen the ability of Americans with employer-sponsored insurance to access the mental health and substance use disorder treatments they are statutorily entitled to. From my discussions with mental health professionals over the years, and research that has informed this legislation, it is clear that failure to address these challenges at a young age can harm performance at school and work and lead to ever worsening mental and behavioral health outcomes later in life for individuals and for our country. Anxiety and reading disorders co-occur in approximately 25% of students. And for individuals whose reading challenges persist in adulthood, there is greater likelihood of depression, low self-esteem, and difficulty in social functioning. To break this cycle, a provision I authored would help Head Start agencies implement evidence-based interventions to improve the health of children and staff. While investment is needed for greater access to school-based mental health and behavioral health, individuals and families with employer-sponsored health insurance must also have robust access to treatment outside of school. Some insurers, unfortunately, have placed arbitrary coverage limits on mental and behavioral health care, making it hard for patients to access treatment in the same way they would for physical ailments. This legislation makes strides in the fight for mental health parity so that families can focus more on staying healthy and less on battling insurers for coverage. Mental health and suicide prevention are deeply personal issues for me, having lost my own father to suicide almost 34 years ago. In advancing this bill, it is my hope that we can prevent many families from having to experience what mine went through several decades ago. Also included in today's rule is the Merger Filing Fee Modernization Act. This bipartisan bill will increase filing fees that large corporations must pay the Federal Trade Commission in order to conduct a merger. A recent surge in merger filings has placed a strain on FTC's resources, and updating the fee schedule will help the agency cope with its many demands. Finally, we will also consider the PAVA Program Inclusion Act under the rule. This Senate-passed legislation would help ensure that all programs designed to help voters with disabilities can access federal funds regardless of their location. Unfortunately, programs designed to help individuals with disabilities vote who are Native Americans or who live in the Northern Mariana Islands are not currently able to access the protection and advocacy for voting access funds in the same manner as other federal programs. The PAVA Program Inclusion Act will fix this injustice, and passing this bill will send it to President Biden's desk to be signed into law. Members, we have a great opportunity this week to make transformative investments into our nation's future and into mental health and pass other common sense legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the representative from California for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
We are here to debate the rule providing for consideration of three bills: H.R. 7780, Mental Health Matters Act, H.R. 3843, Merger Filing Fee Modernization Act, and S. 3969, Protection and Advocacy for Voting Access, or PAVA, Program Inclusion Act. H.R. 3843 would increase funding to the Federal Trade Commission without justification or restrictions on that funding. This is the same agency that, through its strategic plan for the next 4 years, removed a long-standing clause that states the agency will not unduly burden legitimate business activity. In the coming term, the Supreme Court will hear a case as to whether the FTC in mission creeping beyond the bounds of its constitutional authority. The FTC, through its initiatives in antitrust enforcement, has taken an increasing liberal view of its traditional focus on protecting consumers from fraud and ensuring businesses have clear rules to follow, and is instead moving towards an interpretation of reshaping the American economy through enforcement action. Though the bill before us is, in Judiciary Committee, my colleagues offered amendments to put limitations on this funding. Mr. Roy offered an amendment to prohibit appropriated funds from being used to promote critical race theory, and one to require funds to be used to enforce antitrust laws as defined in the Clayton Act. Mr. Fitzgerald offered one to prohibit funds from being used for non-enforcement activities. Mr. Bishop offered one to limit the scope of the bill only to only apply to mergers involving large technology companies. All of these failed on party lines. And I can't understand why, unless my colleagues on the left want to encourage the FTC to get involved in issues outside of its purview. The FTC is out of control under this administration and cannot be trusted with these additional resources. H.R. 7780 misses the mark. Republicans are committed to addressing the mental health crisis facing young people in the country. Unfortunately, this bill is another one-size-fits-all proposal that fails to provide local leaders with the flexibility they need to address the unique problems they face. Republicans support mental health parity, but this bill will actually do the opposite. It opens insurers and employers to lawsuits when they voluntarily offer to provide mental health care benefits. As with so many bills promoted by the majority of this Congress, provisions of this bill ban arbitration clauses, class action waivers, and representation waivers, discouraging other means of settling disputes and creating even more bottlenecks in our judicial system. During markup, Republicans offered an alternative bill that streamlined existing programs, helped the needs on the ground, helped all students in need, regardless of where their school is, and included important accountability metrics. I wish we were discussing that bill here today. Unfortunately, this and every other Republican amendment is effectively blocked from discussion under this rule. Mr. Speaker, it is for that reason that I oppose the rule, and I ask members to do the same. I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Appreciate the comments, my friend. And just on the mental health part, we did have hearings in the subcommittee. I'm proud to chair the Health, Employment, Labor, and Pension. We have had ongoing discussions with both the ranking member of that subcommittee and the ranking committee member of the full committee. So I think this is to be continued. I would say on the mental health part of the rule, the urgency is right now, as I outlined in my opening comments. And it is something we will have to continue to work with, and hopefully will in good faith, because all of these issues around mental health, particularly for young people, I agree. And I've agreed with my conversations with my friend, the ranking member, Ms. Fox, and Mr. Allen, and I look forward to continuing that. But I think there is a real urgency on that. On the trust, I would respectively disagree. Given the level of inequality in this country right now, I think it's really important that we support competition in the marketplace, and the Federal Trade Commission needs the resources to make sure that that happens. The PAVA bill obviously has bipartisan support. So on all of these rules, I'm anxious to get them off the floor today as a rule, and look forward to seeing the continued debate tomorrow on the specific bills and the outcome of those bills. With that, I'll reserve back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my colleague from California.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today I reluctantly rise in opposition to this rule and will vote no. I'm a supporter of all three bills covered by this rule as they were originally introduced. I'm even a co-sponsor of Representative Negus's bill to increase filing fees. However, and very unfortunately, this rule advances a modified version of that bill. It tacks on provisions from Representative Buck's antitrust enforcement venue bill, and these antitrust venue provisions are unwise public policy. I vocally opposed them during the Judiciary Committee markup and have dutifully kept my leadership apprised of my opposition to them since that time. And despite proponents trying to sell these venue provisions as non-controversial, I am far from the only member with concerns. Furthermore, in a highly unusual move, the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts wrote to Congress outlining their serious concerns with these venue policy provisions. Opposition also comes in letters from the Progressive Policy Institute and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Proponents argue that state attorney generals are in favor. Well, I understand it was sold to them as a non-controversial provision, but of course they would be in favor. It makes life easier for them. It doesn't address the very serious issues outlined by the Administrative Office of the Courts, and it doesn't make this good, wise policy. So very reluctantly, I will vote no. I would gladly support today's rule if these venue provisions were not tacked on to the other good bills, and I would like to ask unanimous consent to put into the record the letter from the courts, the Progressive Policy Institute, and the letter from the Chamber of Commerce.
Without objection.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Minnesota reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'll only say that I always respect and admire my friend from the San Francisco Bay Area, and sometimes we disagree. I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady and my friend. Mr. Speaker, big tech is crushing competition and crushing conservative speech. This H.R. 3843 contains 3 important measures that will help America with big tech. The first gives state attorney generals the ability to file their lawsuits and keep those lawsuits in their states. The 48 attorney generals, state attorney generals, have asked Congress to move this bill forward. It received broad bipartisan support in the Judiciary Committee. The second is a bill that Senator Hawley and our colleague, Congressman Fitzgerald, have supported, and it basically prohibits China from buying small, high-tech companies so that they can steal our innovation. And the third bill that is combined in 3843 raises filing fees. Make no mistake, there are controls on these filing fees. They have to be appropriated for the FTC by the Appropriations Committee. That is a control. The Appropriations Committee, I hope, will be under Republican control in the next Congress, and it will be controlled so that nobody in the FTC is using these funds in an inappropriate way other than reviewing the mergers at issue. Mr. Speaker, my friend Senator Cruz has said it absolutely correctly. The greatest threat to democracy in this country is big tech. Senators Lee, Senator Cotton, Senator Grassley support the House version of this bill because it is a conservative bill, it is a bipartisan bill, it is a bill that will help America deal with big tech. And I hope my colleagues will support H.R. 3843. I thank the chair.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the names of several organizations I will mention just briefly that support these are 40 different organizations that have written to Congress in support of H.R. 3843, the Merging Filing Fee Modernization Act, and amongst them Accountability Tech, American Antitrust Institute, American Family Voices, Artists' Rights Alliance, Center for Democracy and Technology, Center for Digital Democracy, Common Sense Media, Consumer Action, Consumer Reports, Free Press Action, Open Markets Institute, and Our Revolution. So we've covered a broad group here, the Service Employees International Union, the Teamsters, and the Writers Guild of America West, amongst others. I would ask unanimous consent to insert these supporters and their correspondence into the record.
Without objection.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we defeat the previous question, Republicans will offer an amendment to the rule allowing for the immediate consideration of H.R. 6148, the HALT Fentanyl Act. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you. Over 100,000 people died from fentanyl overdoses in a one-year span, according to the CDC. That's a 30% increase from the year before. Fentanyl is now the #1 cause of death for Americans ages 18 to 45. I think we can all agree that something must be done to put a stop to this heartbreaking epidemic. Fentanyl has been temporarily classified as a Schedule I substance. This classification strengthens law enforcement's ability to prosecute fentanyl traffickers, and DEA reports that it has acted as an effective deterrent. The HALT Fentanyl Act would make the Schedule I classification permanent and would also promote research by removing regulations and streamlining the research process. We should do everything we possibly can to put an end to the devastation caused by fentanyl in this country. And the HALT Fentanyl Act is one piece of the puzzle that could make a real difference. To speak further on the amendment, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider my bill, H.R. 6184, the Halt All Lethal Trafficking of Fentanyl Act. Every member of this body knows someone who's been affected by the drug overdose epidemic plaguing our country. Recent provisional data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention indicates that during 2021, there were more than 107,000 overdose deaths that occurred in the United States, an increase of nearly 15% from the previous year. These record numbers are due in large part to the increasing presence of fentanyl and fentanyl analogs, which are approximately 100 times more potent than morphine and 50 times more potent than heroin. Because fentanyl has a proven medical use, it is considered a Schedule II narcotic. But illicit derivatives of fentanyl, also called fentanyl analogs or fentanyl-related substances, do not often demonstrate a medical value. Right now, they are considered Schedule I substances, but only because of a temporary scheduling order which expires on December 31st. My bill aims to curb overdose deaths by permanently scheduling fentanyl analogs as Schedule I substances. This will strengthen law enforcement's ability to prosecute fentanyl traffickers and act as a deterrent. The HALT Fentanyl Act also promotes research by removing barriers to that research. In committee, Energy and Commerce, we heard there are as many as 4,800 analogs. Our experts at the NIH, the FDA, and other agencies have studied roughly 30 of these 4,800 analogs. By encouraging research of Schedule I substances like fentanyl analogs, we can better understand how these substances work and how we can prevent potentially harmful impacts in the future. Now, the problem is that if this law expires and doesn't become permanent, those 4,800 analogs are arguably legal. I would submit they are legal, and we have to pass a law on each one of them. The HALT Fentanyl Act makes it so we don't have to do that. And should we discover, and this is the research component, should we discover that one of those 4,800, or maybe two, have a legitimate medical purpose, then we can come back in and consider that. But it's a whole lot easier to figure out what we've already done research on when we've done research on 30 of 4,800 analogs than it is to say, wait a minute, we're going to make all of these legal and then figure out which ones of them are the most dangerous to the American public. I would submit they're all dangerous and that Congress must pass the HALT Fentanyl Act now. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas, recognized for 3 minutes.
And I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I rise to speak on and urge the defeat of the previous question so that we can immediately take up H.R. 6184, the HALT Fentanyl Act. Mr. Speaker, there is a crisis on our southern border greater than we've ever seen due to the policies put in place by the Biden administration. Almost 2.5 million migrants have crossed our southern border in fiscal year 2022. In 2021 alone, border officials encountered nearly 2 million illegal immigrants and seizing over 11,000 pounds of fentanyl. This is a public health crisis that demands immediate attention. H.R. 6184, the HALT Fentanyl Act, places fentanyl-related analogs into Schedule I of the Controlled Substances Act and establishes a new registration process for Schedule I research funding by the Departments of Health and Human Services and the Department of Veterans Affairs. The move to permanently schedule fentanyl to Schedule I is a necessary tool for the Drug Enforcement Administration to work with other agencies and law enforcement officials to address the threat of illicit fentanyl. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, fentanyl is now the #1 cause of death for Americans 18 to 45, surpassing suicide, COVID-19, and car accidents. Mr. Speaker, we've all heard stories about how drug dealers are using social media and apps like Snapchat to infiltrate chats with teens or young kids and sell them these illicit drugs. We have no idea what they are selling and whether or not the drug is laced with fentanyl. 2 Congresses ago, the Energy and Commerce Committee worked hard on the Support Act to deal with what at the time was called an opiate crisis. But we've moved on from that, and now we have a fentanyl crisis. This is a different disease. It demands attention at the southern border. It demands attention of the analogs being shipped to Mexico from China. And it demands that our Drug Enforcement Agency have the tools it needs to interrupt this deadly epidemic of drug overdose deaths. One death is too many, and we need to equip our communities to address this issue from the source. If it's changed so much in 4 years, imagine what it will look like in 10 years if nothing is done now. I urge members to defeat the previous question so we can immediately take up this important bill, and I yield back to the gentlelady from Minnesota.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I would just inquire, we have, okay. Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes. Oh, we just changed, sorry. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the lady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 6184, the Halt Fentanyl Act, and stop the deadly flow of fentanyl into our communities. The failure of the Biden administration to control the southern border has resulted in record levels of deadly synthetic drugs like fentanyl pouring directly into American communities. So far this fiscal year, over 10,000 pounds of fentanyl has been seized at the southern border, with even more slipping through into our country. That's enough fentanyl to kill every American 8 times over. There's little doubt that the surge of drug seizures at our border is closely connected to the surge of drug overdose deaths in the United States. In fact, every 7.5 minutes, someone in the United States dies from fentanyl poisoning. Every 7.5 minutes. There's an opportunity here for us to work together to help stem the flow of deadly fentanyl and its analogs into our country. In my home state of Georgia, fentanyl overdose deaths in teens are up 800%. 800%. Tragic overdoses like this are happening every day all over the country. Even the CDC reports that fentanyl is now the leading cause of death in U.S. for adults aged 18 to 45. How can anyone seriously argue that a drug 50 times more potent than heroin and almost always proves to be fatal when ingested should ever be legal? Despite this crisis, the President did not request a single additional penny for the border crisis or the fentanyl crisis in the funding request for the CR. That's despicable. Again, these products are manufactured illegally and are largely brought to the United States through the southern border. To save lives, we must secure the border and halt the flow of fentanyl. I've visited the border several times to see this crisis firsthand. Unfortunately, our president has never visited our southern border, never been there, not even once. With a record high number of illegal immigrants, smugglers and cartels are using this as an opportunity to traffic more fentanyl substances. Unfortunately, President Biden and his administration have elected to leave our border wide open, inviting drug traffickers to bring fentanyl substances into the country and distribute it in our streets. This should not be a partisan issue. Fentanyl does not discriminate. It doesn't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. The individuals manufacturing and distributing fentanyl and its analogs are criminals, and they are killing us. This is not an issue that's going away. It's only getting worse every day. If the president would visit the border, he would be able to talk to the agents firsthand and see for himself just how serious the issue is. Our communities are at risk and our loved ones are dying. President Biden has ignored this public health crisis for far too long. It's past time to make this scheduling classification permanent, and I am proud to support the Halt Fentanyl Act to do just that. Mr. Speaker, let's pass this bill, secure the border, stem the tide of the growing fentanyl crisis, and save lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a Washington Post article entitled, U.S. Arrests Along the Mexico Border Top $2 Million a Year for the First Time. Mr. Speaker, the numbers don't lie. If the annual number of apprehensions at the border is set to break records, that means fewer migrants are making it into the country. The notion that Biden is doing nothing is just absolutely not true. I would ask unanimous consent to submit this into the record.
Without objection.
And then just secondarily, my good friend and co-chair of the Cancer Survivors Caucus from Georgia, we have a wonderful relationship. On this, I agree, but I disagree on the process. As somebody who spent a lot of time on opioid abuse, and we know that in our experience with people like myself who survived cancer, particularly more painful ones, that is a product, when used properly, can bring relief to people. But we know about the abuse, and as you said, a lot of that led to fentanyl. We're against illegal drugs hurting Americans. We want to support effective remedies to that. I would say that one of the most effective things we can do, having had a long experience personally and professionally in behavioral health, is to invest in the kind of bill we have in front of us, with all due respect, with my name on it, to get upstream. So we make sure that people have the resources, evidence-based services, so it's not a subjective, to get the services they need to protect themselves in a, unfortunately, far too free market when it comes to the abuse of both legal and illegal drugs. So with all due respect, again, happy to work with you, but I really think from my perspective, it's an argument to engage in the investment in behavioral health and mental health services and still work with you to make sure that people aren't bringing these awful products across our border. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 4 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlewoman from Minnesota. I rise today to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 6184, the Halt Fentanyl Act. Now, before I begin, I have to address something that was said just now. I'm the wife of a first responder. My husband sees these overdoses every single day. And in my community, we, in just this year, have apprehended bricks of fentanyl stamped with border cartels stamps on them. We know it's coming from the border. We know that it's being trafficked across both in trucks at ports of entry, but also illegally. We know this to be a fact, and if we do not secure the border, this will continue to happen. And I will say, as the wife of a first responder, someone whose husband has continually responded to these calls and is reviving people who have been poisoned by fentanyl, it is not a matter of if he himself overdoses, it's when. And that is going to be a very bad day, because I think that members of this chamber need to be held responsible for the open border policies that this administration continues to allow. But I digress. 108,000. That is the number of Americans who died from drug overdoses last year. Of those, more than 80,000 were connected to opioids. The lion's share of those opioid deaths were linked to fentanyl. Now, it's important that we remember that these numbers are actually people. They are mothers, they are fathers, brothers, sisters, sons, daughters, aunts, uncles. They are people, not statistics, they are humans. They represent millions of families who will never see their sons, daughters, husbands, wife, brother, sister, father ever again. Millions of people whose families have been shattered and feel helpless, broken, and angry as these horrific substances destroyed their communities and their family. These thousands of victims represent communities crushed by this epidemic, swept away by the flood of lethal substances that are ripping apart the fabric of our society. These thousands of people lost lay bare the denial, the weakness, and the lack of compassion that this administration and my colleagues across the aisle have shown through their ambivalence towards border security, our nation's security, as literally tons of fentanyl is trucked and walked across the southern border and into our communities. Now, a few months ago, a mother from my district cried in my office as she told about her beautiful daughter, Mackenzie, who died from fentanyl poisoning, not overdosing, poisoning, after taking what she thought was a Xanax. She was 28 years old. Now, unfortunately, Mackenzie's story is not unique. It is not rare. Her mother, Rebecca, is now dedicating her life to saving mothers across the country from the pain that she has endured from a preventable loss and from daughters from Mackenzie's fate. To my colleagues on the left, you control this chamber. So it's up to you to decide. How many more Mackenzies have to die before you will take action? You can pretend that there's no crisis at the border. We see that. That's evidenced in your remarks. But we know that's a lie. You visit any community in this country, and you will see that it has been ravaged by the death and destruction wrought by fentanyl. You cannot deny it. Your constituents know it. The American people know it. It's time for our colleagues across the aisle to wake up. So I stand here once again, as I did back in March, fighting against the horrors of the opioid epidemic that have a stranglehold on our communities. We once again have an opportunity to take a stand, not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans and concerned citizens. Today, for those that have lost their lives, but also for those potentially in the future. The families of those lost deserve this. Today is an opportunity to act. Today is an opportunity to put people above politics. And I want to commend my friend for his great work, the gentleman from Virginia, and sticking with this bill and seeing it across the finish line. And I urge my colleagues, please, think with your hearts.
The
Perhaps
gentlewoman's
maybe in
time
vain,
has
but I
expired.
hope to defeat the previous question so that we may immediately
The
consider this
gentlewoman's
bill,
time
the
has
Halt Fentanyl Act.
expired.
With that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks through the chair. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I'd just like to briefly respond. I have great respect, obviously, for emergency responders. I appreciate what her husband does for a living and what they have to go through. But we on this side agree that we've got to support thoughtful oversight to stop these drugs getting in the hands of people who can do great damage to. I've been to the border multiple times, both as a member of Congress and as a member of this California state legislature. We've got a problem. And it's been a problem through Republican administrations and Democratic administrations, both in the state houses of the border states and here in Washington, D.C. So we are not for open borders. We want to stop people being harmed by illicit drugs. So the idea that we are not, I would just respectfully say that is not accurate. I reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I am prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve. I'm ready to close as well.
The gentleman from California wishes to close. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. While I want to be in favor of these bills, Republicans are in agreement that the underlying problems these bills seek to solve are valid and warrant our attention. There are serious flaws with these bills as written that must be considered first. H.R. 7780 is a one-size-fits-all strategy that will not help the people on the ground. What a school in Minneapolis needs is not likely what a school in my rural district needs. Furthermore, it pushes people into courts to settle disputes and discourages other methods of resolution. H.R. 3843 trusts the FTC with no strings attached funding, even though the FTC is becoming increasingly partisan and cannot be trusted with more resources. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I oppose the rule, and I encourage other members to do the same, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to read a few numbers, particularly on the part of the rule that is the Mental Health Matters Act, which I'm proud to be the author of with Chairman Scott. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for ages of Americans 10 to 24, second for 12 to 18. For adolescents, depression, substance abuse, and suicide are extremely important concerns, an epidemic, I would say, among adolescents aged 12 to 17. In 2018 to 2019, 15.1% of young Americans had major depressive episodes. 36.7% had persistent feelings of sadness and hopelessness. 4.1% had a substance abuse disorder. 18% seriously considered attempting suicide. 16% made a suicide plan, and 10% attempted suicide. 10% of Americans, young people, have attempted suicide. 2.5% made suicide attempt requiring medical treatment. For all those reasons, the part of the rule that is the Mental Health Matters Act is extremely important to this country. Is it perfect? Of course not, from every perspective of 535 members of the Congress or 435 members of the House. But the need is too urgent, in my view, to wait. And that's why it's so important that not just this rule passes, but the bills pass. We need to put resources in the FTC with the most income inequality and consolidation of wealth through mergers, not always in our best interest. It's important that the FTC has the resources it needs to actually enforce the statutes as they currently have. So with that, Madam Speaker, we need to help Americans, and specifically teachers and students, get back to doing what they do best, teaching and learning. The legislation before us on the rule will help provide the resources to improve mental health outcomes and educational attainment. With that, I urge a yes vote on the rule and the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20 of this 15-minute vote, ordering the previous question will be followed by a 5-minute vote on adoption of the resolution if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3482. This is a 15-minute vote.
It's a huge gentleman from Florida.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote nay on the previous question.
California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Sherman, Vargas, and Jacobs of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that those representatives will vote aye on the motion.
Indiana.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, Ms. Wilson of
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairman Sean Patrick Maloney, I inform the House that he will vote yea on the previous question. Pete.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wagner from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote no on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Dina Titus, Ms. Lizzie Fletcher, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis and Mr. Palazzo will both vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
I can go. Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yea on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote no on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Richie Torres, inform the House that Mr. Torres will vote yes on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Carlos Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto and Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on moving the previous question.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ken of California, Jackie Spear of California, and Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote nay on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson and Mr. Infume, Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Infume of Maryland, they both vote yes on H.R. RES 1396.
Pennsylvania. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida and Mr. Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on House Resolution 1396. Am I reading that right? 96. Thank you.
The gentleman from California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida and Mr. Greg Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that both will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chu and Ms. Newman, I inform the House that these two members will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Curtis from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker person, as a member designated by Mr. John Carter of the Great Texas, I inform the House that Mr. John Carter will vote nay on the previous question.
Does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yes on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kathleen Rice, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek
As
recognition?
the member designated by Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on the previous question.
California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mass of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mass will vote no on the previous question. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
As a member designated Mr. Brown of Maryland, I inform the House Mr. Brown will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Swawa, I inform the House that this member will vote aye on the previous question.
The gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote no on the previous question.
the gentleman from recognition seek?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Mr. Upton of Michigan, I
What
inform the
purpose
House.
does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina and Mr. Upton of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Rice and Upton will vote nay on the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 2. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker President, as a member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote no on the previous question. So thank you.
On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 208. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. 5-minute vote. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by two members, Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Infume of Maryland, they both vote yes on H.R. 1396.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
This is the gentleman from California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Sherman, Vargas, and Jacobs of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that those representatives will vote aye on Rule H.R. 1396.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi and Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, inform the House that both members will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Chu of California, Ms. Newman of Illinois, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1396.
What purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch and Soto of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on HRES 1396.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speak, President. As a member designated by Mr. John Carter of the great state of Texas and Mr. Paul Goes of the great state of Arizona, inform they will vote no on the rule.
What purpose? What purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wagner from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ocasio-Cortez and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that those two members will vote yes on HRS 1396.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Spear and Mr. Khanna of California and Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on House Res 1396. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote no on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress member Richie Torres, I inform the House that Mr. Torres will vote yes on HRES 1396.
Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida and Mr. Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on HRES 1396.
Michigan seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Upton of Michigan and Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mrs. Rice and Upton will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on HRES 1396. Have a second.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I wasn't done.
Additionally, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will also vote no on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote yes on HRES 1396.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on HRES 1396.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chair Johnson, I inform the House that Chair Johnson will vote yes on HRES 1396.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. Steele will vote no on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Dina Titus, and Ms. Lizzie Fletcher, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1396.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Sean Patrick Maloney, I inform the House
that he will vote yea on HRES 1396.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congresswoman Rice of New York, I inform the House that the Congresswoman will vote yes on HRES 1396.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Brown of Maryland, I inform the House Mr. Brown will vote yea on H.R. 1396.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mast of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast will vote nay on the rule. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman of Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote nay on the rule.
are 212. The resolution is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider it is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote of the motion of the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Carson, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3482, on which the ayes and nays are recorded. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3482, a bill to establish the National Center for the Advancement of Aviation.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic devices, a 5-minute vote. For what purposes? What purposes the gentleman seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by two members, Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Influme of Maryland. They both are yes on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo and Mr. Bilirakis will both vote yea on H.R. 3482. Thank you.
What purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Sherman, Vargas, and Jacobs of California, I inform the House that these representatives will vote aye on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote yea on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida and Mr. Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Upton of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Upton will vote yea on H.R. 3482, and as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, the member designated Mr. Brown of Maryland, I inform the House Mr. Brown will vote yes on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Chu and Ms. Newman, I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch and Soto of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote yea on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on H.R. 3482.
For what purposes the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, President, member designated by Mr. John Carter of the great state of Texas and Mr. Paul Guzzo of the great state of Arizona, inform the House that they will vote no on 3042.
What purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Richie Torres, I inform the House that Mr. Torres will vote yes on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Congresswoman Kathleen Rice, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
As a member, Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yes on H.R. 3482.
What purposes the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chair Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that Chair Bernice Johnson will vote yes on H.R. 3482.
For what purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote yes on H.R. 8482.
What purposes the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Khan of California, Ms. Spear of California, Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3482. Thank you, Madam
For
Speaker.
what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yes on H.R. 3482.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Chair, as the member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on H.R. 3482.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on this measure, H.R. 3482.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Dina Titus, Ms. Lizzie Fletcher, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3482.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wagner from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote yea on H.R. 3482.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Sean Patrick Maloney, I inform the House that he will vote yea on H.R. 3482.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote yea on H.R. 3482.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Porter and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that those two members will vote yes on H.R. 3482.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart will vote yea on H.R. 3482. Additionally, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on H.R. 3482.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swalwell, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote aye on H.R. 3482.
What purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yea on H.R. 3482.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3482, and I will join them in an affirmative vote as well.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote yea on H.R. 3482.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on H.R. 3482.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 3482. And Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast will vote yea on H.R. 3482.
On this vote, the yeas are 369 and the nays are 56. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 8137, a bill originally introduced by Representative Walorski of Indiana for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Action so ordered. Order in the chamber. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3304 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3304, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to provide or assist in providing an additional vehicle adapted for operation by disabled individuals to certain eligible persons and for other purposes.
Okay. Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 3304 as amended.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3304 as amended, the Auto for Vets Act. I was proud to join Representative Lizzie Fletcher in introducing H.R. 3304 and thank her for her tireless work with the veteran community, which has led to this bill being considered on the floor today. Currently, disabled veterans are only allowed a single grant to modify a vehicle to provide them mobility. This means there are cars that are 25, 30, or even 40 years old on the road because the veteran has no other option. When you consider that the average life of an automobile is less than 12 years, we're asking veterans to incur additional costs and risks by driving excessively old cars for decades. The Auto for Vets Act finally expands eligibility for disabled veterans to obtain vehicles modified for their disabilities more than once in their lifetime. Upon passage into law, H.R. 3304 would immediately allow veterans who have waited decades to acquire a new vehicle, and after giving those veterans priority, would eventually expand the benefit to cover those veterans who updated their vehicle 10 years ago. This legislation also expands the definition of medical services to include certain vehicle modifications so that veterans can attend medical appointments. This legislation has long been a priority for veterans and is supported by DAV, VFW, PVA, and countless other veterans organizations. This legislation is fully paid for and delivers for disabled veterans who gave us so much. And I thank the ranking member for his support of this legislation. I know we have both wanted to fix this long-standing problem. Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the Auto for Veterans Act as amended. This bill would help severely service-connected veterans purchase and adapt a vehicle 10 years after they purchased the first one. Current law only provides these veterans with the funds for one vehicle during their lifetime. Well, all know that the life of a car is not infinite. Maybe my father didn't, but most people do. For too long, disabled veterans have had to drive vehicles that have logged hundreds of thousands of miles. You know, this bill would help a deserving population with the safe and reliable transportation they need. You know, I'm also pleased that this bill is fully offset. The underlying bill is very similar to H.R. 1361, the Auto for Veterans Act, which was introduced this Congress and last by our colleague, Congressman Muser. While I would have preferred that we considered his version of today, this bill will help many disabled veterans, and it has my full support. And I want to thank the PVA and the DAV for their continued advocacy for this proposal. And I encourage all of my members to support this bill, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Dan Muser.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Ranking Member Boss for his leadership on this important bill. I do rise in support of the Autos for Veterans Act. This legislation will expand, as stated, access to the Department of Veterans Affairs automobile grant, which assists severely disabled veterans. Veterans, especially those in rural communities, Madam Speaker, face transportation challenges, as we all know, that affect their quality of life and independence. Expanding the VA Automobile Grant Program is a common-sense step towards improving this program for men and women who made tremendous sacrifices serving our country. Improving access to safe and reliable transportation for disabled veterans will ensure they can maintain their independence and lead fulfilling, healthy lives. I have introduced the Auto for Veterans Act, a bill nearly identical to this legislation in the last Congress, and it did receive support from numerous veteran service organizations and garnered over 70 co-sponsors, including Democrats and Republicans. I'm glad that my Democrat colleagues were able to see the merit of this legislation, and I do look forward to the Senate taking action on this legislation and providing much-needed support and independence for our wounded veterans. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. California is recognized.
I reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am ready to close, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, again, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 3304 as amended. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3304? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8888 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8888, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to establish in the Department of Veterans Affairs an Office of Food Security and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 8888 as amended.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8888 as amended, the Food Security for All Veterans Act. This bill establishes an office dedicated to ending veteran hunger at VA that will collaborate with internal and external groups to develop and implement policies and procedures to identify and treat veterans at risk of or experiencing hunger. Food insecurity can create or exacerbate other health maladies and is one of many contributing factors that has led to increased suicide rates, diabetes, heart disease, and depression. Addressing veteran hunger is critical to this committee's suicide prevention efforts. I thank our newest member from Alaska, Congresswoman Peltola, for taking up this important issue and prioritizing veterans. VA has made tremendous strides in its work to end veteran hunger. VA leads an interagency working group and regularly collaborates with its federal counterparts on this issue. VA also instituted a clinical reminder that screens every veteran who receives their care at VA for food insecurity and connects those in need with resources. However, until recently, these tasks were carried out by VA employees as ancillary duties. There were no staff dedicated solely to addressing veteran hunger. VA has started the process of building a team that works exclusively on this issue, and Congresswoman Peltola's bill gives VA the infrastructure and resources to ensure those efforts continue for years to come. Now, before the pandemic and still now, Black, Latino, Native American, and Native Alaskan veteran families experience disproportionately high rates of hunger. This bill requires VA to coordinate with the VA Office of Tribal Government Affairs and the Department of Interior to focus on these communities. A critical issue this bill intends to affect is the disparity between VA and USDA data on veteran hunger. USDA reports about an 11% rate of food insecurity among veterans versus VA, which reports a roughly 2% rate among veterans using VA health care. The bill requires VA, in consultation with USDA, to issue an annual report to Congress on the prevalence of veteran hunger. It also requires VA to track its progress and success in connecting more veterans with resources like the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP. Importantly, the Food Security for All Veterans Act mandates VA collaborate with the Departments of Agriculture and Defense to develop materials for the Transition Assistance Program to help increase access to food resources for families in need as they navigate the military to civilian transition. September is Hunger Action Month, and today the White House hosted a conference on hunger, nutrition, and health that will catalyze the public and private sectors around a coordinated strategy to accelerate progress and drive transformational change in our country to end hunger. This legislation is endorsed by numerous veteran service organizations and hunger advocacy organizations, including Student Veterans of America, Maison, a Jewish Response to Hunger, Food Research Action Center, Disabled American Veterans, the American Federation of Government Employees, National Coalition for Homeless Veterans, Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, and Blue Star Families. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the following letters from Maison, a Jewish Response to Hunger, and the Food Research Action Center.
Without objection, so ordered.
I urge the rest of my colleagues to support this legislation and ensure no veteran goes hungry. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reluctantly support this bill. You know, the food insecurity is an issue that impacts thousands of veterans every year. Veterans continue to suffer from skyrocketing food prices caused by the economic mistakes of the Biden administration. And while I support bringing more attention to veterans' hunger, I'm skeptical that this bill is the correct solution. The bill before us today would try to address these issues by creating a new Office of Food Insecurity at the VA. VA has also already told us that they were working on to set up an office at the VHA dedicated to food insecurity. And I look forward to working with our colleagues in the Senate to modify the language in this bill to match the department's efforts. That said, I'm pleased by the changes that were made today to improve on the text. So, all considered, I reluctantly urge all of my colleagues to support the bill, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this time, I would like to yield 5 minutes to my new friend, who is a newly elected member of Congress from the beautiful state of Alaska. I think this is her first piece of legislation to be brought to the floor, and we are proud it's coming out of the Veterans Affairs Committee. Again, Ms. Peltola, the gentlewoman from Alaska, you are recognized for, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Alaska.
The gentleman from Alaska is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Mr. Chairman, for providing consideration of my legislation today. I particularly want to share my appreciation with Committee Chair Takano and Ranking Member Bost on the Veterans Committee for moving quickly on this important issue for the 18 million veterans in our country. I rise today to speak on a topic of vital importance to my state, where veterans comprise about 10% of the population, and I know many veterans who face food insecurity. This is my first bill as a member of the U.S. House, which is appropriate. There is nothing more important than ensuring our veterans and their families can enjoy a safe and healthy life after their service for our country. This bill would create an Office of Food Security within the Department of Veterans Affairs. The office would be charged with providing information to veterans on the availability and eligibility requirements for federal nutrition assistance programs. The office would work with other government agencies to implement policies to help veterans at risk or experiencing food insecurity. A report just 4 months ago from the Center for Strategic and International Studies was clear. Quote, food insecurity among U.S. veterans and military families is a national security concern. It multiplies stress on active duty personnel, diminishes well-being among service members and their children, who are more likely to serve in the military as adults, and may hinder recruitment for the armed services, unquote. I know this bill will not solve the problem entirely, but I believe it can help Alaska and throughout the country. I ask my colleagues to support H.R. 8888, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no speakers, and I'm ready to close.
The gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 8888 as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8888 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8875 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8875, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to expand eligibility of members of the National Guard for housing loans guaranteed by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 8875 as amended.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield my such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 8875 as amended, the Expanding Home Loans for Guard and Reservists Act. One of the most valuable benefits veterans earn is the VA Home Loan Benefit, which can provide them a head start in their transition to civilian life. And that is why 2 years ago we passed into law an expansion to grant National Guard members credit for the days they serve on active duty. However, through oversight and casework, we've learned how some veterans are missing out on this benefit. This legislation is a technical fix which updates the law to define eligibility by counting active duty for training when Guard and reservists are training for things like special forces, aviation, or linguistics. These service members deserve eligibility because they are going through the same courses and training as their active duty counterparts, taking the same risks and passing the very same requirements. Guard and reservists are at a greater disadvantage because they are removed from the civilian workforce for extended periods of time and after their training is complete, they transition back to civilian life, move back home from the base where they were training, find employment, and find a place to live. This technical fix makes sure that Guard and Reservists don't miss out on using a great benefit from the VA Home Loan Guarantee Service. I thank Representative Ryan, our newest member from New York, for taking up this issue and making veterans a priority. As an added bonus, this fix actually saves the federal government money by bringing more borrowers into the attractive low rates of the VA Home Loan Program. Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today in reluctant support of the Expanding Home Loans for Guard and Reserve Act. Last Congress, my bill, H.R. 7445, proposed expanding VA home loan benefits to members of the National Guard who have served on active duty or full-time Guard duty. Congressman Ryan's bill would expand the home loan benefit members to members of the National Guard that are on federal active duty orders for training. Unfortunately, this policy is being rushed in an election year gimmick. Unlike other bills we are considering today, this bill has not had the benefit of legislative hearings, and I would have liked to hear the views of the VA and other stakeholders. A hearing would have allowed us to understand the impact of this legislation could have on the mortgage markets. It would also have provided insight on the effect of this bill could have on recruitment of National Guard active forces. This said, I do not want to stand in the way of legislation that can help members of the National Guard. And I reluctantly urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am prepared to close. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back.
Madam Speaker, again, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 8875 as amended, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8875 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5918 as amended.
The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 5918, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to ensure that the Secretary of Veterans Affairs repays members of the Armed Forces for certain contributions made by such members towards post-9/11 educational assistance.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material in H.R. 5918 as amended.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5918 as amended, legislation to ensure veterans can recoup the money they paid into the Montgomery GI Bill. Under current law, veterans do not fully access their Montgomery GI Bill, can lose out on the payments they made into the program, in some cases totaling up to $1,200. The Montgomery GI Bill is in the process of being phased out for the more generous Forever GI Bill. Many veterans may not remember the $1,200 they paid into the program in their early days of their service, or even be aware that they're entitled to a refund of the unused funds. The process to reclaim that $1,200 can be difficult, and there are times when the veteran can simply lose out on the money because they waited too long. This legislation eliminates that cumbersome process by making it so the veteran is repaid, no questions asked. The bill is fully offset and supported by the veteran service organization community, including by Student Veterans of America. I thank Representative Banks for his work on this legislation and the VSO community for bringing this issue to our committee. And I urge the rest of my colleagues to support this legislation to ensure no veteran loses out on what is owed to them. Madam Speaker, I thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 5918 as amended. This bill would close a financial loophole affecting many service members. Last Congress, I was proud to support General Berkman's efforts to responsibly sunset the Montgomery GI Bill, and today I'm pleased to support Congressman Banks' bill to ensure that those service members who paid into the program are repaid. Under current law, service members who switch from Montgomery to the post-9/11 GI Bill would also would lose about $1,200 they paid into the program, and if they exhausted their benefits while still on active duty. Veterans who exhausted their benefits already received the $1,200 back. This bill would fix this loophole and treat service members and veterans equally. Service members earn the benefits and should not be shortchanged just because they are still on active duty. This bill would include a short-term extension of the VA home loan funding fees to fully offset the cost of this bill. And I thank the American Legion for bringing this problem to our attention. And I would also like to thank Congressman Banks for introducing this important bill, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm ready to close, and I would encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 5918 as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5918, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7589 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7589, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to prohibit the imposition or collection of co-payments for certain mental health outpatient care visits of veterans and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7698 as amended.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, as we all know, September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, and I hope everyone has the new crisis hotline number, 988. I hope they have it saved on their phones. If you or a veteran you care about is in a crisis, please dial 988 and press 1 to reach trained responders at the Veterans Crisis Line. Again, let me repeat this number. Dial 988 and press 1 to reach trained responders at the Veterans Crisis Line. Now, one component of a public health approach to veteran suicide prevention is ensuring that all of our nation's heroes have access to timely, high-quality, effective mental health care. I'm so pleased to bring up my bill, H.R. 7589, as amended, the Reduce and Eliminate Mental Health Outpatient Veteran Copays, or Remove Copays Act. We reported this bill favorably out of the House, out of the Veterans Affairs Committee last week on a bipartisan voice vote. And I thank Ranking Member Bost for his support of this bill. H.R. 7589 turns a legislative proposal from the Department of Veterans Affairs into a law that will make every enrolled veteran's first 3 outpatient mental health appointments at VA free every year. We know that what may seem like low copays can in fact be significant financial barriers for many veterans. Our goal is to knock down all barriers for veterans seeking and accessing mental health care at VA. VA strongly supports this bill, as do veteran service organizations and mental health groups. If we can enact this into law, VA will be the first of hopefully all federal health care programs to eliminate copays for mental health care every year in this way and get people the help they need. Madam Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this vital piece of legislation, H.R. 7589, as amended, the Remove Copays Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7589, the Remove Copays Act. As its name suggests, this bill would remove copayments from every veteran's first 3 mental health outpatient visits for each calendar year. Now, I'm pleased to support the Remove Copays Act today, and I hope it will encourage veterans to take better care of their mental health. September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, and according to the most recent data from VA, the number of veterans who died by suicide decreased from 2019 to 2020. That is encouraging news. However, at least one non-VA study suggests that VA is undercounting the number of veterans who died by suicide by as much as 2.4 times. And I fear that VA's data still has not accounted for the negative effects of COVID, lockdowns, isolation, and illness. Regardless of, as long as veterans continue to take their own lives, we have important work to do. Suicide is not just a mental health issue, but improving mental health has a critical role to play in stopping suicide once and for all. And I'm grateful to Chairman Takano for his introduction of this bill, and I hope all of my colleagues will join me in supporting it today. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 7589 as amended. I do thank my colleague, the ranking member. It's an example of standing our ground where we must and finding common ground where we can. Lastly, I want to close by saying please dial 988 and press 1 to reach trained responders at the Veterans Crisis Line. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7589, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass S. 1198.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1198, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to improve and expand the Solid Start program of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S. 1198.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support S. 1198, the bipartisan, bicameral Solid Start Act. This bill is led by Senator Hassan, and in the House, this legislative effort is led by my Veterans Affairs colleague, Veterans Affairs Committee colleague, Representative Slotkin. Now, we know that the transition from active duty service to veteran status can bring not only new opportunities, but also substantial adjustment and stress. For some veterans, it can pose serious mental health challenges. In fact, the first year of transitioning out of military service is a very high-risk period for veteran suicide. Now, VA initiated its Solid Start program to address the challenges new veterans may face during this period. VA now contacts veterans at 3 different periods in that first year to check in, remind veterans of benefits and services for which they're eligible, and connect them to resources. Women veterans, like all veterans, deserve to know about all the benefits and services they've earned with no exceptions. Now, I've heard today that some Republican members of this House are suddenly looking to oppose this veteran suicide prevention bill, and all because it has 16 words that simply ensure women veterans are told about the range of benefits and services for which they're eligible. 16 words when we're talking about 16 veteran suicides, deaths a day. We're talking about benefits like the GI Bill and compensation for toxic exposure presumptions, breast cancer screening, treatment for military sexual trauma, and yes, the freedom to discuss their options around pregnancy. All benefits that they've earned through their service because they chose to serve our nation. Well, I would say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to take your fight against women veterans elsewhere. Criminalizing, infantilizing, and denying women veterans, take your fight elsewhere. There is no bar that prevents VA providers from discussing a single benefit with male veterans, but my colleagues want a double standard for women veterans. This is about 2 lines in an entire bill meant to help veterans who've recently left active duty. All veterans. Republicans won't pass this bill unless we delete women from it, and I refuse to do that. Women veterans are veterans. A conversation with a women veteran about coming to the VA could prevent her death from suicide. It could also prevent needless suffering and possible death from health conditions, including pregnancy. Republicans have gotten so extreme with their fear of women having autonomy over their own bodies and lives that they're willing to play political games with veterans' lives and tank a veteran suicide prevention bill. I would also remind those considering blocking this bill that this very same language has already passed in the House. Back on June 23rd this year, this chamber passed the Strong Veterans Act of 2022. It passed under a simple voice vote. The Senate unanimously passed this Solid Start Act after VA's new rule on abortion counseling and services had been announced. September is National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, and this legislation would help us better connect veterans with the resources needed to save lives. Sadly, each day, we are losing roughly 16 veterans to suicide. I'm not willing to let 16 words about women's freedom to discuss their own benefits contained in this legislation prevent us from saving the lives of 16 veterans who die by suicide each day. So I thank Senator Hassan and Representative Slotkin for the work on this important issue, and I'm pleased we could take up this bill during Suicide Prevention Month. Madam Speaker, I strongly urge my colleagues to vote yes on S 1198, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in reluctant opposition to S 1198, the Solid Start Act of 2021. The Solid Start program was created by President Trump in 2019 to better support veterans as they transition out of the military. I know firsthand that leaving the military can be tough. Now, I would like to say when I left the military as a young Marine, the only TAP program that I got was a tap on the back and said, "See you later." Now, I'm glad that things have improved a lot since then. And the Solid Start program has helped improve service members' transitions even more. Now, I'm a real big fan of the Solid Start program. The Strong Act my bill with Chairman Takano includes identical language to this bill and would permanently authorize the Solid Start program. The STRONG Act passed the House in June with full support and my full support. However, earlier this month, Secretary McDonald announced that VA would begin providing abortions. And I believe it is not only immoral, but it is also illegal. Congress prohibited VA providing abortions in 1992. Congress has never repealed that prohibition. I have never been, and just so you know, it has never been superseded. Secretary McDonald has claimed that he is taking this action in defense of women's health, setting aside the fact that abortion is not health care. By making that claim, the Secretary has made it clear that he views women's health as one and the same with abortion. This bill would require VA to provide women veterans with, quote, information that is tailored to their specific health care and benefit needs, end quote. We have offered to remove, if we would just remove that language and say veterans, that would not include information about abortion given the Secretary's views. That is unacceptable to me and to many others. Our democracy is based on the rule of law. Now, I wish the Secretary would follow the law, especially when it is a matter of life and death. If he did, I would fully support this bill, just like I did in June, before the VA's new illegal rule. Instead, I regret that I must oppose it today, and I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, before I yield to my first speaker, let me just respond that every day my colleagues are making threats to file a lawsuit to stop the interim final rule. The ranking member believes, as do many on his side of the aisle, that the interim final rule is illegal based on the 1992 law. But I will remind him that in 1996, Congress authorized the VA Secretary to define the benefits package, the medical benefits package. So I disagree with his interpretation of this interim final rule as being illegal. But let me mention one thing further, that I have not seen any lawsuit yet filed, even though he asserted that he would seek to have this rule stayed. I am assuming that the delay in filing since the hearing that we had is because he is still looking for a perfect judge to hear it. But in the meantime, they're hijacking this opportunity to once again blind and gag women veterans under the premise that veterans should not be allowed to know the health care options and benefits that are available to them. This is not only an insult to veterans, but to the veteran service organizations that have endorsed and supported this bill. So at this time, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my good friend who serves on the Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee of the Veterans Affairs Committee, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Locken.
The gentlewoman is recognized. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the Solid Start Act, a truly bipartisan bill that I originally introduced on Veterans Day in 2020. This bill requires the VA to connect with veterans during their first year when they transition out of service to ensure they are aware of the benefits and resources that they have earned. I was thrilled to see this bipartisan legislation pass the Senate twice, both times by unanimous consent. And it passed the House as part of the Strong Veterans Act with overwhelming support by voice vote. First, I'd like to thank my Veterans Advisory Board back in Michigan and the other stakeholders in my district who helped to craft this bill. I'd like to thank the American Legion, the Disabled American Veterans, and the VFW for their support, and the countless veterans and veteran families in the district who gave me their feedback to help us craft this bill. It comes directly from their experience where overwhelmingly the sentiment was in that first year of separation, veterans do not understand all of the resources from education to healthcare that they are eligible for. 40% of the veterans in Michigan are unconnected totally from the VA and the resources they are entitled to. This statistic, coupled with the experience of navigating those challenges in the VA, are unacceptable. Every veteran I know has their own story as they transition out of the military, whether it's been 3 years or 3 decades. I watched this up close with my husband after 30 years of active duty in the Army. Newly separated veterans encounter changes in job status, lifestyle, housing, healthcare, education. It's a period of enormous change and also a period of vulnerability. Tragically, rates of veteran suicide are higher in those tumultuous first years than later after separation. Veterans are entitled to a variety of resources, but they only can access them if they know about them. That's why I introduced the Solid Start Act with my Republican friend, Congressman Joyce. This bipartisan bill codifies a pilot program, as Mr. Boss said, that was initiated under President Trump, and it shows great promise. But as we stand here tonight, this bill has now been unexpectedly thrown into jeopardy, and it's entirely because of political gamesmanship. Right now, at the last minute, before we vote on this bill, the pro-life caucus has, from the other side of the aisle, has asked to stop the bill from moving to prevent the 16 words that are on this page. This language has been in the bill since its inception when we created this. Quote, providing women veterans with information that is tailored to their specific health care. To be clear, if we pass this bill, it goes to the president's desk to be signed into law. But just so we understand what was meant with the idea of providing women and veterans with information tailored to them. Pregnancy and mental health care, maternity care, mammogram, breast health, breastfeeding and lactation, menopause, gynecological cancer, pre-pregnancy health, chronic pelvic pain, birth control, osteoporosis, prosthetics for women, intimate partner violence, disordered eating, sexual assault. I can go on. There is a very long list of specific health issues that are specific to women. Instead, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are holding this bill hostage. The 16 words that they apparently now object to are essential for women's health care that is already covered by the VA. None of this is controversial. None of this is objectionable. It doesn't change one thing about veterans' benefits or services. It makes no changes to what they are entitled to. All it does is require the VA to reach out to service members 3 times in their first year from separation. It increases outreach to veterans. So let's talk about what this is really about. Earlier today, a letter went out from Ranking Member Bost and the Pro-Life Caucus saying that members, while they supported it previously, should now turn against it. After publicly supporting this, they are now leaving it. And why? Because they are concerned about VA policy. They are concerned about the VA's decision to provide veteran women with access to abortion when they have been raped, when they are the victims of family incest, or when a doctor confirms that the pregnancy is a risk to the health or the life of the mother. Not abortion on demand, not extreme policies, these very basic, commonly accepted instances when a woman veteran has gone through hell and has no other option. The other side of the aisle, to be clear, is objecting to this bill because they object to any exceptions whatsoever on abortion. It is a political game. It is literally putting politics ahead of the 18 million veterans and 200,000 each year that separate. It is our responsibility to honor the veterans, male and female, and I find it disturbing that you would play politics in this way. I ask the other side of the aisle to reconsider and support this bill. The gentleman from California reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take this time, if I can, to respond to a few things that were not said correctly. One, no one has said anything about a lawsuit, especially from the ranking member. Two, the Hyde Amendment says life, or the rape, incest, life of the mother. When you put life and health of mother, it expands what can be distorted and where we're at, and it opens to the point of long-term abortion, and that has actually been verified by the VA. It was not a whole list of there that I wanted that we wanted removed. We wanted to say, if we believe that men and women are all veterans and should be considered, then they should be advised as veterans. But by putting that particular language in at this time, after the administration has violated the law of 1962. Now, the chairman said there's another law, but if you look at that law never goes directly to abortion. And if it was directed towards abortion, they would have put it in the law. They would have put it in the law. They wouldn't have made that broad statement. And that's why it's a misinterpretation of the VA. With that, Madam Speaker, I would like to yield my colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Chris Smith, for 4 minutes, if I may.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my good friend for yielding, Madam Speaker. As the former chairman of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs and the prime author of 14 major laws to assist veterans, including the Homeless Veterans Comprehensive Assistance Act and several health care bills as well, laws, I have always deeply respected and strongly supported the unique mission of the VA healthcare. Comprised of 172 medical centers and over 1,100 outpatient clinics, the VA operates the largest integrated healthcare network in the entire world. VA medical personnel, 371,000 professionals and support staff, are absolutely committed to healing, nurturing, and rehabilitating. So it is beyond disappointing that President Biden issued an illegal rule, and I was here when the Section 106 of the Veterans Health Care Act of 1992 was enacted. It couldn't have been clearer. To turn life-saving, life-enhancing mission of the VA into new venues for abortion on demand. And the word health, Roe versus Wade and Doe v. Bolton couldn't have made it more clear. And Doe v. Bolton was the companion opinion issued by the Supreme Court. They defined health. They used the World Health Organization's definition, and it is everything, including any kind of mental stress. So it is a completely wide open abortion on demand language. It's not rape, incest, and life of the mother. Health is included in Biden's rule. The new Biden VA abortion rule authorizes and forces taxpayers to fund the violent death of unborn baby girls and baby boys. By what? By beheading, dismemberment, forced expulsion from the womb, deadly poisons, and other methods at any time until birth. Abortion, Madam Speaker, is not health care unless one construes the precious life of an unborn child to be analogous to a tumor to be excised or a disease to be vanquished. For decades, Madam Speaker, abortion advocates have gone to extraordinary lengths to ignore, trivialize, and cover up the battered baby victim. But today, thanks to ultrasound, unborn babies are more visible than ever before. Today, science informs us that birth is an event, albeit an important one, but it's not the beginning of life. Modern science and medicine today treats unborn children with disability or disease as a patient in need of diagnosis and treatment, not death by abortion. Unborn babies are society's youngest patients and deserve benign, life-affirming medical interventions, not medicines that kill. The weakest and most vulnerable unborn babies deserve our respect, our empathy, protection, and love. The legislation before us today will be used to promote VA's new abortion on demand mission. And I urge my colleagues to oppose it, and hopefully we will see a change in the policy sometime in the near future that President Biden has issued. Yield back the balance.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time remains?
The gentleman has 9.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I yield an additional 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, let me just say that if the minority is so insistent and is fervent in their beliefs that this interim final rule is illegal, I do not understand why there has been no lawsuit filed to enjoin the rule. This is very peculiar that with such passion and with such fervor they argue that this rule is illegal. And with that, I yield 3 minutes to my colleague from the state of Michigan.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's been a lot of talk on the other side of the aisle, and I want to be clear. No one in this room is in the judicial branch, and no one in this room that I'm aware of is a medical doctor. If you believe that the provisions that the VA has put forward have a legal problem, you have the right to take up that case and put it through the courts. We are the legislative branch. We make laws, we pass laws. We are not judge and jury. Take it to a court if you're concerned. That is your right. In terms of making decisions on behalf of women, if you want to take a veterans bill and make it about abortion, then let's do it. What you are saying, and you're saying in front of the American people, is that you believe a veteran who has been raped, who is the victim of incest, and who is having a dangerous miscarriage does not deserve access to abortion. You are saying, unless you correct me and tell me what you believe a woman deserves to have when she has been raped, the victim of incest, or is in the middle of a dangerous miscarriage, if you can't state it, then be clear you believe in no exceptions for women, a cold, heartless, violent approach to women's health. You want to ban all abortions. That is your goal. Many of you have been open about that. And if you flip the House, we know that you will put forward a full ban on all abortion for all states. You've been clear about it. You want to turn a veterans bill into an abortion bill, let's do it. Not one of you are a medical doctor. Not one of you. What the VA guidelines say is that if you've been raped or the victim of incest or a medical professional deems that your pregnancy is a risk to your health, the 1 of 4 women in this country who has had a miscarriage, probably many women in this room, that you are a better judge of who gets to decide the future of their life and not a medical doctor? Who do you think you are? You are politicians. We are all on this floor elected officials and not medical professionals. If it was your wife, your daughter, who is suffering through a miscarriage, are you going to tell her she can't until her fever gets high enough, until she's bleeding harder? That's what's happening in the state of Texas right now. If that's what you want for veterans, shame on you. Shame on you. I'm sorry. We built this bill to be bipartisan. I sought your support particularly, sir. And you're making it a political issue. Shame on you. You all have pictures of veterans in your office, proud to show your pride in our veterans. It should be the most bipartisan issue in the world, and you're making it political. Shame on you.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The chair would remind members to direct all remarks to the chair. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me tell you, Madam Chair, if I may, the question is not on rape, incest, life of mother. It's on health, which could then go to mental health, which could spin off to late-term abortions. And this is a very personal issue to a lot of people, and I'm sure it is to everyone on both sides of the aisle. But I have to question who in this room has ever held a child that has been through at 25 weeks in the womb. I have. I held one granddaughter who died in the womb and one who died in my arms after she was out of the womb. What the VA has done with this rule, by tweaking it so they think it's for the right reasons, right or wrong, which you consider, rape, incest, life of the mother. It's not. It's rape, incest, life, and health of the mother, which will allow for those late-term abortions. Folks, that's life. Our Constitution is very, very clear. Very clear. Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. The first being life. You can't, if you've ever held a child like that when they've died in your arms, say that's not life. And unfortunately, it's not us that's making it political, it's the Biden administration, Madam Speaker. And they've done it through taking the VA, and anybody that can question me on my support of veterans is out of their mind. I've served. My father served. My grandfather served. My son served. My grandson served. And guess what? As of last week, my granddaughter is now in Navy boot camp. I will stand for the veterans, but I will not stand for the death of children, regardless of who this administration is or what they believe is a good political move. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend, the ranking member, and I appreciate his service and I appreciate his passion on this issue. And I listened here as my colleagues want to lecture us about making decisions about life. And who are my colleagues to decide when life begins? Talking about where the doctors are in the room. Who are my colleagues? Where is God in the room? About determining when life begins. It is my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who have out-of-step views about the extent of abortion in this country to terminate life right up to the point of birth. It is out of step with the entirety of the world. It is a radical position, and the entirety of this country knows it. And what we're talking about right now, when we used to be able to have some peaceful debates on this in this body, we had the Hyde Amendment recognizing our differences on the issue and trying to pull it out of the debate of funding. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to respect the Hyde Amendment. And now you have an administration making up law. And my colleague on the other side of the aisle wants to lecture about where you go have a dispute about law. Oh, run to the courts, they say. Run to Article 3. Well, we're Article 1, dadgummit, and we make decisions about the law every single day. And as a member of this body, I introduced the Article 1 Act under President Trump, questioning executive authority. I subpoenaed records from the White House questioning unaccompanied alien children data because I believe in the primacy of Article 1. But we should daggum on a bipartisan basis believe that we did make these decisions, and you don't have the VA arbitrarily making law and stepping over the 1992 law, which has never been repealed. It has never been set aside. And to suggest that it has makes a mockery of the laws that we pass. And we should agree on that on a bipartisan basis. The ranking member is speaking for all of us when he says we're trying to stand up in support of the Solid Start program. But it has now been turned on its head by a radical decision by the executive branch. And so now we are no longer going to support this program as it exists. As the chairman said, 16 words is the hang up, then change the 16 words. And let's fix what needs to be fixed to honor what we know is the law from the 1992 law. Now I yield back to the ranking member.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, Madam Speaker, what the gentleman from Texas is suggesting that we do is delete women from S 1198. That I will not do. And yes, I strongly believe in Article 1 and the accusation that Secretary McDonough issued a radical rule. Well, what is this so-called radical rule he's mentioning? He's mentioning that he has issued. The rule that Secretary McDonough issued, the interim final rule, says that abortion is available based on the 1996 law, which gave him the authority to define medical benefits available at the VA. That is very clear what Congress did. So it's under that authority that this secretary has made not a radical rule, but simply a rule which allows veteran women to enjoy the same rights that they had when they were serving in the military as active duty service members. Women serving in the military have access to abortions when they have been raped, when they are victims of incest, and yes, when their pregnancies pose a danger to their life. This is who is trying to play God here are the members on the other side of the aisle who wish to deny women who've worn the cloth of this country, who have served our country, who fought for all our freedoms, to deny them the freedom to be able to consider the full range of medical procedures that they need in order to preserve their own life. What is extreme here is that they want to deny women to even be able to access abortion counseling, counseling which may save their lives. And so, with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair
Thank you, Madam.
recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important to realize that DOD actually follows the Hyde Amendment, which is rape, incest, and the life of the mother, which is exactly what the chairman just quoted. What the VA does is rape, incest, life, and health, including mental health of the mother, which can be a claim that maybe I'm under stress, maybe, all of these things. And that's why we need clarification. But not only do we need clarification, we need to follow the law. And the argument that the other law that allows the VA secretary to make these decisions, it never mentioned abortion in there, and I think that would have done that. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am prepared to close, and with that, I would like to I'm encouraging my members to vote no on this bill. I would love to be able to vote on this bill when we get this problem straightened out. I believe our veterans deserve to have the other benefits that are here and available in the bill. As everyone knows, that I did vote for it before in the other form, before the VA stepped down this path. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, again, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing S 1198, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1198? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No! In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8510 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8510, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to make certain improvements to the Office of Accountability and Whistleblower Protection of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 8510 as amended.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, H.R. 8510 as amended, the Strengthening Whistleblower Protections at the Department of Veterans Affairs Act, is an important bill that will protect and support VA employees who report wrongdoing within the department. I commend Representatives Chris Pappas and Tracy Mann, Chairman and Ranking Member of our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, for their work over the past 3 years on this issue. The subcommittee has been tireless in its examination of VA policies and procedures for protecting whistleblowers and disciplining those who retaliate against them. When retaliation occurs, VA must make whole a whistleblower who is unfairly punished for speaking truth to power. This is not only the right thing to do, it is the law. During the subcommittee's hearings on this issue, we heard firsthand accounts from several individuals who experienced long waits for justice despite confirmed findings of retaliation. VA can and must do more to protect whistleblowers. I support Chairman Pappas and Ranking Member Mann's bipartisan legislation. It would promote independence and strengthen the mission of VA's Office of Accountability and Whistleblower Protection. It would also streamline duplicative investigations and send a clear message that retaliation against those who report wrongdoing will not be tolerated. This bill has the support of several national organizations that advocate on behalf of government whistleblowers and was favorably reported by the full Veterans Affairs Committee last week. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8510 as amended. Following the access scandal of 2014, Congress enacted the VA Accountability Act. The Accountability Act is meant to make it easier for VA to hold bad employees responsible for their actions. The law also created a new VA office intended to protect whistleblowers and conduct investigations. Unfortunately, this office has never lived up to the standard that whistleblowers deserve. In 2021, 80% of the OAWP recommendations for discipline were ignored by the VA. And it's time to refocus their mission. H.R. 8510, as amended, would require VA employees with complaints to be referred to the Office of Special Counsel. The OSC is an independent office which has the authority to receive, manage, investigate allegations of whistleblowing retaliation at the VA. The OSC has a respected history of conducting objective investigations. As such, I am convinced that the OSC will do a better job of holding senior VA employees accountable than the OAWP. This bill was drafted with valuable input from stakeholders and enjoys broad support. Now, I'm pleased that Congressman Pappas and Congressman Mann have come together to author this important bipartisan proposal, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my good friend who serves as chairman of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations for the Veterans Affairs Committee, the gentleman from New Hampshire, Mr. Pappas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my bipartisan legislation, H.R. 8510, the Strengthening Whistleblower Protections of the Department of Veterans Affairs Act. It's a bill that improves policies and procedures to better protect VA whistleblowers. It also promotes independence and removes conflicts of interest at VA's Office of Accountability and Whistleblower Protection. Whistleblowers play a critical role in holding the federal government and its agencies accountable against waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement. When employees of the Department of Veterans Affairs witness issues that put the health, safety, and well-being of veterans at risk, VA staff should feel encouraged to speak out without fear of retaliation. This would encourage corrective action to be taken and no harm to the whistleblower. In reality, however, too often the messenger is punished. The Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee that I chair has done years of work on this issue, and alongside Ranking Member Tracy Mann, we've conducted multiple hearings looking into this problem. Our efforts have highlighted the individual stories of whistleblowers who have lost their jobs or faced other retaliatory actions as a result of their disclosures. Further, whistleblowers often wait years to be made whole after experiencing retaliation under current department policies and procedures. The testimony from 3 previous VA employees disclosed VA whistleblowers are likely to face retaliation, including the loss of their position, and are forced to wait years for justice. So this bipartisan bill will make major changes to how whistleblower claims are handled, strengthening accountability through the process. The bill ends VA's authority to investigate whistleblower retaliation complaints and instead relies on the independent U.S. Office of Special Counsel to ensure objectivity over the process. OSC is an independent federal investigative agency that has high trust within the whistleblower community. They have the resources and autonomy needed to do this work. It will also require VA's Office of Accountability and Whistleblower Protection to strengthen accountability over settlement agreements for VA employees who suffered retaliation, which provide financial restitution and guarantees of reemployment. Further, the bill will reaffirm OAWP's responsibility to provide resources to VA employees on whistleblower rights, including training. These reforms will ensure whistleblowers feel safe reporting issues within the department. We can't continue to allow whistleblowers to be punished for speaking out. And we've got to make sure we're doing all we can to protect VA whistleblowers. It's not only the law, it's also the right thing to do to protect whistleblowers from retaliation. Now, my colleague and ranking member of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Congressman Tracy Mann, co-led this bill with me to promote independence and strengthen the mission of VA's Whistleblowers Office. And I want to thank Congressman Mann and his staff for their dedication and hard work on this issue. I thank all the members of the Veterans Affairs Committee for their support of this bill last week. And I also want to say that I appreciate the support from the whistleblower advocacy groups, including the Project on Government Oversight, the Whistleblowers of America, and the Government Accountability Project, as well as VA's labor union, AFGE. So once this is enacted, this bill will ensure that the protections are on the books at the Department of Veterans Affairs that will strengthen independence and the mission of VA's Whistleblower Office. So I urge the full House to support passage, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield to my good friend from Kansas, Representative Mann, 3 minutes, who has worked so hard on this issue.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I thank the ranking member, and I rise today in support of legislation that I co-introduced with Congressman Pappas, H.R. 8510, the Strengthening Whistleblower Protections at the Department of Veterans Affairs Act. Holding the government accountable requires reasonable whistleblower protection. VA employees take a risk when exposing fraud, corruption, or wrongdoing of any kind, and they deserve to have their claims investigated and to have protection from retaliation. The VA's Office of Accountability and Whistleblower Protection was created with good intentions, but has never lived up to the expectations of whistleblowers or of this Congress. In 2021, 80% of all the disciplinary recommendations that OAWP made were either changed or simply ignored. Here are just 2 examples of the many troubling stories that my colleagues and I have heard during our hearings. At one facility, OAWP recommended a range of discipline from 12-day suspension to removal for 3 supervisors who engaged in whistleblower retaliation. VA officials disagreed, however, and the individuals received no disciplinary action. At another facility, OAWP recommended a range of discipline from demotion to removal for an individual who retaliated against and harassed an employee. VA officials believed the file lacked certain testimony and evidence, and the individual received no disciplinary action. Despite the efforts of many dedicated VA staff, these cases and others like them highlight the need for a change in OAWP's roles and responsibilities. Veterans, whistleblowers, and taxpayers deserve better. H.R. 8510 will remove OAWP's investigative authority and instead direct OAWT to refer whistleblowers to the Office of Special Counsel, an independent agency which has a much better track record for whistleblower investigations. This bill would also require OAWP to track settlement negotiations and agreements between VA employees and the department and refocus the office on providing training to employees on whistleblower rights. This legislation is an example of the good that Congress can do when we work together. I look forward to a swift passage through the House and urge my colleagues to support this important bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm ready to close, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 8510 as amended, the Strengthening Whistleblower Protections at the Department of Veterans Affairs Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8510 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. This is the gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Again. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. S 2794.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2794, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to increase automatic maximum coverage under the Service Members Group Life Insurance Program and the Veterans Group Life Insurance Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material in S-2794.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, life insurance is designed to offer protection from loss and serves as a death benefit. For a veteran or service member, VA Group Life Insurance offers security and confidence that loved ones will be covered and made financially whole in the event of a source of income is lost. And while no amount of money can replace the life of a beloved family member, VA service members and Veterans Group Life Insurance exists to provide an affordable option to provide a fiscal shield for survivors. Neither insurance program has experienced a coverage limit increase since 2005. This bill increases the maximum amount of coverage for service members and Veterans Group Life Insurance by $100,000, which means expanded coverage of up to $500,000 for each option. Madam Speaker, I support this bill and urge all of my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of S-2794, the Supporting Families of the Fallen Act. Now, I would also like to thank Senator Tuberville and Congressman Roy for their leading this effort in the Senate and House, respectively. Now, this bill makes much needed updates to the coverage amounts for the service members' group life insurance and the Veterans Group Life Insurance Program. Specifically, this bill would allow VA to raise the max payment for both programs from $400,000 to $500,000. An additional $100,000 would make it easier for surviving spouses to keep a roof over their family's head and food on the table following the loss of their loved ones. As many of you know, VA's life insurance programs may be the only affordable option available to the service members and veterans. This is because some veterans may not be eligible for private life insurance due to the added risk of military service or because they have a service-connected disability like PTSD or cancer. When we send our military into harm's way, VA insurance programs provide them and their families with financial security. However, the max rate of $400,000, which was established in 2005, does not meet the needs of today's survivors. 2005 American families have seen a cost of living continuously rise. This especially true right now due to historic inflation under the Biden administration. Now, this bill would provide families with insurance coverage that will better meet their needs. S-2794 on our nation's promises to care for the families of those lost in service to our country. Now, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I now would you like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Texas, Representative Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the ranking member. I thank the chairman. I am pleased to rise in support of my bill, which in this case is the S version, the Senate version that was introduced by Senator Tuberville from Alabama, S-2794, the Supporting Families of the Fallen Act. The ranking member just articulated why this legislation is important. I think one of the things that we have to remember is the extent to which our men and women in uniform have to be able to keep up and keep pace with inflation. We thought this was important. I had a constituent in my district who raised this issue, sat down with that constituent and then met with a bunch of other constituents who were running into the same problem, talked to a number of my veteran colleagues, and we believe that this was an important solution. As many know, I'm not one to want to put forward legislation that isn't paid for. This bill, for the most part, pays for itself, with the slight exception of active duty combat individuals, and I believe that's an exception worth making when we talk about things that are not paid for. It's straightforward. It simply increases the SGLI and VGLI maximum coverage from $400,000 to $500,000. So that service members and veterans can customize the coverage amount that they need. I think it's a common sense solution. It's bipartisan, it's bicameral, and I appreciate the chairman and the ranking member for their support, and I'd yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California.
I reserve. I'm prepared to close.
Okay.
I'm
The
prepared
gentleman
to close.
reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank again all of the folks that came together for this bill, and I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing S 2794, which upon passage today will be sent on to the President's desk for signature. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2794? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Got to be consistent. Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays, the gentleman from California.
Offer the gentleman, really?
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. You let one go. You let two go.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8681, the John Lewis Civil Rights Fellowship Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8681, a bill to establish the John Lewis Civil Rights Fellowship to fund international internships and research placements for early to mid-career professionals to study nonviolent movements to establish and protect civil rights around the world.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 8681 as amended.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6861, the John Lewis Civil Rights Fellowship Act of 2022, and I thank Ms. Williams for authoring this important bill. I want to begin with a passage from an essay written by Representative John Lewis before his death, which was published on the day of his funeral. Representative John Lewis, in reflecting on the past and looking to the future, said, quote, "You must also study and learn the lessons of history because basic humanity has been involved in this soul-wrenching existential struggle for a very long time. People on every continent have stood in your shoes through decades and centuries before you. The truth does not change, and that is why the answers worked out long ago can help you find solutions to the challenges of our time. Continue to build union between movements stretching across the globe because we must put away our willingness to profit from the exploitation of others." These words are a call to action, and H.R. 8681, the John Lewis Civil Rights Fellowship Act, seeks to meet that call, to learn from history and find solutions to the challenges of our time. The John Lewis Fellowship will be part of the Fulbright Scholarship Program, administered by the State Department, and will advance the teaching of the history of nonviolent movements around the world by fostering research and international exchange. The fellowship supports 25 young scholars in studying the history of nonviolent civil rights movements around the world and improving the understanding of nonviolence as a critical tool for change. Fostering constructive methods of civic expression is vital for a healthy, flourishing society. Thanks to John's leadership by example, thousands of people around the world over have learned how to confront the injustices of their own societies through nonviolent means. Now, the duty of honoring his legacy and shepherding a new generation of leaders falls on our shoulders. I can think of no better time than now to pass this bill that honors the legacy of the great John Lewis. I strongly urge all members to vote in support of this important legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I rise in support of John Lewis Civil Rights Fellowship Act and yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Ms. Speaker, John Lewis was a powerful, tireless advocate for equality and justice all his life. Along with his mentor and friend, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he put his life and personal safety on the line as a leader in the nonviolent civil rights movement that profoundly changed our nation for the better. His boldness in pursuit of justice was powerfully rooted in faith and love. As he himself described it, quote, "At a very early stage of the movement, I accepted the teaching of Jesus, the way of love, the way of nonviolence, the spirit of forgiveness and reconciliation. The idea of hate is too heavy a burden to bear. It's better to love," end quote. To help pass these values on to the future generations, this bill established the John Lewis Civil Rights Fellowship within the Fulbright program at the Department of State. The Fulbright Educational Exchange Program has enjoyed bipartisan support for over 75 years. As part of Fulbright, the stated purpose of the John Lewis Fellowship is to advance foreign policy priorities of the United States by promoting studies, research, and international exchange in the subject of nonviolent movements that established and protected civil rights around the world. This bill is worthy way of honoring a great man who sacrificed so much to make America and the world a better place. I support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my honor to yield 3 minutes to Representative Williams from Georgia.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you for yielding, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8681, the John Lewis Civil Rights Fellowship Act of 2022. Following the footsteps of Congressman John Lewis is no easy feat, y'all. He was a friend and a mentor to many of us. He was known as the conscience of this body. I often tell people that while I'll never fill his shoes, I strive daily to carry out his legacy. It is my honor to ensure that my friend and my mentor and my predecessor's legacy lives on the John Lewis Civil Rights Fellowship within the Fulbright program, which will give scholars an opportunity to study both the inspiration and the impacts of the civil rights movement internationally. The John and Lillian Miles Lewis Foundation has been working hard to launch this program as a tribute to Congressman Lewis's impact on social and political change around the world. Congressman Lewis himself was shaped by his study of nonviolent civil rights movements from around the world, most notably the philosophy and tactics of Mahatma Gandhi, whose very words were, "It is either nonviolence or non-existence." And of course, people across the globe have been inspired by the tactics of the United States civil rights movement, many led by Congressman John Lewis himself. From the lynch counter sit-ins of the early 1960s to the 1961 Freedom Rides to the 1965 march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, Mr. Lewis taught the world that the most powerful way to bend the moral arc towards justice is rooted in the discipline of nonviolence. But for all of his experiences and impact at home, Congressman Lewis always wished that he would have had the opportunity to study abroad. Creating the John Lewis Civil Rights Fellowship is a full-circle tribute, sending scholars to study Congressman Lewis's inspirations and impacts around the world in his name. We hope this program will unlock a powerful opportunity for students who, like Congressman Lewis, would not otherwise have an opportunity to do research across the globe. The John Lewis Civil Rights Fellowship will be a beacon for the importance of nonviolence, and I look forward to the incredible academic work and exchange this fellowship will support. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves.
I do.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
We have no other speaker, and I'm ready to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. The gentleman. Okay. The gentleman from Texas is
I
recognized.
reserve. We have no other speakers.
Okay.
I reserve.
All right. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself the remainder of my time. And, Ms. Speaker, John Lewis lived a life profoundly dedicated to pursuing equality and justice for all, rooted in love and nonviolence. The part he played in the brave struggle against racial injustice changed the course of American history and inspired many around the world. This bill to create a Fulbright Fellowship program in his name is a fitting tribute to his legacy. I support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purposes of closing. Madam Speaker, in closing, I want to reiterate my staunch support for the John Lewis Civil Rights Fellowship Act of 2022. This legislation encourages the values of peaceful expression and invigorates a new generation of leaders with the same spirit that drove John in his lifelong advocacy for civil rights. His leadership during the civil rights movement was pivotal for extending the American promises of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness to all Americans. Many of us may not be standing here before this chamber, but for his contributions to racial equality. This legislation seeks to instill that very same drive and purpose in the leaders of tomorrow, promoting the use of nonviolent civil rights as a tool for change around the world. I hope my colleagues will join me and support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8681 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8446, the Global Food Security Reauthorization Act of 2022, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8446, a bill to modify and extend the Global Food Security Act of 2016.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 8446 as amended.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this bill that reauthorizes the Global Food Security Act. I want to thank my colleagues, Ms. McCullum, Mr. Smith, Chairman Meeks, and Ranking Member McCall for leading this bill. Today, as the world grapples with a rapidly changing climate, the ongoing impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the global consequences of Russia's war of choice in Ukraine, the U.S. must step up to support the hundreds of millions of hungry and food insecure people in all corners of the world. More importantly, perhaps, we need to give these communities the tools they need to feed themselves. The Global Food Security Act was passed with strong bipartisan support in 2016 and reauthorized in 2018. It is critical that Congress once again acts to reauthorize this important piece of legislation. Not only does this reauthorization increase annual funding for the Feed the Future initiative, it also requires an additional focus on building resilience, strengthening food systems, and forming more local partnerships to advance agriculture-led economic growth. This will play a critical role in delivering food to those in need today, while creating more durable and sustainable food systems for tomorrow. Food insecurity is a key driver of instability and violent extremism throughout the world. Investing in combating global hunger not only reflects U.S. values, it is also in our national security interest. By passing this legislation, along with President Biden's announcement last week that the United States will provide over $2.9 billion in new assistance to address food insecurity, we will make important strides towards achieving our goal of creating lasting food security. This important bipartisan legislation will continue support for Feed the Future, the Feed the Future initiative that has already lifted millions out of poverty. I'm proud to support this bipartisan legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this bill and yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, today, 50 million people in 45 countries are living on the brink of famine, and more than 350 million people around the world are facing emergency food insecurity. This is a staggering increase from record-breaking levels of hunger last year. Russia's unprovoked and full-scale invasion of Ukraine, previously known as the breadbasket of Europe, has worsened an already overwhelming global food crisis and is destabilizing fragile states. Global food prices are expected to increase by 20% and could be even higher in developing countries who are highly dependent on imported commodities from Ukraine and Russia. These shocks are creating shortages and instability that affect the entire world, including our constituents. First enacted in 2016 and amended in 2018, the Global Food Security Act provides critical authorities to respond to immediate global food needs and to advance longer-term agricultural-led economic growth. I'm a co-sponsor of today's bipartisan legislation to refine and extend those authorities for another 5 years through 2018. I want to thank my colleagues, Congresswoman McCollum, Congressman Chris Smith, Chairman Mix, and Ranking Member McCall for their leadership in this effort. In order to prevent the next food crisis, we must increase the resiliency of communities around the world to shocks like natural disasters, supply chain disruptions, and fertilizer shortages. This is why the U.S. is working with partner countries to advance targeted efforts to increase agricultural productivity, invest in food systems, and market-based approaches to agricultural-led economic growth, and ultimately to support communities' abilities to provide for themselves. These strategic agricultural development activities are a critical investment in preventing future humanitarian emergencies and dependency on foreign aid. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the representative from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you. I thank the gentleman from Texas. Today, I rise in support of my bill, the Global Food Security Reauthorization Act of 2022, a bipartisan bill which I've worked with Mr. Smith on to reaffirm the United States' commitment to fighting hunger and poverty worldwide. It truly has been a bipartisan effort. This bill builds upon the landmark Global Food Security Act of 2016 and reauthorizes the incredibly successful Feed the Future initiative, which has carried out life-saving programs and helped millions of people break the cycle of poverty and hunger. This legislation, through its reauthorization to 2028, makes common sense updates to reflect the changing landscape of global hunger. Specifically, this bill emphasizes agricultural-led economic growth, strengthening resilience against climate change and the global COVID-19 pandemic. This will help reduce malnutrition in women and children. By supporting small farmers and women farmers in particular, we can increase food productions and income so that families and communities around the world may improve their way of life. This legislation will also help to create a more stable world, as has been mentioned, by helping millions of people in the world's poorest countries become self-sufficient in feeding themselves. As chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Defense, I know all too well the human, economic, and national security costs of global food insecurity, and it's just too high for Congress to ignore. The passage and enactment of this bill today cannot truly come soon enough for our national security. I am proud to have worked on this legislation. I've worked on this legislation for over 14 years, starting with Senator Lugar, after being in Africa and watching how lack of food, clean water affected our ability to really make the HIV/AIDS program move forward. And from that, the more I learned about malnutrition, the more passionate I became. So I am proud to have worked on this legislation with experts in the field of global food and nutrition security, interaction, Bread for the World, 1,000 Days, CARE, Save the Children, and the Alliance to End Hunger, and so many more. I want to thank them for their expertise, for helping to lift this legislation up. I'd also like to thank our colleagues, Chair Meeks and Ranking Member McCall, and a special thank you to Representative Smith for their work on this legislation. Their enduring commitment to end global hunger is important work that we do together. I urge the passage of this bill, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
I have no further speakers, and I reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I'm pleased to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, my good friend, for yielding.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the bicameral, bipartisan Global Food Security Act of 2022, and I especially want to thank my good friend and colleague, Betty McCollum, for her authorship of this important legislation that will help so many. Today's vote on global food security will show that we can come together to advance the good. For the Global Food Security Act is a model of cooperation from the collaboration between Congresswoman McCollum and I on previous iterations, which began back in 2014 when I first introduced and the House passed the legislation. Madam Speaker, like PEPFAR, the President's emergency plan for AIDS relief, our food security policy is a remarkably effective, relatively low-cost, life-saving, life-enhancing initiative championed by both Republican and Democrat administrations. Indeed, we are fortunate that President Bush, beginning in 2002, had the initial foresight to elevate the important role of food security in U.S. foreign policy, especially in Africa, via the Initiative to End Hunger in Africa, or the IEHA, which was funded through development assistance and implemented through USAID. The objective was to help meet the nutritional needs of millions and to elevate self-sufficiency over dependency. At the same time, the Millennium Challenge Corporation began making substantial investments in ag-led economic growth programs, particularly in Africa. The food price crisis of 07-08 accelerated and underscored the need for robust security policy, food security. President Obama in 2009 announced further enhancements to our food security strategy at the G8 summit in Italy, and this became known as the Feed the Future initiative. Our emphasis on ag-led economic development and food security, self-sufficiency, continued through the Trump administration and now into the Biden administration. Madam Speaker, last week, a World Food Program and Food and Agricultural Organization, WFP and FAO, report said the world faces its, quote, largest food crisis in modern history. The report sounds the alarm. 2022, as they put it, is a year of unprecedented hunger. As many as 828 million people go to bed hungry every night, they write. The number of those facing acute food insecurity has soared from 135 million to 345 million since 2019. A total of 50 million people in 45 countries are teetering on the edge of famine. Conflict, they point out, is still the biggest driver of hunger, with 60% of the world's hungry living in areas afflicted by war and violence. Events unfolding in Ukraine are further proof of how conflict feeds hunger, forcing people out of their homes and wiping out their sources of income. As we all know, the weakest and most vulnerable are dying, and many, many more are at risk of death, while millions more are made susceptible to opportunistic diseases, while many children continue to suffer from stunting. Many, however, are rallying to mitigate this suffering. As my good friend and colleague from Minnesota pointed out, many of the organizations that have done so much for so long are doing even more now to make sure that we get to the point where people are food secure. And of course, that includes the secular groups, the faith-based groups, all working in tandem for this noble goal. One of the objectives of the Global Food Security Act was to take a whole-of-government approach led by USAID in promoting food security. In conducting oversight hearings with regards to its implementation, however, we found that there were several places where a whole-of-agency approach, let alone a whole-of-government approach, was lacking. One area that needed attention was to make sure that our nutrition efforts were firing off cylinders. While the original bill, law, and subsequent reauthorization placed great emphasis on reducing stunting, and I've seen it all over Africa, as has Betty and many others. You go to Nigeria, and stunting is endemic to this moment. And that could all be alleviated through the right kind of nutritional interventions, including the first 1,000 days of life from conception to the second birthday, with nutrition that helps both mother and babies. We also have seen pictures of children with distended bellies caused by worms that rob them of needed nutrients. I chaired several hearings on worms. Horrible things to see, growing in little kids, causing them to die, but certainly to be very sick in most cases. USAID, when it came to deworming, often had a more stovepiped approach to it. Well, this legislation integrates the whole idea of deworming with the food security so that we don't feed the worms, we feed the future, and we feed these wonderful children and all those who are at risk. We also have put in and continue the integration of water, sanitation, and hygiene, or WASH programming, which is also extraordinarily effective. So again, this is a great bill. I hope it gets total support of this body. And again, I thank Betty and look forward to this vote and enactment into law. Thank you.
Does the gentlelady from California reserve? Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'd like to offer a minute to my colleague from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Texas, my colleague. Thank him also for participating in the Congressional Children's Caucus hearing this past Monday on the Uvalde murder of children. I rise to join my colleagues in supporting the Global Food Security Reauthorization Act of 2022 and compliment Representative McCullen and others who have strongly supported this legislation over the years. It is particularly timely because I have just finished meeting with the Foreign Minister of Pakistan and was able to visit in Pakistan in early September after the catastrophic and momentous floods that went on, of biblical proportion. What we saw was the potential of extreme starvation of families and children. 33 million people were displaced. The families in the region had lost their wheat, their cotton, and their livestock. The idea of...
The gentlewoman's time is expired.
I'll yield another minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The idea of the emphasis on the issue of food security is so crucial, both in terms of the climate change, such that's impacted in Eritrea and Ethiopia, and the issues of catastrophic flood conditions. So I rise to support this with the idea that we have right in our midst conditions that would suggest food insecurity, and that this legislation that focuses on ensuring that the people of the world can eat and the children of the world will not starve is a crucial and needed legislation of which I support, and which emphasizes again the important element in foreign affairs of food. Food helps save the world. I support this legislation, and I commend my colleagues to continue to work with devastating conditions around the world to ensure the safety and security of children, and particularly food security. With that, I yield back, and I thank the gentleman.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm ready to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
If both members are ready to close, the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to support this bipartisan bill to refine and extend statutory authorities needed to respond to the global food crisis and prevent future aid dependency. It updates the policy, definitions, and the strategy requirements of the current law. It also strengthens oversight and accountability and ensures continued focus on core programs that have strong bipartisan support. At its core, the bill embodies the saying, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach him how to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. These are effective strategic investments in agricultural development to help ensure that communities and families are able to provide for themselves. So I urge support for this bill, and I hope that our Senate colleagues will take it up promptly. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. Madam Speaker, as the world continues to experience climate-related devastation, downstream effects of COVID-19 on global supply chains, and the crippling effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine on food delivery and production, the United States must continue to support those vulnerable to food insecurity. Now is not the time to continue business as usual. The United States must step up to meet the moment and adapt our policy tools and foreign assistance to do the same. H.R. 8446 ensures that the United States maintains global leadership in combating the global hunger crisis by sowing the seeds of food security for the future. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this important piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? H.R. 8446 is amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purposes the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purposes the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8463, the Millennium Challenge Corporation Eligibility Expansion Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8463, a bill to modify the requirements under the Millennium Challenge Act of 2003 for candidate countries and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, and the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 8463.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to bring this bipartisan legislation, which I authored together with my colleague, Representative Young Kim of California, to the House floor. It will allow the Millennium Challenge Corporation, or MCC, to continue to work where it can to do the most to foster development and reduce poverty. When Congress established the MCC almost 20 years ago, it was envisioned as a selective agency that would work collaboratively with the best-governed developing countries. Perhaps the most visible part of MCC's rigorous selection process is its scorecard, which evaluates more than 20 different policy indicators of good governance. But Congress also set an income-based threshold for nations where MCC could work. It was intended to make sure MCC focused on developing countries and on helping the people who need it most. I strongly support that focus, and nothing in this bill is intended to alter that core part of MCC's mission and mandate. But the way we define that threshold, based on who falls within 2 categories in the World Bank's estimates of per capita gross national income, has led to several issues this legislation seeks to address. In the decades since the original standard was defined, the number of potential countries eligible for MCC compacts has shrunk by almost 1/3. These compacts, which need to be ratified by both the United States and the partner country, can take years to negotiate, ratify, and implement. Under the income threshold's current structure, countries can suddenly become ineligible for assistance in the middle of a multi-year negotiation. Global disruptions like a pandemic or major conflict can also lead to changes in a country's eligibility. Under my legislation, the MCC would continue to use World Bank measures of GNI per capita as the basis to calculate eligibility, while expanding consideration for potential compacts to the world's 125 poorest countries. This change will ensure that MCC has a stable number of potential candidates, even as we continue to make progress in the fight against global poverty. The new pool of potentially eligible countries would cover 98% of the world's poor and 90% of the countries MCC has identified as facing substantial vulnerability, including to pandemics, natural disasters, migration, and food insecurity. It's important to note that this is potential eligibility. This bill does not change any of MCC's scorecard criteria. To qualify for a potential compact, countries must also be generally eligible to receive American foreign assistance under the Foreign Assistance Act and other provisions of United States law. The MCC Eligibility Expansion Act also includes protections to ensure that newly eligible countries do not crowd out support for lower middle income countries that qualify under the existing income threshold. For example, it includes language that would strengthen statutory direction to the MCC's board to prioritize development need and impact. The legislation would also require all potential candidate countries to identify appropriate national contributions during compact negotiations, meaning wealthier countries would pitch in more. In implementing this legislation, I also expect the MCC to compare this small pool of newly eligible upper middle income countries against their peers in determining eligibility through the scorecard. This bill would provide the MCC with more certainty and stability when it chooses to pursue a compact. With your support today, we can ensure that the MCC will continue its important work and maximize its impact fighting poverty and promoting development. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this bill and yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was proud to introduce the Millennium Challenge Corporation Eligibility Expansion Act along with my Democratic colleague from Texas, Mr. Castro. In the nearly 20 years since its founding under President Bush, the Millennium Challenge Corporation has demonstrated a strong track record of success in its mission of combating poverty through economic growth. The agency has enjoyed broad bipartisan support earned through strict selection criteria and the ability to hold partner countries to a higher standard of accountability. But the agency and its partners are facing new challenges. The Chinese Communist Party is increasing its malign influence in the developing world, often disguised as development assistance. The world is facing a food security crisis and other effects of Russia's unprovoked war in Ukraine. Many countries risk losing progress on development and poverty reduction made over previous decades. This bill will ensure that the world's 125 poorest countries are eligible for potential consideration as a candidate countries in the MCC's rigorous selection process. It adds stability to MCC's partnerships, and it ensures its ability to focus on the world's poorest populations who are often the most vulnerable to debt traps and other forms of outside manipulation. This bill is an important step toward equipping MCC to operate in today's environment so that it can continue to use its proven evidence-based model to build sustainable economic growth, transparency, and stability in partner countries around the world. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm ready to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California.
And we have no other speakers, and I'm ready to close.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Millennium Challenge Corporation has done its important work on behalf of the American people to promote economic growth and transparency around the world. But we must make sure that the agency is equipped to address the challenges and threats of today, including those posed by our strategic rivals who are attempting to increase their global influence. I want to again thank my colleague from Texas, Mr. Castro, our bipartisan co-sponsors, and Chairman Mix and Ranking Member McCall of the Foreign Affairs Committee for moving this bill forward. I urge support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. Madam Speaker, the Millennium Challenge Corporation Eligibility Expansion Act will improve the MCC's ability to form stable, long-term compacts in the well-governed countries that will benefit most from United States development assistance. I thank my colleagues, particularly my co-lead on this bill, Representative Young Kim, for the bipartisan work that has brought this legislation forward today. I urge the House to pass this legislation, and I hope the Senate will take it up swiftly so that it can become law this year. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 8463? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4821, the Combating the Persecution of Religious Groups in China Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4821, a bill to hold accountable senior officials of the government of the People's Republic of China who are responsible for, complicit in, or have directly persecuted Christians in China and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kem, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on H.R. 4821 as amended.
So ordered.
I also ask, Madam Speaker, to include in the congressional record an exchange of letters between me and the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee on H.R. 4821 as amended.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 4821, the Combating the Persecution of Religious Groups in China Act, introduced by my colleague, Representative Vicky Hartzler. The state of religious freedom in China has been alarming for several years now. Despite religious freedom being guaranteed in its constitution, the PRC actively suppresses this fundamental right. While this government's systematic orchestration of genocide and crimes against humanity against the Uyghur people and other ethnic and religious minorities in the Uyghur region has been widely broadcast across international media, followers of a variety of religious faiths and traditions have long experienced religious persecution in China. The ability to freely practice one's religion or engage in worship has continued to deteriorate. Those who bravely speak out against the infringement of religious freedom or refuse to join state-sanctioned religious organizations face the PRC government's inhumane repression and human rights abuses. Thousands of religious leaders and worshipers have been harassed, detained, disappeared, tortured, physically abused, sentenced to prison, or subjected to forced labor and indoctrination due to their religious affiliation or the practice of their religious beliefs. Some have been pressured to renounce their religious beliefs. In addition to these atrocities, PRC officials have removed or replaced religious images, iconography, and symbols, desecrated or demolished places of worship, and rewritten religious text in an effort to align religious traditions and doctrines with Communist Party ideology. This is unacceptable, but infringement on personal rights has become business as usual in China. Nobody should be forced to endure discrimination because of their religion anywhere in the world. Congress must act now to support efforts to protect and promote religious freedom in China and to protect adherents of all religious faiths in China. We must continue to call out the PRC government for these atrocities and take actions to prevent the stifling of religious freedom in China. By passing this important bipartisan legislation, this body sends a clear message to the PRC government that it will be held accountable for its pattern of gross human rights abuses and severe violations of religious freedoms. I thank Representative Hartzler for authoring this important bipartisan legislation, and I was proud to help move through the Foreign Affairs Committee. I urge my colleagues to join in supporting it. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I rise in support of this bill and yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the Chinese Communist Party is at war with religious freedom. The CCP treats as threats those organizations and allegiances that it does not control. Members of the CCP and the PLA are required to be atheists and are prohibited from practicing religion. National law effectively prohibits young people in China from receiving any religious education. Xi Jinping is ramping up the so-called sinicization of religion, expressly demanding that religious groups support the control and ideology of the Chinese Communist Party. And the consequences for those who refuse to submit are brutal. House church Protestant Christians, underground Catholics, Tibetan Buddhists, Uyghur Muslims, Falun Gong practitioners, and other people who seek to worship freely are repressed. The State Department's annual religious freedom reports note deaths in police custody. They also state that the PRC tortured, physically abused, arrested, disappeared, detained, sentenced to prison, subjected to forced labor, and harassed adherents of both registered and unregistered religious groups for activities related to their religious beliefs and practices. Both the Trump and Biden administrations have correctly recognized the PRC's brutal crackdown and forced encampment of Uyghur Muslims and other minorities in Xinjiang as a genocide involving crimes against humanity. According to credible reports, more than 800,000 Muslim children have been separated from their families. Just this week, 90-year-old Catholic Cardinal Joseph Jan is on trial in Hong Kong, one of several Catholic bishops imprisoned and actively persecuted by the CCP. Numerous Protestant pastors remain in detention, and the government continues to demolish church buildings and crosses. Religious believers in China deserve our prayers and our respect and our support. This bill before us today will ensure that CCP officials responsible for this persecution are identified, sanctioned, and denied visas into the United States. It also states that the People's Republic of China has continued to earn designation as a country of particular concern under the International Religious Freedom Act. It calls for efforts by the United States, including diplomacy at the highest levels, to promote the protection of Christians and other religious minorities inside China. And it expresses the sense of Congress that the UN Human Rights Council should formally condemn the PRC for its ongoing genocide in Xinjiang, as well as persecution of Christians and other religious groups. The inability of that council to condemn such massive human rights abuses is an indictment of its effectiveness. I want to thank the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Hartzler, for introducing this important bill, of which I'm a proud co-sponsor. It deserves our unanimous support. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Hartzler.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I rise today to advocate for the passage of my bill, H.R. 4821, the Combating the Persecution of Religious Groups in China Act. This urgently needed legislation will hold senior officials of the Chinese Communist Party accountable for the human rights violations and persecution of Christians and other religious groups in China. The Chinese Communist Party believes any religion threatens its control over society. As a result, the CCP is carrying out a systemic crackdown on all religions to control and manipulate every aspect of faith. This includes the closing and destruction of churches, installing surveillance equipment on church property, forcing the modification of religious teachings to conform with the objectives of the government, and the wrongful imprisonment of thousands of individuals. Through the Defending Freedoms Project, I am a congressional advocate for three of these religious prisoners: Pastor John Saul, Pastor Zhang Xiaojia, and Pastor Wang Yi. Each were sentenced to several years in Chinese prisons on illegitimate charges for practicing their faith. This is unacceptable, and it must end. As a nation built on the fundamental principle of the freedom of religion, we have a responsibility to shed light on this persecution and speak for those in China who have no voice. By passing this legislation, the House of Representatives will be sending a clear message to China that we will not stand by as they brutally abuse their own citizens. No one should live in fear for practicing their faith, and China must be held accountable for their criminal human rights violations. I'd like to thank the Foreign Affairs Committee members and their staff for their hard work in bringing this important legislation to the floor, and I call on my colleagues to support its passage. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
Thank my good friend from California
gentleman
for
is
yielding.
recognized.
And I want to thank Vicki Hartzler for authoring this very, very important and extraordinarily timely resolution. Under Xi Jinping, the Chinese Communist Party is waging war against all faiths: Christians, Falun Gong, Tibetan Buddhists, Muslims, the Uyghurs. He is actually committing genocide against the Uyghurs, has been doing it for some time now. Thankfully, this Congress has spoken out before, particularly on the Uyghurs, but we need to speak out again on the Christians who are suffering, the most persecuted group in all of China. Let me say, too, that calling for sanctions, we have sanctions, Madam Speaker. The Global Magnitsky Act and other sanctions are in place. The violation of the Religious Freedom Act of 1998 and the sanctioning that could occur there as a CPC country of particular concern. I do believe we need to do more to hold individuals and collectively the Chinese Communist Party to account. And that goes for all. That goes for Trump when he was in office. It goes for President Biden now. We should have done more. We need to do more now because it is all-out war on religions. I wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post in 1998. I entitled it, "The World Must Stand Against China's War on Religion," and noted that the synodization, making all faiths comport to Xi Jinping's horrible, nightmarish vision for that country, needs to be incorporated, and whole texts, the Bible text and sacred scriptures of all faiths being rewritten in order to comport again with his socialist ideology. In 1994, after Tiananmen Square, I went to China, went there many times, barred from going now, and I met with Bishop Xu of Baoding province. Here was a man who spent years being tortured, being deprived of food, but especially being tortured because they are terrible, terrible usages of cattle prods and all the other terrible things that they do in Chinese prisons, the Lao guy. And I couldn't believe when he looked me in the eyes and he says, "I pray for my persecutors." I mean, it was, we all get a little mad when we get a bad editorial or something politically. Here's the man saying he has endured all this and he prays for the people of China and for his persecutors. I held a hearing as co-chairman of the Lantos Human Rights Commission, asking Xi Jinping, just this Congress, where is Bishop Xu? He disappeared. He may have passed away due to the mistreatment, but that's what they do as well. people all of a sudden just disappear. Whole numbers of Christians and other believers just go off the face of the earth. So this resolution couldn't be more timely. The Chinese Communist Party is getting worse by the hour. Xi Jinping may get reelected by his peers to a third term as dictator. Our hope is that the Chinese Communist Party will realize they bring gross dishonor to China by their gross misbehavior. Thankfully, the UN High Commissioner, as we all know, just released a report calling out China for its genocide. They called it crimes against humanity. That's good. And hopefully the UN Human Rights Council will take this up as well. But we need to do sanctioning. We need to do it now. I thank my good friend for her leadership.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I have no more speakers, Madam Speaker, and I'm ready to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California.
I yield myself the remainder of my time for the purposes of closing.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the Chinese Communist Party persecutes religious believers who will not submit their religious convictions to CCP control. It reacts with brutality against any attempted religious practice outside of the 5 religious patriotic associations allowed and controlled by the regime. This bill tells the truth about the dangers faced by Christians, Uyghur Muslims, Tibetan Buddhists, and other religious minorities in China and takes steps to sanction their CCP persecutors. I'm an enthusiastic co-sponsor of this bill by my colleague from Missouri and urge its unanimous passage. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. Madam Speaker, H.R. 4821 sends a strong and unequivocal message that the United States stands firmly in support of worshipers of all religious traditions and faiths and their ability to freely practice their religion or engage in worship without fear of discrimination or persecution. This legislation signals strong bipartisan House support for the administration to hold accountable all those responsible for the severe violations of religious freedom and persecution of religious groups in China. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4821 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purposes the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Requests for 1-minute speeches.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, so ordered.
In the last couple weeks, there have been stories again about our southern border, which I think is the biggest crisis facing America today. We'll refresh the American public and remind them that whereas 2 years ago, 5,000 to 10,000 people were crossing our border and being let in the country, we are now, in an average month, over 150,000 entering the country. In any event, there are rumors that right now Venezuela is, as there were rumors about Cuba about 40 years ago, is letting people who are prisoners out of Venezuela to come to the United States. And given that Venezuela considers the United States an enemy, a country that they're hostile to, why wouldn't they? The question is, where is the press corps, and why isn't the press corps demanding more information about the type of people who are crossing our southern border, and particularly about Venezuelans who are coming in the country, and whether there are any particular traits that these people have? So I beg the press corps to wake up a little bit and do a little bit of research here. Thank you very much.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
To rise and extend my remarks and to compliment you, Madam Speaker Bordeaux, on your service to this great nation of ours. I have very much enjoyed the privilege and honor of serving with you. I also wanted to rise and thank the clerk's office for all the work that you do day in and day out. Pardon?
Is the gentleman seeking to address the House for 1 minute?
Yes, I am. And I
Without
seek to
objection, the gentleman is
revise and
recognized
extend
for
my
1 minute.
remarks and repeat again, Madam Speaker, how much I have enjoyed working with Speaker Bordeaux and for her service to her country, and rise as well to compliment the work of the clerk's office. People who tune in on C-SPAN and the long days and hours that you put in, extending well into the evening, and yet on both sides of the aisle, the staff that works so hard, but day in and day out, it's the clerk's office that carries on the work and governance of this great country of ours. I thank you for your service. God bless you. God bless America.
Pursuant to Section 1 of House Resolution 1230, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.